Hi, I'm Michael, and as you can probably see from the thumbnail, I've lost a lot of weight. Starting in September 2021, I lost over 150 pounds, or more than 40% of my body mass in a single year. I did it without medications or surgery. I didn't use a personal trainer, fad diets, or meal replacement shakes, and I don't even have a gym membership. All I did was change my food intake. And unlike the vast majority of people that have had that kind of a drastic weight loss, I've also maintained it, at least so far. It's been 2.5 years since I reached my original goal, and I haven't regained any weight back. In fact, I've dropped another 20 pounds since. And again, no drugs, no surgery, no external support or interventions of any kind. While I did naturally start to exercise more as my mass dropped, exercise is also not how I've controlled my weight. I've done that by rigorously policing my food intake. In this last year, I reached the lowest weight I've held since puberty. Compared to my highest ever weight, I am, in the most literal sense possible, less than half the man I used to be. Because that pretty shocking change to my body could be seen in the videos we share on our tiny little YouTube channel, I get asked about my weight loss a lot. And I don't mean several times a year, I mean sometimes numerous times in a single day. That's the really weird kind of chaotic gift that posting on YouTube can bring to even a very niche channel like ours. My wife Jo and I make videos about our silly adventures on a narrowboat with an English Springer Spaniel named George. We've only got a small audience, we're not any kind of celebrities. But that small audience can still translate into a surprising amount of contact with our viewers, especially online, but more than occasionally face to face. So my weight loss, which for most people would be a private change, both happened in public view and also in the strange asynchronous manner that YouTube allows, where content can be many years, and in my case many pounds, behind reality. That's how my body, changing shape quite dramatically, became part of my personal experience of the internet age phenomenon called the parasocial relationship. Anytime I'm out just walking my dog, there's a non-zero chance that someone I'll have never met will stop me in public to tell me they know me, but I don't know them, and then they'll comment on my weight loss and ask what my secret is. And once a year for the last 3 years, Joe and I have attended a trade show where over 3 days several hundred people have very kindly lined up and also asked me, one after another, what my secret is. To be asked over and over, what's your secret, is a really strange and kind of uncomfortable thing that just a tiny bit of success on YouTube has gifted me. So I've decided to take that as an opportunity and a challenge for me to really stop and think a lot about that specific question. Because the fact is, I do have a secret. And that secret is very much tied to my weight, and both why I had it to lose and how I lost it. But not in the ways you might think. And it's time for that secret to come out, because I do know there are others with the same, or at least similar secrets, and yet I've never seen anyone else stand up on a soapbox and say my secret out loud and in public. And that's sad, because for all my life it's something I would have benefited from hearing. Well, I can only imagine that those others might benefit from hearing it too, and while 25,000 subscribers on a channel about narrowboats isn't much of a soapbox, it turns out I've still been gifted a soapbox almost by accident, and so it falls to me. I've got to tell you my secret, though I really don't want to. The problem is that there really is no simple, straight-to-the-point way to safely share my secret. If I told it to you in under an hour, at best most of you wouldn't believe me, and at worst, some of you would be very, very seriously harmed. Nothing about the secret I use to control my food intake can be explained without care and attention and a deep dive over time. So I'm going to have to ask you to bear with me, be kind enough to give me your extended attention, and prepare to have your ears pop and click uncomfortably as the pressure increases. Learning my secret is going to make you uncomfortable, and I'm going to use some uncomfortable language to talk about uncomfortable things, so maybe don't watch this one with any young children in earshot. It's going to be an exceptionally long video, so please don't try and watch it all in one go either. I'm afraid it only makes sense to make and release this as one continuous piece, but we've put in a lot of chapter markers, so please take advantage of them. Most importantly, if you find anything I've got to say compelling, please share this video as widely as you can, even if, and maybe especially if you found it unfamiliar and uncomfortable. It's really important this reaches as many people as possible, especially the people who share some of my secrets. And to do that, I'm going to need your help. Once you've heard me out, I hope you'll agree it's an important video on an important topic, but it's not the sort of thing YouTube is likely to promote widely, if at all. Finally, any ad or other revenue we can trace to this video will be going to one of the charities I've linked below. We're a small channel based in the UK, so the ones I'm familiar with are based here, and so they're not eligible for fundraising via YouTube Giving. But please, if you do have the means and the time, consider donating either to them or to relevant charities in your country. These kinds of groups and people are never well funded, but they really do change and often save lives. Before I continue, I need to make one thing extremely clear. Anyone who loses more than 10% of their body mass in a single year has a serious medical issue. If they did it unintentionally, it would be obvious to everyone they should see a doctor. If they did it intentionally, that medical issue is an eating disorder. Anyone who intentionally loses more than 20% of their body mass in a single year has a very serious, quite possibly life-threatening eating disorder. I know this because I've done it multiple times, and I know precisely what it takes to do that to your body. And what it takes is an eating disorder. No human being should ever, under any circumstances, lose anything like 40% of their body mass in anywhere near as short a time as 1 year. If you do that without a doctor's help, you absolutely have a critically serious eating disorder, quite possibly my eating disorder. If you do that with a doctor's help, your doctor is either incompetent, immoral, or also has a serious eating disorder, and frankly, I'm not sure I know which of those is the most dangerous. That kind of weight loss in that sort of time frame will do serious, possibly catastrophic damage to both your body and your mind. It isn't something good to do. It isn't something that should be valorized, and it certainly isn't something anyone should ever be encouraged to do. If you find yourself either attracted to or pressured towards the idea of losing a significant percentage of your body mass, and especially if you're looking on YouTube for secrets on how to do so, and you've somehow clicked on this video because of the manipulative thumbnail and title and YouTube's pathologically exploitative algorithm, the most important thing I need to tell you right now is there's a very, very good chance that you've got a very serious eating disorder, that Google's AI models are absolutely certain you do, and the proof of that is that they're willing to leverage your health issues for their financial benefit. Please, I beg you, ignore all their ads and propaganda and stop looking for secrets to losing weight on the internet. Instead, please follow one of the links below to resources that I hope can actually help you. I can't and I won't help you lose weight. I am not making this video to share the secret of how I lost so much weight or how I've kept it off. Teaching you my eating disorder would be as unethical and wrong as intentionally transmitting any other communicable disease. No, I'm making it to share why I'm capable of the kind of violence towards my body that weight loss represents. And doing that means revealing the secret of why I had the weight to lose in the first place. The thing is, that secret isn't how to lose weight. I did that in the most straightforward and obvious way possible. I didn't have surgery. I didn't take any medications. Neither YouTube nor anyone else paid for a personal trainer. I didn't get cancer or pick up a parasite, and I certainly didn't follow anyone else's diet advice. I just stopped eating. There was a specific trigger, which was a health worry. During COVID, I started to develop the very early signs of obstructive sleep apnea, and when I finally got to see a specialist, he told me that if I did develop apnea, my body mass index implied that I was going to leave Jo without her husband a lot earlier than she or I would want if I didn't make some significant changes pretty soon. So basically, what I did was do exactly that. I made significant changes, starting that moment. Too significant. Way too significant. Dangerously significant, really. If you're one of our regular viewers, you know the rather extreme lengths I've gone to get to the end of little dead-end canals. So really, I just did what I usually do. I went to the extremes. That means that, as I said, I just stopped eating, and I did that by turning back on an old eating disorder. I literally just stopped allowing food to pass my lips, cutting the fuel going in down to under 1,000 calories a day. I threw out everything I liked the taste of, tossed all our old dishes in the garbage, got a little one-serving rice bowl and a pair of chopsticks, and started making a very basic meal of noodles or rice, steamed vegetables, a slice of avocado, some tofu, and an egg, and then I stuck with it. While I slowly added more volume of the same ingredients once I got nearer my current weight, I've eaten the same basic meal for dinner almost every single day for more than 3 years, and that forms the bulk of the food I'll eat on any of those days. This time I made some smarter decisions with the quality and nutrient choices and the flavor of the very small amounts of food I was taking in, but basically I just used the brutally standard equation. Reduce the fuel going in to below the rate fuel is being burned, and the resulting deficit empties your reserves. Infuriating as it may be, there is no other secret to losing weight. Anyone implying they've got a secret that works is trying to shrink your wallet, not your body. That equation, plus discipline, multiplied by time, is really the only secret there ever will be, and everything from diets to exercise regimes to drugs and surgeries is really just putting the emphasis and the costs on a different part of that relatively simple bit of math. They're all just ways of tricking yourself into either swallowing less fuel or absorbing less fuel or burning more fuel. And the reason they can feel like a secret is that any sudden shift in the equation can and does work, if you can stomach that shift and the resulting fuel starvation for long enough. The problem is that you almost certainly can't. And even if you can, not one of these tricks will keep working forever. Getting the motivation to start isn't the hard part. And over the short run, merely losing weight also isn't actually the hard part either. Anyone that's been as heavy as I've been for anywhere near as long as I've been already knows how to shift the first 20 pounds. The actual hard part, once you've gotten going, is keeping up the discipline for enough time to reach your goal. And then, even if that goal was realistic and you've made it that far, the hardest part is maintaining that discipline for the rest of your life, which you'll have to do moment by moment and day by day, because once you've gained it, any weight you lose will never stop fighting to come back. It is remorseless. It never tires. It never goes away. It will never sleep, and not one of diet, exercise, drugs, or surgery will do a thing to keep it from winning that battle if you ever stop fighting it. The secret you want from me isn't how to lose weight, it's how to keep losing it and how to keep it off. And there too, I wish I had an answer that wasn't straightforward and obvious, but all I did was engage my brutal capacity for willpower, and then keep engaging it, knowing that I'd have to keep engaging it right up to the point of death. And I know, really intimately, just how frustrating and painful that answer is going to sound, because a lot of unhelpful people in this idiot world have spent a lot of time shaming those who appear over some arbitrary ideal weight, as if their weight is a personal moral failure, something that could just be fixed if they could just magically switch on willpower and discipline. Well, if you're one of those people, please go and add up. Pack on a full extra human being. Maintain that weight for a few years. Then lose it again and keep it off for the rest of your life and demonstrate this meritocratic bullshit of yours before commenting on someone else's capacities. The truth is, in a modern consumer economy, being overweight is not, in any way, caused by some personal failure. It's a biological, an economic, and social trap that's been set for all of us, and more will fall in at some point in our lives, and most who do will never, ever escape it. Doing so takes an inhuman amount of willpower and an inhumane amount of discipline. It takes the will and the capacity to abuse your body into a state of constant pain and discomfort, to consistently deny yourself pleasure and comfort, and to punish yourself brutally for any infraction. The only people alive with that kind of willpower have secrets you don't want to know, and yes, I'm one of them. I've got a secret that let me do this catastrophic thing to my body just by choosing to. But the very last thing you could ever want in your life is to have my secret at your disposal. My best advice to anyone who wants to lose weight is don't. The message that you and I and every human being should have been receiving from birth and from literally every other human in our lives is that no measurement of your mass is ever a measure of you. Your weight isn't important. It's just an arbitrary number to easily get distracted by. What's important is your health, and over the long term, the health of your mind is vastly more important than the health of your body. Well, I'm sorry to say, but if you're fixated on your mass, then the simple, honest truth is your mind isn't healthy yet. So instead of putting effort into pushing your body towards what is almost certainly an unrealistic and unattainable goal weight, put that effort into finding joy in and with your body as it is, and getting to know who you are within it, whatever that takes, and no matter how much time or money you need to invest. If you then decide that you really must lose the weight because you've been heavy enough for long enough that it is directly contributing to known health concerns, or actually impairing your ability to move without pain, which enough weight over enough time will absolutely do, then do it very slowly and by making small, incremental changes while always giving yourself time to adjust and learn what your new, hopefully permanent normal is. Before you even start, make a rigorous diary of everything you currently eat over at least 3 months, keeping note of the weights and the volumes and the varieties of food you consume. If you can, take those numbers and invest in the advice of someone with a verifiable, graduate level, hopefully recent education in nutrition science. Then, and only then, start carefully and methodically paring down those amounts while slowly replacing more processed and prepared foods with fresh, whole foods you cook for yourself. Put some of the money you save into considerably smaller dishes and better quality ingredients. Put the rest into hobbies and pursuits that both get you more active and also keep you away from grazing opportunities. Be careful to set truly realistic and very conservative goals. You want a body that's not in constant pain and that isn't going to kill you in the short run. And that moderately smaller body is a much more achievable distance away than the one where people start asking you about your secrets. Your goal isn't looking good in a mirror, especially not naked, which if you've been my size, you should know right now is never going to be possible, even with extensive and expensive plastic surgery. Your goal is to breathe clearly and walk a few miles in comfortable shoes, then eventually a few miles more. Most importantly of all, do not, under any circumstances, try to follow my path. Do not even think of attempting to lose anything like 40% of your body mass, and especially not in anything under several years of very slow, very deliberate progress. Seriously, if you take anything at all away from this part of the video, let it be that. What I've done, the body I have now, and the way I got there, that isn't an accomplishment. It's not something to be proud of or celebrated for. It's an act of considerable violence perpetrated by me against myself. And beneath these clothes and in my head and in my heart, it has done severe, substantial, and irreversible damage. I may very well die because of choices made through my bad relationship with food. Do not even try to do what I have done. Take my thoughts into consideration. Listen very carefully to my conclusions. But don't ever, ever try to walk down my path. Down that path, especially if you haven't walked it before, is disaster. I know this because this isn't the first time I've lost this much weight, and sadly the odds are it isn't the last. I didn't get as heavy as I was just once by slowing down in middle age and packing on some pounds due to sore knees and too much eating out. No, I've been at least overweight, if not seriously and morbidly obese, since quite early in my childhood, and during that time my weight has fluctuated wildly. In the past, I've been significantly heavier than I was this time around, and I've lost more than 100 pounds in half a year several times in my life. This is only the most recent attempt, and while I sure hope it's the last one, the reality is I sure hope the previous ones were too. It's very painful and unpleasant, and given how many people get pretty malicious online, actually quite scary to say this in a forum as unpredictably public as YouTube, but I've lost more than half a US ton over the course of my life. It means I've also gained every one of those 1,000+ pounds first. What anyone who hasn't joined me there simply does not know is that there's a hard limit to your self-control. There's a point where your body will simply take control and push you back in the other direction, forcing you against your will into a vicious cycle. And that kind of vicious cycling is really, really dangerous. It's also so universally common that we really should think of it as the expected and normal outcome of dieting. If you lose weight for the first time today, I'm sorry to say you are starting that cycle, and you will find yourself going up and down in the future. And that's a lot harder on your body than never starting the cycling at all. The cycling is so common, it's commonly called yo-yo dieting, but I really dislike that term because a yo-yo on the end of a string is actually a really bad metaphor for what's happening. If you fling a yo-yo in one direction and you just keep moving your hand in the same direction, it doesn't cycle, it just keeps moving forward. To get the cycle to start, you have to actively and intentionally pull back in the other direction, and then you have to keep making inputs. Stop making controlled inputs, and the yo-yo cycle ends. Well, that's not what happens in weight loss cycling at all. That's why I borrow a more accurate and helpful metaphor that my flight engineer father taught me. In aviation, there's the notion of a phugoid cycle, or just phugoid, which is what naturally happens to any airplane when a pilot fails to trim that airplane's pitch. The speed of the air moving over the wings generates lift, and that lift pushes the nose to rise. But the change in the angle of the wing relative to the airflow causes drag, and that drag eventually slows the air over the wing, which leads to a loss of lift, so the plane pitches back down towards the ground. But that lets gravity take over and the whole thing speeds up again, which means more air starts passing over the wing, which increases lift and starts to move the nose back up. And the whole thing starts to repeat over and over. On each up and down cycle, a little more forward momentum will be lost and a little more downward momentum will be gained. So the up and down swings will slowly get larger and larger, the airplane getting more and more out of control with each swing. The important thing to understand is the default, normal, expected behavior of any airplane that's already in the air and moving forward is to enter a phugoid cycle. What keeps the airplane flying in a straight line at a specific altitude is the pilot actively making inputs to keep the airplane in trim, carefully and consciously making smaller and finer inputs to get everyone aboard to their destination. It's the precise opposite of a yo-yo. You stop making controlled inputs, and the phugoid cycle begins. These days, of course, it's mainly the airplane's automated systems that manage the trim and keep the airplane out of a phugoid, so the pilots don't actually have to think about it very much, and the passengers never do. But what do you think happens if the pilot intentionally pushes either too much towards the sky or too much towards the ground? Or the autopilot has some sort of a bug that pushes the controls further or faster than the pilot can manage? Or what happens if something disastrous happens and the trimming systems are severely damaged or just blown clean off? If an airplane completely loses control over its pitch, it enters a phugoid. And if it doesn't hit anything and starts cycling, then it will keep cycling, and on each cycle it will get slightly worse, slightly closer to slamming into the ground. Completely lose control over the airplane's pitch, and you've started a phugoid, and that's the end of that airplane and everyone on board. It's only a matter of time. You do not want to be in an uncontrolled phugoid. Well, the moment you start trying to lose a really significant amount of weight, a phugoid is exactly what your body's trying to create. You're trying to help yourself, but it's actively trying to resist to the point it will kill you if it has to. That's really important to understand, maybe especially for those who are just thinking about losing a little bit of extra pudginess for the first time. Even if your mind and your emotions are perfectly healthy, and mine certainly weren't, your body doesn't just passively resist weight loss, it actively shoves back, hard. The current prevailing idea is called set point theory. Basically says that once you reach and maintain a high watermark, your body learns that, and it will try to keep you at it. It does that by two means. First, it slows down your metabolism as you lose weight, and then it packs on extra appetite to get you to think more about seeking out and finding food when you're not currently eating. Both of those try to force you right back up again. And that makes sense. Your body's job isn't to consider how you look, and it certainly doesn't know about diabetes or heart disease. It doesn't care about your long-term health, or how far your swimsuit rides up. All it cares about is keeping you from starving from winter to winter, and that means packing on reserves whenever and wherever it can. Its basic program is to prepare you for the lean times, and it has no earthly way of knowing that in the 21st century, for a growing proportion of the population, there never are and likely never will be any lean times. We've all got to realize that the blood glucose homeostatic system, basically the feedback loop that tries to keep just enough energy in your bloodstream to allow you to seek out food and either dig it up or whack it to death, plus some reserves in case you need to run from something with really big teeth, stop materially evolving in us sometime after our ancestors crawled out of the ocean and before the biggest mammal around was the size of a shrew. The dinosaurs were still around, that's what we were running from, but monkeys and humans were a long, long way off. If you're the kind of person that believes that an intelligent designer plopped us down fully formed beside those dinosaurs, well, then at least accept that for whatever mysterious reason, that designer still decided to saddle you with the blood glucose regulation system of something simpler than a titmouse. That's the system we are stuck with. Whether it came together entirely by random accident or was intentionally designed according to some ineffable plan, what that system is optimized for is, and always has been, picking the ancestors of bananas off trees when they were half an inch long, had to be peeled with our teeth, and were so starchy they were nearly impossible to digest. It never got updated once we figured out how to cook them, never mind when we figured out how to selectively breed the things for thousands of generations until they're an 8-inch packet of easily digested sugar that comes in its own handy wrapper that's just the right shape for eating. Your feedback loop is in no way prepared to deal with supermarkets, takeout pizza, high fructose corn syrup, or Amazon Fresh. And that's why both the hardware you live in and the software running it don't know how to deal with either any of those extra sources of energy or your higher level desire to do what the mirror or your doctor says. That system will pack on extra appetite for every single pound you lose. That extra appetite is pretty much going to be permanent, and in my experience, it's also cumulative, adding and adding with each and every swing of the Fugoid. If you've never been as heavy as I've been, as many times as I've been, you have no concept of what hunger can really mean or feel like. After significant weight loss, your stomach shrinks over time. The point at which it starts to hurt to push any more in begins earlier. But the very different gnawing sensation of all that elevated hunger never silences. I've learned the hard way, multiple times, that at a literally cellular level, the body remembers. That once my metabolism slowed as my muscles stopped having to carry all the extra mass and I inevitably hit the plateau I simply could never push below, all that extra hunger and the frustration of a maddening, unreachable goal would eventually lead to breaking discipline and a return to comfort grazing, and eventually, larger and larger portions of richer and richer foods. I've also learned, also the hard way, and over, that for every hour I did maintain discipline and didn't graze, my body would force my brain to spend a significant amount of that hour thinking in a hard, remorseless, painful loop about exactly those foods, and that these signals would never, ever, even while asleep, come to an end. I'm not a pessimist, but I am definitely a realist, and there's little reason to be anything but pessimistic about the Fugoid. I've personally embodied, more than once, the abysmal statistic that 4 in 5 people who lose a significant percentage of their body mass will put back every pound, if not more, within 5 years. Fugoid. More gym time simply won't solve that problem. Late in high school, I was a powerlifter, and I could have been a competitive bodybuilder. Adding muscle mass only increases your metabolism while you're adding muscle mass. Stop growing or get injured, and you'll slam back up too. Fugoid. Drugs like semaglutide, which you may know by the brand names Ozempic or Wegovy, they simply weren't available for me. But even when they're effective and the many side effects are bearable, the appetite-suppressing effects appear to start to wear off by about 2 years. So far, it seems patients invariably regain any weight lost or more within about a year of discontinuing the medication anyway. Fugoid. I never qualified clinically for bariatric surgery, but while the outcomes for those patients are much better, even those who have literally gone under the knife for weight loss will most likely have regained a significant percentage of their lost weight within 5 years. Fugoid. I understand all of this because, as I've explained, over more than 40 years, I've gained and then lost over half a ton on that maddening hamster wheel. Once I've gotten too heavy to sustain for long enough, I've wrestled my body down again, and I've done this time and again, and every time but right now, and so far, I've eventually watched myself fail and become one of the 4 in 5 again. Before this latest crash dive, I'd already learned the hardest possible way just how dismal the chances really are. That's precisely why, even after I got down and as I've stayed down, I've never wanted to make a video about the weight loss itself, since I already knew that unless something was materially different, I'd likely end up making another video in the future where I'd gained it all back again. This one time, though, something was materially different. My motivation had changed. In the past, I lost weight for me, trying to reach the point where I suddenly and magically became happy and attractive in the way all the TV and movies and other propaganda promised. But by this time I knew that was all a lie. I've never actually been the protagonist in my own story. As soon as that doctor sketched out what I was doing to Jo and her future, my motivation became overcoming the inertia of the Fugoid for her benefit, not mine. It wasn't that simple, though. Past experience meant I knew that losing substantial weight would make me much more vulnerable, both emotionally and physically. That may not make much sense if you've never been really heavy, but drastic weight loss, especially at drastic speed, floods your body with fat-soluble hormones that have been in long-term storage. At the same time, it reduces your muscle mass, your insulation against the cold, and when in starvation mode, the resiliency of your immune system. To lose weight as I did, you have to apply significant stress to your body and your brain, and that can and does have real consequences even if you don't have my history of mental health issues. And you must be prepared for and have a plan for dealing with those consequences so that you can pull out of the dive before you either crash or the phugoid tries to force you back up again. I'm using the metaphor of the phugoid in an airplane for a reason. Just like a professional pilot, I had assessed and understood my situation and its consequences, and using past experience and training, I had developed that plan for landing this thing safely. Not only did I have that plan, because of my secret, I had backup plans. I had backup plans for my backup plans, and plans for what to do after taxiing into the gate and shutting down the engines. I was executing those plans, and I was doing it in a controlled, careful, and informed manner, all in a bid to do something very drastic and very dangerous, but in the safest possible way as I understood it. Unfortunately, sometimes some bastard just throws a flock of geese into all your engines. In the summer of 2022, just as I was approaching the end of that 150 pounds, Joe and I were moving our boat to Cambridge, where I was due to start a master's degree program in computer science that October. Returning to school as a very mature student in a field I was only self-taught in was always going to be a significant challenge for me, but I'd just been accepted to one of the most competitive programs there is at one of the world's oldest and most prestigious universities. So you can imagine I was both very excited and pretty much terrified in equal measure. Now, for reasons I'll get into later, I can't actually feel pride, but I was feeling like all my plans were coming together, with the weight loss goal and the start of this new and exciting life and dream just coming into sight, and I was confident enough that I just very publicly told all our viewers and all my friends and family what was ahead. I was really looking forward to that dream. Right up until, on an evening when we'd moored along our route in Peterborough, two shirtless drunks suddenly knocked an innocent man to the ground and began kicking him in the head as hard as they possibly could. I knew what I was going to risk losing if I intervened. In fact, for reasons I'll get into later, I knew what I'd already lost the moment I saw the blood pooling around the orbit of his eye. But even though I was in bare feet, I had to intervene, so I did. And if my body had been as heavy and as strong and as padded against damage as it had just very recently been, it wouldn't have betrayed me and I wouldn't have ended up kicked in the head myself. That might sound like wounded masculine pride and sad second guessing, but again, I know from multiple experiences that it takes a long time for the mind to adapt to serious shifts in the body and its capacities. And those 150 pounds represent some very serious shifts. Everyone thinks of weight losses, all about flab and fat. But as that drops off, there's no reason whatsoever for the body to maintain the muscle or the bone mass required to support it, so you lose those at the same time. I'm not second guessing. If my body had been anywhere near as strong as it had been just the last time we'd been in Peterborough, then I wouldn't have ended up with a concussion, and if my mind had actually known how weak my body actually was, I wouldn't have intervened at all, at least not without a weapon in hand. Because my weight had changed so fast, my mind had no hope of keeping up. I lost that fight, and I got that concussion, and because of that concussion, I lost my dream of higher education and everything I'd hoped to do with it. I was publicly and privately humiliated. I was and am devastated. I'd lost all the sense of safety I'd built in the world over years of hard work. I haven't recovered any of that. And to be perfectly honest, I'd lost my mind, which also hasn't made it back and might never do so. Over the next several months, my damaged brain and emotions wouldn't let me stop trying to execute on the plans I'd been so focused on. So instead of maybe admitting temporary defeat and saving the possibility of recovery, I pushed past the point of no return and ended up utterly disabled. 2.5 years later, I'm still just as disabled. I might not look it. There's a part of me that censors myself so violently that no one alive except Joe knows just how bad it's actually been. But that's because I do things like writing this all out and reading it through a teleprompter so I can mask just how badly I've lost control of my life and my emotions and my mind. What I didn't lose, though, was control over my weight. Despite unbearable hunger, unbearable emotions, and an unbearable desire to go to ground and seek comfort and safety, I never lost discipline or self-control over food, over my body and the desires it was screaming at me and agonizing me to fulfill. In the middle of all of that, I wake up ravenous every morning, and I stay ravenous all day, and I go to sleep ravenous every night. What dreams I have with what little sleep I get are ravenous dreams. My body tells me, moment by moment, that it is starving. But moment by moment, my mind can still refuse to let it eat. And that's what everyone thinks they want to know. What secret knowledge allows me to be that brutally and inhumanly self-disciplined? In order to explain that, in order to unearth and reveal that secret, I'm going to have to drill down deep. My secret isn't something you get to quickly or easily. It's only found in the deep and the dark, and getting there is going to take time and friction and pressure, and most importantly, repetition. I've given you a very superficial introduction. If you're one of those people who've been watching our videos, then you've seen a tiny bit more of me than those who haven't, but I've never let anyone below the crust. To get where we're going, I'm going to have to reintroduce myself, and then I'm going to have to keep reintroducing myself. I've mentioned the parasocial relationship, where the viewer develops a sense of knowing the person they're viewing, and just like you, I get caught up in parasocial relationships too. We all do. That's how media, and especially social media, works, and it works best when we find the person talking out of our screen relatable, and we forget that they're talking to their camera's lens, and not to us at all. But the reality is, we're both on opposite sides of an inanimate, mediating connection, a connection that is temporary, one way, and relatively superficial. That doesn't mean there isn't a real connection, it just means that whatever real connection exists isn't really reciprocal. You can only know me as deeply as I decide to reveal myself, and sadly, but also importantly safely for me, I can't actually know you at all. In order for this video to be as valuable as I think it can be, and really hope it will be, what I need to do is keep drilling down and making you aware of, and to a certain extent keep breaking through, what people who've been trained in theater and film call the fourth wall. Most of my formal education was in film. I really know quite a lot about what a camera can do and how it messes with the psychology of the audience just by having these four corners around me, centered in that frame, talking straight to the lens like this through a teleprompter. All of that is technically necessary to support me in making this particular video. But I also know that it invites you to keep reverting to the parasocial relationship you're comfortable with from what you've seen so far. I'm going to try and use that knowledge to help you learn something I really do believe you need to hear. To do that, I'm going to borrow a technique from support groups. I'm going to reintroduce myself every so often, over and over. Like we're in a meeting and I'm the one that's about to share, and I'll be taking you a little bit further down my rabbit hole each time. It's artificial, but I think, and I hope, that it'll help keep the fuzzy comfort of this parasocial interaction we're having from getting in the way of some very organic truths. So, hi, again, I'm Michael, and I have a secret. A very real secret, but not a good or a pleasant one. It's why I've packed on and carried around so much weight, and it's also what let me lose that weight, not just once, but many times. And it is why I've been able to keep it off this time, even in the middle of incredible hunger and every possible reason not to. If it doesn't quite literally kill me, it's the secret that might let me keep that weight off till my dying day. It's a secret that began to be kept very early in my life, and keeping that secret manifested in literally trapping and hiding it inside a cage of fat and flesh. It's a secret for a reason, but that reason has never been, not once, for my benefit or my comfort or my safety. It's a secret the world wants me to keep so it can feel safe at night. I have a secret that lets me do to myself what you only think you want to be able to do to yourself, but you can't. And that's why you ask me my secret when you really don't want to know it at all. And I wouldn't be telling you about it now if I didn't know that some of you need to hear about it anyway, even if you don't know that yet. That said, I need to give you a chance here to choose to filter yourself out. By now you're very clear. This video isn't about narrowboats or life on the canals, and you've also learned everything you're going to from me on the subject of weight loss. From here on out, all I'll be talking about is my secret. Doing that will involve detailing my own lifelong, quite serious mental health issues, including brief but potentially upsetting descriptions of both their symptoms and the objectively unpleasant experiences that spawned them. While I'm going to avoid the more graphic details, this will be considerably more detailed than anything I've ever mentioned in prior videos. So this is your opportunity to select out and go watch another video on either our channel or on YouTube, of which there are many. There's nothing wrong with doing so. What I'm going to discuss is, for me, extremely uncomfortable, and I've also seen for most of my life that others can find it much more uncomfortable than I do. That's why it's a secret. So I completely understand and support your deciding to step away now if you need to. Along the way, I'll also have to discuss how the religion and faith of others have affected these issues. And so if you'd rather not see the world through a hard atheist point of view, then without irony, go with my blessing. Similarly, while I don't intend to say anything particularly or overtly political, moral absolutists may find what I've got to say on the subjects of responsibility and forgiveness relatively infuriating. Either religion or absolutism or both might work for you, and for you, I'm genuinely glad they do. But if you're going to continue, you'll have to accept that for me, neither of them work, and neither of them ever could have worked. Finally, if a particular economic agenda has gotten you so well trained that the term trigger warning makes you foam at the mouth, you're going to want to skip at least the next few seconds. For those that have chosen to continue, and especially for those who might share some of my mental health issues, I'm going to put up a trigger warning title card where and when I know one is necessary. These will provide a moment to pause and prepare before anything too specific or unsettling is said. I can only really identify those things I know trigger me or have triggered others before, so I hope I don't miss anything for you along the way. I am going to be discussing issues of significant interpersonal violence causing significant psychological trauma at a very young age, as well as the shorter and longer-term mental health issues that followed on from those experiences. That's going to require first some pretty general discussion of trauma and its effects, both mental and physical, followed by more detailed discussion of the specific types of traumatic event and the specific effects and outcomes that form my personal experience and the basis for how and why I can speak on this subject at all. That will require some personal examples from my life history and the stories surrounding them, and while, as I said, I'm going to avoid the more graphic details, there will definitely be upsetting words and phrases, and the descriptions I give of both the events and the way I experienced them and the symptoms that resulted will certainly be capable of causing substantial triggering. I am sorry for taking so long to get here, and I'm just as sorry for the length of what remains. I have struggled for years to figure out how to present this, and I have literally been beating myself up for the last 9 months trying to record and re-record this video. For my own safety, this has to be my last attempt. So if you've made it this far, thank you for the investment and the trust. Listening to what follows with an actually open mind and heart actually remaining open to what I'm kind of literally dying to communicate is vastly harder than writing it. The paradigm shifts are behind me, but they're in front of you. You cannot yet know or yet understand how unfathomably deeply I appreciate the weight of effort required to hear me out. But from those depths, thank you. Now that we're past that checkpoint, I'm left with the problem that there is a certain amount of knowledge that simply isn't common, but that needs to be shared before I can proceed. So I need to introduce and define some terms and acronyms that probably aren't familiar to just anyone who happens across this video on YouTube. A cognitive bias is very broadly any tendency of human minds to make a particular choice or follow a particular path or program. We all have them, many of them. In fact, we depend on them to survive both individually and collectively. Some of them are hardwired into the physical machinery of our brains, while others have become part of the foundation and fabric of all our very different cultures. They can be both helpful and harmful. But pointing out that someone has a particular bias isn't a judgment of either them or that bias. It's just an opportunity to see that their thinking might have a tendency to lean in a direction that they might not actually want to move in if they thought about their thinking. One of these, in particular, plays a big part in how all of us think about all the very human subjects that orbit around my secret. Confirmation bias is something every human being both has and suffers from. It's the tendency of our brains to prefer information that supports and confirms what we already believe over any information that contradicts or challenges or expands what we already believe. You can think of it like the inertia of your learning and the thing holding you back from learning more. If you already believe the world is flat, you'll prefer information that appears to support that belief over information that it's actually round. Well, if you already believe that the world is actually round, you will prefer nice round globes and longitudes and latitudes measured in nice even degrees to ever discovering the term oblate spheroid and learning that your planet has never, not once, been the same shape twice. A thought-terminating cliché is a phrase or aphorism that is used to stop an argument, end the debate, or otherwise stop someone from speaking about an uncomfortable subject. They're a tool built into all of our natural languages for supporting our also natural confirmation bias. They're usually uttered to protect the person saying them from having to confront their own discomfort with contradictions in their own thinking about the subject matter. The cliché allows them to terminate further thought on the subject so they can walk away with their pre-existing ideas unchallenged. Thought-terminating clichés are really common. They're easy to deploy, easy to remember, and never actually either wise or insightful. Common examples include, we'll just have to agree to disagree, and everyone is entitled to their opinion. Neither of which has ever been said by anyone who could actually defend that opinion. When people who have never been fat ask someone who is fat, "Where's your self-control?" that's a thought-terminating cliche. Ironically, one they tend to say because they can't control themselves. Unfortunately, in my experience, when men speak about emotional subjects, especially online, a lot of other men, very often the older men, automatically reach for these easy cliches, so I've got to dispose of just a few of them here. If you tell someone to just stop thinking about it, you're assuming that the thinking isn't being done for a valid and essential and meaningful reason. Similarly, stop overthinking assumes that you're either the just right thinker, or at least not the underthinker, while you've also basically admitted the person you're accusing of overthinking is the only one in the position to judge. Along the same lines, "you're too smart for your own good" implies that the dumber can do better, which is what lawyers call facts not in evidence, but also assumes that it's their good the smarter person is thinking of. It might well be your good, or our good, and not their own at all. When you advise someone to just get over it or just let it go, you're implying first that they haven't thought of that incredibly novel idea. Second, that it could ever be effective in the first place. And third, that you think that you could follow that advice if you were in their shoes. None of these has ever been remotely true. Similarly, there are phrases that are just outright nonsense. "Spare the rod, spoil the child" is a misquote of an even less sensible Bible verse, and either one, taken literally, is an algorithm for criminal child abuse, usually spoken by someone who's already guilty of it. While "it happened to me and I turned out okay" first assumes that you did, and then assumes that you couldn't have turned out better without it. Then there's "everything happens for a reason." Setting aside genocide, famine, tornadoes, and war, wombats have cube-shaped poop. Most of the world's koalas have chlamydia that apparently came from humans. And the common duck has the most complicated randomly branched genitalia in the animal kingdom, which in the case of the male is also explosively deployed. Please, I beg of you, either never say this to anyone expressing pain, or if you actually are a god, then bloody well explain your thinking first. Finally, if you feel like labeling anything I'm about to say as woke, please stop to consider what's so much better about remaining asleep. Basically, what I'm trying to communicate here is that human beings are full of thought-terminating cliches. From religious dogmas to political isms to the advertising copy for ludicrously overpriced Vietnamese shoes, we love to hear a pithy idea that sounds right and lets us switch off our brain and just understand the world poorly and consume. I'm going to be revealing some things you're going to need to think about. Try not to terminate that thinking early. For example, by commenting on this video before it's hit the end of its runtime. Trauma is one of those words that is so commonly used that understanding of its definition is often just assumed, even in specialist books on the subject. It literally just means wound or injury, but is usually assumed to mean a more serious wound or injury with a lasting effect. I'm specifically going to talk about psychological trauma, so wounds or injuries that affect the person's psychological state and mind, to distinguish from straightforward physical trauma to the body like cuts and burns. For better or worse, the American Psychiatric Association's Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, otherwise known as the DSM, provides the most widely used definition of psychological trauma, at least for the purposes of diagnosing and treating it in a medical context. And the most recent version, the DSM-5-TR, or just DSM-5 for short, rather narrowly defines psychologically traumatic events as those that expose someone to harm via one of death, serious injury, or sexual violence. In any of the three, the harm can be actual or threatened, and the exposure can be direct, witnessed, or in some cases indirect. A useful introductory book on the subject is The Body Keeps the Score, which isn't exactly rigorous or scientific, but adds a lot more accessible detail and nuance to that kind of clinical definition. There, psychological trauma is both unbearable and intolerable, which is why it can be so hard to absorb and also why it's so readily transmissible. Trauma doesn't just affect the person traumatized, but can be, and very often is, passed along, both through what I'll call contact propagation, where the traumatized individual turns around and directly traumatizes others, and through what I'll call proximity propagation, where the traumatized individual's attempts to tolerate and mitigate their own harm inadvertently or indirectly causes harms to others. Beyond these types of person-to-person behavioral transmission, there's also recent evidence to suggest that psychological trauma can cause epigenetic injury to our DNA, which, if true, means it's possible that a traumatized parent can produce traumatized children, even if the traumatic event only happened to the parent. Personally, I've come to believe that none of the clinical or popular sources on the subject goes far enough in recognizing that trauma isn't necessarily bad. Philosophically, it may actually be necessary. After all, what lived human life will never involve either actual or threatened death? And if that epigenetic finding is actually true, psychological trauma may actually somehow provide some evolutionary benefit. Injuries to the body aren't inherently bad. They're just painful and stressful and something we might have to endure. Well, psychological trauma is the same. It's an injury to the thing you think of as yourself. Sometimes such an injury is minor and heals quickly, leaving no scar. Sometimes that injury is considerably more serious, leaving someone who just has to adapt to living with their new disability. In many cases, both the injury and the disability may be entirely invisible to anyone else. But in all cases, the natural response to the injury itself is to feel pain and endure stress. Both the injury and the stress are real and important medical issues, and just like when the body is injured, there's a healing process for the mind that works better when the issue is recognized promptly and treated appropriately. Unfortunately, again, just as with the body, that healing can go astray. And when the stress of a traumatic injury is significant enough, and/or it isn't recognized promptly and treated appropriately, that can, and very often does, result in what is currently called post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD. That term derived from what used to be called shell shock in soldiers, and from the First World War up even into the mid-2000s, it was seen as a disease exclusive to combat veterans. That was an extremely harmful example of a medical kind of confirmation bias, leading to an absurdly large number of people who had all of the signs and symptoms of PTSD going completely untreated due to generations of frontline clinicians having been trained with what was effectively another thought-terminating cliche. It has since become extremely clear that anyone can develop PTSD, and in fact that many, if not most people, will experience some degree of PTSD at some point in their lives. Arguably, if you were alive and thinking during either 9/11 or the still very much ongoing SARS-CoV-2 pandemic, there's a more than reasonable chance that you have experienced it. Realistically, you might still have the symptoms from PTSD now, even if you didn't know it by that name. The current definition in the DSM-5 is both very complex and already dated. While the 11th edition of the International Classification of Diseases, or ICD-11, is more up to date but is still very technical and clinical, so I'm going to provide a working definition that covers what you'll need for the rest of this video. If an individual experiences a traumatic event, becomes persistently impaired by it, relives their trauma, avoids reminders of the event, experiences trauma-related arousal and reactivity, and feels negatively about their experiences, then they qualify for a diagnosis of PTSD. That idea of reliving trauma may seem pretty alien, but think of some experience in your life where you made a significant mistake or error and wished you hadn't. That way in which your mind and thoughts will return to it, possibly churning over and over how you could have had a different experience of that event, or over how a witty reply you only figured out too late could have saved you some scorn or embarrassment. That's reliving. But imagine it happening consistently and intrusively. Not just when you actively recall the event because someone happened to ask about it, but even when seemingly meaningless, not obviously related details unconsciously prompt your brain to head off and revisit it totally against your will. In some cases, this reliving happens only in nightmares, but in many cases, it occurs as what are called flashbacks. These are profoundly intrusive and upsetting experiences in which the traumatized individual relives and re-experiences the traumatic event while they're conscious and awake. They are caused by exposure to what are known as triggers, which are physical or emotional reminders of the event and are experienced as a rush of often vague, visceral memories, held in the body as disordered, or at least not very clearly ordered, images, sensations, feelings. It's important to contrast these visceral memories with episodic memories, which are held in the mind and, to the degree we can remember the specifics, retain a generally clear sequence of events that we can navigate through with active thinking. For those who haven't knowingly experienced a flashback, it can be helpful to relate them to the usually very positive memories most people have, associating a particular smell or flavor with a favorite childhood meal or treat. We don't necessarily remember where we were, or precisely who was present, other than very vaguely, and we certainly don't remember what was written on their shirt or on something in the background. The details may not add up to anything like a movie or a photograph, but we still remember in our muscles and our senses and our bones that we were there, that we were present, and that the treat that we remember was and is real, and that it tasted good. Flashbacks are fundamentally the same. In fact, I'd argue they're exactly the same mechanism. It's just that instead of revisiting feelings of comfort and pleasure from a positive memory, trauma-induced flashbacks involve revisiting mind-shattering horror, disgust, shame. In the first, a familiar smell triggers a rush of saliva and digestive enzymes into your mouth. In the second, it's the bitter metallic taste of adrenaline, cortisol, your stress hormones. Flashbacks can be particularly disconcerting when the trauma occurred in really early childhood, where only those visceral memories remain, and we lacked any ability to form coherent episodic memories, as the injured brain cannot compare and contrast what the muscles and the bowels remember with what the head remembers, leaving the adult sufferer with a significant and really distressing interruption in their sense of placement in time. Reliving and flashbacks are the starting point of the brain's response to psychological trauma, and that natural, acute mental process, somehow becoming a persistent, distressing, emotionally and physically painful loop, is right at the core of wrapping your mind around what PTSD fundamentally is. Again, I don't believe that trauma itself is necessarily bad or even negative, and I don't believe that either this or any part of the post-traumatic response is inherently bad or negative either. They're just kind of simple, automatic processes. Another kind of cognitive bias we inherited from other, earlier, for lack of a better word, simpler brains. Our human brains are vastly more complex and complicated than the animal brains that they've essentially developed on top of. So a mechanism that fundamentally exists to teach an animal that has just survived encountering something dangerous, something life-threatening, to either do the same thing, do a different thing, or completely avoid that dangerous thing in the future turns, in us, into a compulsive loop of reliving. That's because what our brains are actually trying to do is to recapitulate the event, but instead it gets caught reenacting the event. Both of those are forms of reliving, but you can think of reenacting as just repeating the event over and over without getting any new understanding or changing the outcome. While recapitulation is repeating the event, but each time exploring new paths, searching for new understanding, a new way of thinking about what happened. The human brain is fundamentally a learning and prediction engine. What it's trying to do is figure out what went wrong in the past and how to prepare for and get it right in the future. But human emotions, which if you think about it are really just a brute force signal to either run away from, run towards, murder, have sex with, or do all of the above to something, can get so involved that they make the learning impossible. They flood the body with inputs so strong, they overwhelm the thinking and planning of the conscious mind. The mind wants to turn its sense that it did something wrong into clear, unemotional certainty that it either couldn't have done anything else at all, or is now armed to do something right. And when and if it achieves that recapitulation, the trauma is healed and we don't need to relive it anymore at all. Complete that process and the loop is done, and we've achieved what philosophers call catharsis, which if you've ever seen the movie Groundhog Day, you'll recognize as the day you finally wake up and find out there's something new on the radio. The reliving, the flashing back is over. Life can move on. Don't complete that process, though, and you're just stuck in a cycle of reliving and reliving and reliving, and each loop brings back the same intense emotional signals and leaves you, perversely, wanting to experience it again, only somehow better, while simultaneously not wanting to experience it ever again at all. The overall goal and drive is to somehow succeed in fully recapitulating the event, to no longer need to revisit it, because every possible learning opportunity related to the event has been explored and exhausted, and the mind is satisfied, and the intense emotions of the body's defensive posture are simply no longer required. But that requires the opportunity and the freedom to experience those emotions safely. Unfortunately, our societies are not particularly good at providing safe environments for us to freely experience intense emotions, never mind opportunities to witness and interact with others who are doing so. And so people who experience PTSD very often find themselves driven by part of their own mind's learning and healing mechanisms into environments and situations that at least feel dangerous and may actually be dangerous, both for themselves and for others. Sadly, if the yearning to recapitulate is strong enough and that safe space just doesn't exist, the victim of an initial trauma can find themselves vulnerable and prone to, and very often feeling complicit in, what is termed revictimization. This is where someone, consciously or unconsciously seeking to address a past traumatic event, ends up not merely reliving that past event through flashbacks and memory, but puts themselves sufficiently in harm's way that they end up experiencing another trauma, which might echo or actually recreate the first, compounding both the damage and the disease. Even more tragic is the worst possible outcome, where instead of harming theirself through revictimization, the victim turns their irresistible impulse to recapitulate into the active harming of others, twisting their own hell of reliving into recidivism, spinning new victims off into their own hells with each, and in the worst cases, every turn of the screw. That powerful, and in some cases entirely irresistible, urge to recapitulate is, in the end, the engine that drives PTSD. Someone who's experienced a traumatic event has no conscious desire to relive that event. They wake up with the same underlying hope of just having an agreeable, productive day as anyone and everyone else. But because something wired in our brain needs to learn from something that went wrong, our body does, against our will, throw an intensely disturbing flashback into our path whenever it's either prompted to by our environment or just simply has the opportunity. As you can imagine, this reliving of trauma is intensely unpleasant, and those who experience reliving, and especially flashbacks, consistently develop an intense, compulsive need to scrupulously avoid their triggers. This pattern of avoidance behavior is a kind of flawed coping strategy that appears entirely sensible, until you realize that the trigger itself is only very rarely consciously known and recognized, and may, at best, be only vaguely or tangentially associated with the original trauma. Some specific object, smell, or taste that may merely be present in the everyday, normal, otherwise safe environment can become so important to avoid that it leads to a significant phobia, obsessive bathing, or avoidance of entire food groups. And these can endure for years or even decades after the trauma itself has long passed. Attempting to avoid, by whatever means necessary, fully reliving the original trauma is fundamentally the flawed survival strategy at the core of PTSD. The means can be external, which is why those who have suffered trauma very commonly turn to alcohol, drugs, or other forms of self-medication in order to numb themselves and avoid the constant reliving. They can also be internal, and many who have suffered trauma will use obsessive and compulsive thinking, rituals, and distraction to keep themselves from feeling what otherwise threatens to overwhelm them yet again. External, internal, or both, it's an entirely understandable response to finding oneself suddenly reliving trauma. An event occurred. Our mind and our body were overwhelmed, and yet nevertheless they and we survived, otherwise the stress wouldn't be post-traumatic. And then, for lack of a better way of putting it, the mind and the body seek to protect ourselves from feeling that overwhelmed ever again in the future, not just by not putting ourselves back into the same dangerous situation, but also by not allowing us to feel everything that we felt in the past, which would probably work perfectly well if we were simply short-lived and unthinking animals that merely needed to not put themselves in an alligator's maw ever again. For better or worse, neither we humans nor our societies are such simple entities, and the complex responses and behaviors we develop after first finding ourselves in that alligator's maw can themselves cause significant and ongoing distress, both to ourselves and to others. By definition, someone who has PTSD has developed heightened arousal and reactivity to the world around them that persists well beyond the original traumatic event. You can think of this as a leftover remnant or artifact of what's commonly called the fight or flight response. Except that fight or flight is really just another example of a thought-terminating cliché, as reality almost never comes down to just those two options. And in humans, who lack claws and teeth and can't run all that fast, neither option will almost ever succeed. It would be more accurate to call it the fight, flight, fright, freeze, faint, fawn response, but that's simply too many F words, so I'll call it the acute stress response. Any animal confronted with an immediate threat of death, serious injury, or sexual violence will respond to that threat by choosing to try one of several available survival strategies. They can fight, or at least posture like they're going to. They can take flight or run away. They can take fright, jumping or screaming, or otherwise trying to startle the threat or draw attention to it. They can freeze, like a deer in the headlights. They can faint, or fall to play dead. Or they can fawn, trying to survive by cooperating or ingratiating themselves with the threat. Not all of these exist in all living things, but for any given creature on the phylogenetic tree, there's the set they've inherited, a list of short, inbuilt programs to select from and run to try and keep the body alive, quite possibly without the brain's intervention. If they're still alive after the first has been run and the threat still persists, they'll try another and another, in a loop, until either they're dead or the threat has gone away. In the very simplest animals, their selection order is hardwired. In the slightly more complex, it's essentially just a random choice. Animals with brains complex enough to allow for persistent memory might start with random choice, but can learn to respond to future threats based on what was most successful in the past. In the most complex animal brains, ones that incorporate emotions and conscious thinking on top of mere memory, that initial selection can be modified by a quick appraisal of the odds of success given the specific new threat, as well as past experiences of other threats. In human brains, however, our available options depend on not just our prior experience and knowledge, but also our mental model of ourselves, real and imagined, as well as our mental model of those around us. Our minds are not entirely singular. We are social beings, kind of by definition, and our judgment of the right and wrong thing to do is very much determined by what we perceive would be both the private and the public consequences of our actions, as well as what those have been in the past. As we grow and learn, we develop and refine these mental models in what is trauma, but a shocking and painful opportunity to test our existing model and learn where it's failed to match up with reality. When such a failure is recognized, it drives reliving in order to understand how to evolve the model, but the emotional intensity of that drives avoidance, and the resulting tension can cause the heightened arousal and reactivity typical of PTSD. These two can be expressed in a number of different ways, but for the purposes of this video, the main one you need to know is called hypervigilance. This is a form of severe anxiety that involves extremely heightened sensory sensitivity, constant scanning of the environment for threats, and preparation to react to those perceived threats based on what the current mental model sees as the more appropriate response. It's an overstimulation of the nervous system, leading to sweaty palms, a racing heart, intense muscle tension, and the attention rapidly darting around the environment. It can resemble a severe panic attack, but it can also lead to erratic behavior and what can seem to anyone else as exaggerated self-defensive postures, verbalizations, and behaviors. As the perceived threat may only be an artifact of the sensory overload, hypervigilance can be confused with paranoia. Though it's important to understand, there are no delusions or hallucinations that are present. People with persistent hypervigilance also often develop obsessive-compulsive behaviors and rituals to try and avoid crowds, triggering situations, and unsafe spaces, but also just to calm what can feel like irrationally heightened, constant anxiety. As I've said, however, trauma is not necessarily bad, or at least not entirely bad for us, and hypervigilance can at times be an altered state that is experienced as both positive and enabling. Ironically, often in actually dangerous situations where the extra situational awareness and attention to detail is helpful, if not even sometimes pleasant, while those without the extra supply of attentiveness find the same environment bewildering, if not terrifying and disabling. However it's experienced, Hypervigilance is the most obvious and also most disrupting symptom of PTSD. It brings with it significant social impacts, sometimes extreme difficulty with self-command, leading to severe insomnia, and eventually breakdowns due to simple exhaustion. These disruptions make it the symptom that usually brings the traumatized into contact with psychiatric systems. Unfortunately, descriptions of what can be a potent mix of both negative and positive hypervigilant experiences can sound very much like the rapid cycling of bipolar disorder, the emotional instability of borderline personality disorder, or the darting attention and social miscues of autism and ADHD, too often leading to a history of misdiagnosis and inappropriate, and sometimes extremely harmful, medical interventions. Given the exhaustion brought on by prolonged hypervigilance, the inevitable failure to avoid triggers, and the painful disruption of flashing back, it's no wonder that PTSD brings with it intense negativity. Unless immediately supported and appropriately treated, it's normal to develop symptoms of severe depression, to feel socially isolated and alone, and to develop negative thoughts and beliefs about the world and the self, especially overwhelming anger, shame, humiliation, and guilt. It's relatively easy to see how a traumatic experience could manifest as a lack of trust in others, especially others that were somehow complicit in the trauma. For example, a person bitten by a dog ceases to trust that breed of dog, or possibly even dogs in general. But it's considerably harder to understand how easy, normal, even ubiquitous it is for the traumatized to develop a complete lack of trust in their own self, and sometimes a complete and total lack of trust as a concept altogether. An exaggerated, even obsessive need to assign blame for the trauma can develop. And where the villain at fault isn't known, or worse when known, but it's someone who had been very trusted or close, that blame very often ends up falling on the traumatized individual and their own actions, even when they could not have either caused or avoided the event, or could have reduced their own harm or the harm to anyone else in even the slightest way. Sadly, those ideas can easily be reinforced by the social consequences of the erratic behaviors and emotional outbursts typical of someone with untreated PTSD. These negative beliefs can in turn lead to risky, impulsive behaviors, acting out, and further re-traumatization, leading to further reinforcement. Left untreated, this spiral, just another kind of fugoid, can easily, and usually does, lead to at least one of eating disorders, self-harming, addictions, victimizing of others, suicidal impulses, and suicidal acts. Even for those fortunate enough to escape that spiral under their own power, there can still linger a pervasive, powerful sense that one's life was irrevocably altered, if not entirely voided, by the traumatic experience. A general sense of hopelessness and pointlessness can develop, and this takes hold consistently enough across those with PTSD that it's been termed a sense of foreshortened future. Someone who has physically survived the traumatic event can feel, both emotionally, but also through the constant reliving of flashbacks, viscerally and intellectually dead, as if they did not survive at all, as if their life was truncated. When they witnessed other lives being actually truncated, this can become survivor's guilt. When it was their own life they felt slipping away, it can leave them perpetually expecting someone or something to arrive to finish the job. Access to creativity, play, art, pride, or a sense of accomplishment can be left perpetually out of reach, along with loving and trusting connections and intimacy, both in relationships with others, but also in one's relationship with one's own body. Reliving, avoidance, arousal, and negativity. Those four groups of symptoms are each going to be present in anyone that receives a diagnosis of PTSD according to today's understanding. You can think of them as the basic ingredients, but just as there's the generalized idea of a cake and then there's specific kinds of cakes, there's the general notion of PTSD and then there's specialized subtypes of it. In the current version of the DSM-5, there are only 3 recognized subtypes: delayed, disassociative, and preschool. These are definitely not the only subtypes, and the ICD-11 has an entire section on how PTSD is experienced by those never even glanced at by the American Psychiatric Association. But for the purposes of this video, you'll need to know about those 3. The delayed PTSD subtype is the easiest to understand. It's the same 4 clusters of symptoms, but instead of all the symptoms developing nearly immediately or at most within 6 months of the trauma, some or all of them may take considerably longer to manifest, usually, but not always, in the range of 1 to 2 years. This subtype exists almost as a bookkeeping fix. While the DSM was never intended to be used for insurance coding, that didn't stop for-profit American insurance companies from simply denying coverage to anyone that had all the correct symptoms, but those symptoms didn't arise both immediately and all at once. Really, it should always have been obvious that there's no specific amount of time in which any given human being should either process their trauma or develop their symptoms. The ICD-11 already recognizes this, and most likely all future versions of the DSM series just won't put a time limit on the onset of symptoms. The key point is that while PTSD symptoms usually develop in relatively close association to the traumatic event itself, they don't always do so. The dissociative PTSD subtype is harder to grasp. In addition to the 4 standard clusters, some form of persistent dissociation develops, resulting in a significantly altered and distorted relationship between the mind, the emotions, and the body. This subtype is less common, and it's a lot harder to diagnose. But it's surprisingly consistent amongst those who are trapped by, compelled to participate in, or otherwise unable to act in any way to change or escape from their trauma. In a sense, those who couldn't fight and couldn't take flight and had to resort to the flopping, fawning, or freezing acute stress responses. Their dissociative experiences can arise in either or both of 2 forms, known as depersonalization and derealization. Depersonalization is what most people would think of as an out-of-body experience, feeling like the body is being witnessed being traumatized, whether from above or from a third party or some other altered perspective. It's essentially a shortcut by which the mind just doesn't need to directly feel what the body is feeling in order to survive. And instead it decides that this isn't happening to me, or this is happening but to someone else. That shortcut can be extremely powerful, allowing a human being to endure intense, otherwise unbearable physical agony or confinement during a traumatic experience itself. But when it persists or recurs after the event, it can leave that same being suffering with a profound sense of disconnection and detachment from even the most basic bodily pleasures of life, leaving them numb or unreactive to sensations of smell, taste, touch, even pain. That numbing can result in chronic issues with unobserved or unnoticed injuries, which can make simple everyday tasks like preparing food and cooking unaided unusually risky. When particularly stressed, acute depersonalization can lead to bouts of tunnel vision, with partial or complete loss or distortion of peripheral vision, making it difficult, if not impossible, to safely operate a vehicle or navigate road crossings. Derealization is, instead, a sense that what is happening to the body and being experienced by the mind simply isn't real. It's an alternative shortcut that allows the mind to just not feel very strongly about what is happening, since it's only happening in a dream, a nightmare, or some other form of fiction. Again, the shortcut can be very powerful, allowing the conscious mind to endure otherwise unendurable events. But instead of not feeling the pain and witnessing it from somewhere else, the pain is felt and seen to be occurring. It's just not really happening, or couldn't really have happened exactly as remembered. This form of dissociation seems to be particularly common in the kinds of mass casualty events that garner the most media attention, with shaken survivors appearing in interviews commonly using phrases like, "it was like a movie." It might also explain why so many people who have witnessed truly traumatic events, but only through videos shared uncensored over social media, are so prone to believing in false flags and grand conspiracies, rather than simply accept the terrible reality of what they've seen. As with depersonalization, this shortcut also has real-world consequences in those who regularly or acutely experience it, as they can feel like they are going mad, living in a dream, or are trapped inside or otherwise estranged from themselves. Again, everyday tasks like cooking and cleaning can be dangerous, while the sense that either the self or the surrounding world aren't even entirely real can make simply navigating an unfamiliar route or safely following a series of directions difficult, if not impossible. Persistent and recurrent derealization is also associated with the most elevated risks of self-harming and suicidal impulses and actions, even relative to others with PTSD. Both of these dissociative responses can be seen as alternative pathways to hypervigilance. They're a way of avoiding the traumatic event or just memories of it by letting someone else experience it in our place. The problem is that that someone else is still fundamentally us. The preschool PTSD subtype is, without a doubt, the most tragic, as it's the result of children under the age of 6 being forced to encounter what appears to them to be death, serious injury, or sexual violence. It probably shouldn't be called preschool at all, and the cutoff at 6 years is a completely arbitrary one. There's no fundamental developmental switch that is always flipped one way immediately before that age and automatically flips the other way at some specific birthday. It's just the age that was used in studies that happened to begin inside a culture that also happens to have kids move from preschool to regular school around that age. There's also no good reason, or obvious reason, to believe that it's got anything to do with school at all. It's probably got more to do with the language acquisition and cognition and sense of self and memory formation changes that are usually developing around the age children usually begin school. So really, we should just think of this as PTSD as it occurs in the very youngest humans. It involves the standard 4 clusters of symptoms, can also involve the 2 dissociative forms, and onset of any or all of the symptoms can be delayed by years. Because children, and especially toddlers, can't reliably verbalize or otherwise communicate about their experiences or their emotional state, may not have yet developed the ability to form clearly arranged episodic memories, and may simply not have enough context to recall what memories they do have or react to them in ways that an adult, armed with both more words and more context, might consider appropriate. The criteria that would usually apply to adults are relaxed and altered, especially where children would have a hard time understanding or describing ideas such as flashbacks, avoidance, hypervigilance, or a sense of a foreshortened future. The emphasis with this subtype is in getting affected children into treatment early by getting adults to better recognize what behaviors might crop up in a child affected by trauma, and to understand that significant and sudden changes in behavior, affect, or mood with no other obvious cause really must be investigated, so that a child who was previously gentle, confident, and placid, who suddenly begins to draw violent imagery, startles and withdraws, and throws extreme temper tantrums, can be treated for an experience that might otherwise remain hidden. So that is introductory level PTSD in the proverbial nutshell. It's a psychological wound that hasn't yet healed, caused by an experience that you relive, but that you want to avoid reliving, which drives hypervigilance and or disassociation to keep you avoiding, all of which feels really, really bad. It's the body's longer-term response when the damage caused by its short-term acute stress response to some kind of very serious threat wasn't properly managed or repaired. In that way, it's not all that different to an autoimmune response, which might be a fever that passes, and it usually is, but it can also be decades of debilitating arthritis or even the cytokine storm that kills us before a new virus even has a chance to make us sick on its own. Again, trauma isn't necessarily bad, and just like muscle and bones that hurt after lifting a lot of weight or running really hard can heal back to make our bodies considerably stronger, trauma, well managed, can do the same for our minds and our emotions. That's how we grow and eventually discover our depth and capacity for resilience. The problem isn't the trauma. The problem is when that trauma isn't well managed, and either our own internal support systems or those we lean on for help outside of us don't cope with it, that lasting damage can occur. Unfortunately, our animal minds seem to have wired in both the reliving and the avoidance programs. Our internal support systems just aren't inherently strong, and external support systems for mental health can barely be said to even exist. Something literally hardwired by our biology into all of us makes PTSD the normal pathway we'll all go down if we experience trauma individually, haven't been prepared for it, and don't communally respond to it. If you experience something unbearable and intolerable, and you don't somehow just bear it and tolerate it, and who could, then you'll have to ask for the help of others. And the sad fact is that right now, it's extremely unlikely that meaningful help will actually be there. There's good, initial, early days evidence that if that help did arrive and someone with basic empathy simply handed you a copy of Tetris to play within a couple of hours of the event and before you would next go to sleep, you'd have a much better chance of not developing the worst of PTSD. Why? Excellent question. No one knows, but we should really be researching and finding out. Because without simple interventions like Tetris, or someone trained to talk to and provide a caring shoulder to cry on, really cry on, then trauma can become something that does unbearable and intolerable damage to ourselves, to our families, and to our societies. That's where I have to introduce what are, hopefully, the final acronyms. If post-traumatic stress disorder is what happens when trauma isn't properly addressed, then complex post-traumatic stress disorder, or C-PTSD, is what happens when PTSD isn't properly addressed. It's quite a new term, so new it hasn't made it into the DSM-5 at all, but is in the ICD-11, and over the last 5 years has become quite widely recognized and used. A related term, which we'll come across if you read The Body Keeps the Score, is developmental trauma disorder, or DTD. This was proposed for the DSM-5, but didn't make it in, while the ICD-11 tries to address most, but not all, of the points in that book by adding a large series of childhood developmental specific notes to the definition for C-PTSD. For the purposes of this video, you can kind of think of DTD as C-PTSD when it develops specifically in children. But if you're interested in reading more, there's good reason to think of them as distinct disorders, especially when the person being treated is still currently a child. By whichever name it's given, C-PTSD develops after prolonged, repetitive exposure to traumatic events, especially where that exposure is difficult or impossible to escape, and is common amongst those who have experienced war, starvation, torture, slavery and human trafficking, campaigns of genocide or ethnic cleansing, solitary confinement, domestic violence, and childhood exploitation, neglect, and abuse. All of the 4 core symptom clusters of PTSD develop, and quite often depersonalization and derealization develop too to some degree. Because of the repetitive exposure to unaddressed, untreated trauma, these responses across multiple traumatic events link together in a deeply interconnected and complex fashion. As a result, someone with C-PTSD displays 3 more symptom groups. They have severe and persistent difficulty with regulating their emotions. They hold persistent, extremely negative beliefs and feelings about themselves. And they have substantial difficulty sustaining relationships with and feeling close to others. These 3 in turn lead to significant and very protracted, often lifelong impairment in many of the most important and vital parts of what it means to be human. Those with C-PTSD often have very weak family and social connections, leading to suffering of intense loneliness and isolation throughout their lives. They also tend to face substantial difficulty with both education and work opportunities, leading to chronic underemployment for most, while those who do work can find themselves unusually high-functioning, but simply unable to take any satisfaction or pride in any of their achievements. The sense of a foreshortened future that can develop in PTSD sufferers very often infects those who go on to develop C-PTSD with a pervasive, ever-present worldview of truncation. The sense that their life ended at some point in the trauma can compound with a sense of profound shame and embarrassment at having physically survived at all, leaving them both robbed of any capacity to feel their life has any purpose, value, or meaning, and also fixated on somehow making amends for having endured what they endured at the hands of others. It's critical to understand and accept that C-PTSD is an extremely serious mental illness, one that develops through no fault or failure of the person it develops within. The fact that it's the label given to the symptoms that consistently develop amongst those who've endured the very worst events in human history, the sort of things international law labels as war crimes and crimes against humanity, should really hammer that home, full stop, mic drop. But somehow it doesn't. That's because most of us don't get to experience torture, genocide, or ethnic cleansing in a lifetime. Those sort of things happen over there to other people, and it's always hard for we to develop much empathy for them, except immediately after we're confronted with the ovens and the piles of hair and teeth. It's also easy enough for us to convince ourselves that they've brought the horror down on themselves somehow by just trying to go about their days and make bread and feed their children while someone they didn't necessarily vote for and don't necessarily support did something we don't like. And even if we are the sort of person that's woken up from that dream long enough to recognize that an unbearable horror having passed doesn't mean that its causes and effects have passed, That doesn't mean we're not the sort of person to get so distracted by the relatively rare terrors that we fail to think of or address the common and mundane ones. A lot of people can understand that war, torture, genocide, slavery, these would have huge effects on my mental health, so they'd have huge effects on someone else's, and they accept that. But they still fail to see a criminal confined in a cell alone as equivalent. And they don't see a mother who refuses to leave that partner who, when he's home, slaps her whenever his team loses is quite as bad, or the children she turns around and spanks when she's weak and tired enough. The thing to recognize with C-PTSD is that the vast majority of those who suffer with it weren't exposed to the very worst events in human history. They didn't come face to face with unmitigated evil, whatever that is. No, they suffered a very long list of what were often, individually, very small wounds, but wounds that never got treated and that accumulated. They suffered the mundane, ubiquitous kinds of evil, weren't empowered to escape it, hadn't been prepared with the emotional skills and knowledge required to navigate the damage done, and then were left to deal with the aftermath. If they didn't happen to have been born either rich or into a country with a truly world-class universal healthcare system, then the odds are they found it much easier to treat their wounds with alcohol, drugs, or bad relationships than they did to find the help of an empathetic doctor or a trained therapist, much less a competent psychiatrist specialized in treating C-PTSD. If they weren't the exceptionally lucky few who did find such a support, then what are the odds they didn't carry their trauma forward by either contact or proximity to those around them, and especially their children? It's not hard to see that poor medicines don't usually lead to good outcomes. Well, poor relationships don't usually lead to good parents, but they very often lead to children with poor parents. That's what allows C-PTSD to readily do what PTSD alone does not usually accomplish. It propagates itself through families and generations. Unnoticed, unrecognized, or untreated, it either kills or it spreads, and then it keeps on spreading. People who have C-PTSD and aren't able to get it treated have an extremely good chance of inflicting C-PTSD on others, very often children, especially their own. This is usually via exposure to their poorly managed emotional controls, often through their warped view of themselves or their weak relationships, but it can also be their thwarted urge to recapitulate, leaving children watching adults revictimize themselves, or worse, directly suffering abuse at those adults' recidivist hands. Again, this is just yet another alternative pathway, another automatic program that the body can and will follow. And when a human being can't control their emotions, has extremely negative views of themselves, and has difficulty forming and maintaining close, trusting relationships, they simply don't get a chance to develop the skills required to be safe and effective parents. We'll combine that with another program that the body just tends to follow without a lot of thought, and suddenly 9 months later, you've got a child exposed to a parent with all those issues and none of those skills. It's a consistent pattern of behavior that started as a faulty survival mechanism, again, pretty much wired into our brains, and now it's primed and ready to pass to, and then through, children, precisely because children really lack the toolkit to be able to self-assemble the way to respond to the unpredictability of their wounded parent. So when they're scared and wounded by that parent, what can they possibly do but fall back on their acute stress response? On and on, the juggernaut's wheels turn, and it crushes generations beneath it. There has likely never been a single death certificate that lists the cause of death as C-PTSD. Instead, there are literally uncountable number of death certificates that list opioid abuse, kidney failure, cirrhosis of the liver, lung cancer, adult onset diabetes, heart disease, chronic obesity, suicide, homicide. Were all of those lives lost to C-PTSD? No. But a very significant number of them were, and often the initiating traumatic event was multiple generations ago. And then it just cascaded, untreated, down, picking up energy and speed as it fell. As I said, it's a very new term, but it's a very old disease. Most of us have been touched by it, even if just very lightly. And most of us know of at least one person that's been devastated by it, even if we don't know who they are. C-PTSD is what happens when PTSD isn't properly addressed and treated. It's what happens when a wound that could have healed first festers, then rots, and then the tissue starts to die. Once the rot sets in, the price is going to be much, much higher than ever needed to be paid. If it spreads far enough, the price is literally incalculable. Now you've got the vocabulary you need. Trauma is a wound. PTSD is an untreated and infected wound, and C-PTSD is a series of wounds beset by a gangrene that's both infectious and resistant to drugs. All three are serious medical issues that need a serious, coordinated, socialized response, and all three can be just as fatal as physical wounds. In fact, trauma very often is fatal. We just don't stop to think about those who didn't survive the immediate physical health concerns caused by exposure to death, serious injury, or sexual violence, as those who simply didn't survive long enough to develop the associated mental health concerns. I really can't stress this point strongly enough. These three levels of psychological injury aren't just analogous to physical injuries, they're exactly the same and should be treated exactly the same. Literally no one, and especially no child, is expected to self-treat anything but the very most minor of physical injuries. And then as the seriousness of the injury increases, we've got layers upon layers of response. From the family first aid kit to whole systems of doctors' offices and hospitals and ambulances and medevac helicopters, all the way up to blue water navies with hospital ships. These days, in any developed country, there's what's known as defense in depth. All these enormous systems, trained and equipped and ready and waiting to treat progressively more serious physical injuries. And yet virtually none of that resourcing exists for psychological injuries. The human brain is, by an incredible margin, the single most important organ to any human life. But you tell me where the psychological first aid kit is in your home, or precisely what to do, or who to call for advice in the moments after a psychological injury has occurred. Here in England, you often see a taxpayer-purchased defibrillator box in public spaces, housing an expensive piece of equipment that has a quite small chance of helping less than 1 in 5 people who happen to suffer a pretty specific kind of heart attack very nearby to one. Where's the portable copies of Tetris to hand out to all those who've just witnessed its most likely unsuccessful use? They're not there, but they very likely would prevent much more suffering at a tiny fraction of the cost. Just 2 weeks ago, I was first on scene at a fatal tram accident. I and at least 50 others saw a beautiful 3-year-old child destroyed by several thousand pounds of uncontrolled metal and plastic. Dozens of police officers and other first responders arrived within minutes. Hundreds of hours of their time were spent attending to and caring for and cleaning up after what was, ultimately, already a dead body before any of them arrived. No one asked if I was okay. No one has offered help, except to signpost me to services that signpost me on to further signposts, around and around in meaningless circles. Thanks to my secret, I'm already pretty equipped to deal with it, but the others likely aren't. The 10-year-old girl with the glasses, whose mom accidentally pulled her past something she will never unsee, certainly wasn't equipped to deal with it. Why didn't I have a copy of Tetris for her already at hand? Why wasn't there someone there with a copy for me? They weren't there precisely because we, as a species, tend to think of injuries to the parts of our body that house our mind as a public problem, but injuries to the mind that body houses as a private one. And that, quite frankly, is because we're all engaged in post-traumatic avoidance. And that finally has us all on common ground. I'm sorry it's taken this long and this many words, but there truly are some secrets that can't be spoken aloud without context, and this has been me preparing the way. Now, though many of the people watching this think they know me, and a small number of them actually have some cause to believe they do, the reality is that no one knows me. Not really. Right at the start of this video, I introduced myself, but that was just the very surface. To dig down to the marrow to find anything meaningful, I'm going to have to take you deeper to keep reintroducing myself. We finally cleared away the dust and the detritus and the furniture. We're on the same ground. The drill is ready and it's time to dig. This is the point at which I can finally, really, just start to properly introduce myself. Hi, I'm Michael, and I have complex post-traumatic stress disorder. I have a very severe and for significant portions of my life entirely disabling mental illness, and I need to tell you more about my experience with it in the hope that others will be able to recognize it in themselves or in others and try and work towards getting it diagnosed and hopefully treated. Like many kinds of mental illness, it's not widely known or talked about. outside of the circles of care that build up around someone in active crisis. And for those who don't suffer from it or support someone who does, it can be very hard to recognize. In my case specifically, if you're not paying very close attention over a pretty significant amount of time, it's essentially invisible. But the simple truth is, it has deeply affected me and those who love me on a moment-by-moment basis for as long as I've been able to form memories. It started with an extremely traumatic preschool experience, but unfortunately that went untreated. And then further traumatic experiences compounded what might otherwise have been a single static episode of PTSD into a chronic, lifelong, dynamic disease for which there are not really any effective treatments, yet, at least, and which may very well end up killing me. It brought with it periods of severe and debilitating depression lasting years in a row. It left me in a persistent and exhausting state of always engaged, ludicrously reactive hypervigilance that has had me scanning for threats and weapons and escape routes even from the quietest rooms I've been in when I've been in them alone. An obsessive behavior I didn't even start to recognize or realize was unusual until I read by accident about a veteran developing it only after surviving an IED explosion in an actual war. It has left me with significant dissociation, which has manifested as both intense depersonalization and derealization, and learning to manage all of that has led to obsessive compulsive behaviors that have at times severely impacted my life and my career. Some of those, like my eating disorders, were learned from external sources, but the majority were the flawed tools I assembled along the way to try and cope with the chaos within. In me, the urge to recapitulate was so powerful, intrusive, disturbing, and compelling from an early age that it led to revictimization that was far, far worse than the initiating event. From there, I developed control mechanisms I can only describe as pathological, including near constant suicidal ideation and various forms of compulsive self-harming and self-injuring behaviors, and those include the means by which I have gone through both enormous weight gains and enormous weight losses, only the most recent of which may have gotten you to click on this video. As I've just described in a very simplified overview, the criteria and names for things have shifted around me during my life, so over the decades I've had multiple diagnoses. The early ones were very inappropriate, outright wrong, and harmful. But they became progressively more accurate as time went on, and I got a tiny little bit better at communicating, while my species got a tiny little bit further from baboons and bloodletting. Because I'm talking about a subject that really is just at the beginning of the beginning, it's hard to stick a pin in things and call them done, and my diagnosis will continue to get refined, and the name and definition might change again in the future, especially if I ever move back to a country that only uses the DSM. But today, according to the definitions in the ICD-11 that's used here in the UK, my current diagnosis is complex post-traumatic stress disorder. The problem is the criteria and the diagnosis are still incomplete. They're ludicrously crude tools built up over years by well-meaning people with limited or no experience actually living with the condition. And then they're used by even cruder healthcare systems to determine if you do or do not get care which is itself almost always limited to, at most, a kind of fumbling talk therapy that has only slightly more real and reproducible science behind it than astrology. As I've sketched out, getting there took an initial trauma that didn't get treated, leading to PTSD that didn't get treated, leading through failures of people and systems to C-PTSD that, for the most part, also hasn't been treated. It's just been survived and endured. It's destroyed relationships, it's caused long-term damage to my body, and it's severely inhibited my ability to contribute to both my family's life and my society. Now, it's not all been bad. I've endured it relatively well. I was lucky enough to develop compulsions and compensatory mechanisms that made it possible for me to be one of the really high-performing ones, which meant I did actually have a pretty good career, and I've been able to hold down a very good job during the periods between my fugoid's bigger extremes. And that let me pay to access a very good therapist for long enough that I was able to enter a kind of remission and balance with my disease, which was teetering a bit after COVID, but not falling over right up until I got kicked in the head. See, I've had a hand in and I have responsibility for all of that, both those successes and those failures. That's because the symptoms of PTSD and C-PTSD are inherently psychosomatic. Sadly for you, that word may well be yet another kind of thought-terminating cliche. Psychosomatic does not mean physical symptoms that exist only in the mind. It means physical symptoms induced by the mind. Well, as I've said, the human mind is the single most important organ to a human life. That simple fact implies it can also be the single greatest contributor to human suffering. You and me, we inhabit the only species we know has created thermonuclear weapons. Our minds did that. Now, you might not feel particularly close to the minds that can contemplate fusion physics, but the average human mind alive today, if given sufficient resources, a big enough library, and a good enough librarian, could, eventually, assemble themselves a hydrogen bomb. That spongy, greasy, squidgy thing between your ears can unleash the power inside a star. It's a learning and prediction engine that is, as far as we can tell, the single most complex machine the universe knows, maybe has ever known, possibly may ever know. It's a weapon, an incredibly powerful weapon. If you don't think it can seriously screw up the hormones, organs, and muscles it's directly connected to, just by misdirecting all that power, then it's entirely possible you've got a more problematic mental illness than I do. I've been able to harness my very badly injured brain to some good effect. I've survived and endured, and because of an abundance of luck, even thrived, but I have always been limping along on what remained of a metaphorical leg that had been blown off beneath me. Unfortunately for my own long-term health, I haven't been able to access the care I have always needed. Because, well, frankly, that care barely exists. That's the world's contribution. But also because part of surviving and enduring, for me, has been hiding the details from anyone I didn't trust, not to hurt me further. And the simple truth is, my disease robbed me of the ability to trust any human being, including myself, a long time ago. Any attempt I made to disclose my secret and its history over the years backfired so badly, so catastrophically badly, from so early on, that surviving and enduring meant keeping that secret, always from others, but even at times and in part from myself. And if my body hadn't gotten thin, and thinned the walls I'd built inside my brain around that trauma along with it, and that thinner, lighter body hadn't ended up getting kicked in its thinner, lighter skull, then I'd probably still be keeping my secret. Because my skull did get kicked, I've spent the last 2 years, again, being forced to disclose my diagnosis and my history and hints about my secret over and over for hundreds of times to a ridiculously long sequence of therapists and administrators and bureaucrats, each of whom I've then had to extend my wounded trust towards in order to educate them in how to treat me and, more importantly, how not to harm me further. And most of them, if I'm being generous, have then gone on to harm me further anyway. That experience has finally pushed me to realize that keeping my secret has only ever helped the perpetrators keep perpetrating and helped the ignorant stay ignorant. That it's enabled your confirmation bias, but it's never actually helped me, and it's certainly never helped anyone else like me. That's why I have to walk you through the whole journey, why I've had to introduce myself to you in this way, and why I've now got to expose some of the details in the story of how I came to know my secret. Doing so will not be easy or pleasant, and will require disclosing some extremely uncomfortable truths about my experience. At the end, you'll know why I first gained and then lost the weight, why I gained and then lost it several more times, and how I've lost and now kept it off this time. But also why the weight is not the important part at all. If you're not like me and don't share my experience, then my hope is through my story you'll better understand those who do have such experiences, and sadly, we're nowhere near as rare as you might either think or hope. If you are anything like me, and I cannot express to anyone just how much or how deeply I hope that you are not, you'll hopefully have some idea that you're not alone and that there is a path forward. That path isn't easy. It isn't one you should be on. And walking it will, I'm sorry, take every remaining step of your lifetime. It's not, I'm afraid, a path to a cure. I can't promise you that. But I can say that the path we're on doesn't have to lead to catastrophe. It definitely doesn't need to involve any more harm to either yourself or to others. If you're anything like me at all, then it's you, and you alone, that has the power to stop both. That power has been with you since day zero. It's the thing that terrifies you when you catch yourself looking out of the mirror. Hi, I'm Michael, and everything I know as life began because on some day in August 1980, on my first day of school, in a bathroom stall not far from my kindergarten class in Palmdale, California, I was murdered. Now that might sound like hyperbole, like something I'm saying to be dramatic or to get attention, but you're just going to have to extend me a little more trust here because it's not. It's taken me more than 4 decades of work and effort and aching bodily pain you probably can't even fathom to get to the point I can say this in public. The last thing I want is attention for this. I don't want light shone into my dark places. What I always wanted was attention for the good things I did with and because of my dark places. But some bastards came along and kicked me in the head and cracked the wall I'd built around all of this. A wall that had gotten thin precisely because my body had gotten thin. And now the dark things are loose, and it's time to speak about the unspeakable. I'm not saying this because I want attention. I'm saying this because I want someone else with hidden, dark things to know they're not completely and utterly alone. I mean it when I say I was murdered that morning. The thing I knew as Mike really did, in every conceivable sense, die. And the thing I eventually started asking people to call Michael, the thing you know by that name now, just kind of continued on. You might notice that I call both of them things. And to me, they always have been, because that's how depersonalization and derealization, as experienced by preschool-age children, can play out. There was the body of a little boy who never got up off the floor of that bathroom stall, and there's what remains. The body of the boy, and then the man that came home. The body both my father and my mother later and independently told me wasn't the same person that had left that morning. The thing you recognize in the mirror, the thing you think of as me, I don't have that. And I haven't since the first day of school. I have never, not once in my life, since looked in a mirror and seen me looking back. I see a body. A corpse my mind has been entombed within. It turns out this is a kind of common artifact of the worst cases of C-PTSD. It takes that idea of a foreshortened future I mentioned previously and grinds it up way past 11. I read about it recently in a paper about actual torture victims, and in their stories, as they're struggling to explain themselves to a researcher who really has no idea what they're asking, it was just so painful to see someone else, really for the first time in my life, reflect back that same sense of just being stuck inside the thing that kept breathing. After the thing we call a life came face to face with cold, dark, certain oblivion and was forced to keep looking at it, with no hope of ever turning away. I'm not alone, but it's really hard for people like me to just run into and recognize each other. And it's not like we're encouraged to talk about our experiences. I've never met anything quite like me face to face, even amongst others with C-PTSD, which might well mean they don't know I exist either. Now, if you've watched our videos, especially the ones before we completed our mad dash around the canals and rivers of England and Wales and before I started to lose weight, you're probably feeling a bit of a disconnect here. You've seen me smiling, you've seen me laughing alongside and with and very occasionally at Joe, and you've seen me making silly talk and sharing ice cream with my bouncing Springer Spaniel George. You've seen someone engaging, sometimes funny, with a quirky, playful way with words and a vocabulary nearly as big as his beard. You'd maybe even describe him as extroverted. What you certainly wouldn't do is describe him as devoid of life. That's because I have a secret. And wrapped around it, keeping it from view, is the thing I call my mask. It's part of my survival mechanism. It's how someone with absolutely zero ability to trust any human, including the human they reside within, stays alive. You see, when I first came face to face with my acute stress response, I didn't fight. I couldn't. I was a 5-year-old kid. I didn't flee. I couldn't. I was literally locked into a bathroom stall. I didn't take fright. I couldn't. There was no one to startle and no one to hear. I didn't freeze or faint. I couldn't. If I'd done either, my murderer would have finished the job. No, I fawned. I ingratiated myself. I cooperated. I looked up into the face of a psychopath that was trying to kill me, and part of me figured out how to empathize with him. I learned really, really quick how to put on the mask. I've had it on ever since, just like I've had what I eventually learned was called hypervigilance on ever since. I have literally no memory of walking into any room on this planet, no matter how many times I've walked into that room, and not searching the room for weapons and exits and thinking about which way to face so I can fight or run if I have to. I didn't learn until my mid-20s that that wasn't normal, that it wasn't what everyone else did all the time too. Can you imagine how disconcerting, distressing, and freakishly alienating it feels to pick up a newspaper one morning and read an article and realize that your body has been forcing you your entire life to do the same things a veteran just spontaneously started doing after surviving a bomb blast that hurled ragged, red-hot steel through both her and the people who didn't survive around her? And that this isn't normal? That part of me exists because after the first time, those are the programs I want to run. I want my body to go straight, without hesitation, to first violence, then escape. Not fawning. Anything but fawning. Anything else, but not the mask. I learned on the first day of school that the mask is my default state. It's my most basic survival mechanism. And it's very, very effective. It's kept me alive. It's done more than that. By playing it against my persistent, ridiculously high hypervigilance, I've been able to be a really effective, really high-performing human being for significant parts of my life. Not most of it, not by a long shot, but for enough of it to make the sad, low-performing parts occasionally seem worthwhile. Together, they're how I learn new things really fast. They're how I walk into situations I don't understand and figure out how to survive and thrive in them. It's how I get people to like me, trust me, and believe me, to think I'm knowledgeable and intelligent, even when I know I'm just winging it and pathologically scrambling to stay alive. But the thing is, I also know that the mask can and will betray me. That in order to keep me alive, it will compromise me so badly that living isn't and wasn't worth it. My mask is willing to kill me to keep me alive. It's effective, it does its job, but it's robbed me of a life. That's precisely because no one ever explained to me that this is, as I've just struggled to explain, just one of several bog-standard, always available alternative pathways that a human can just find themselves going down when confronted with overwhelming, inescapable horror. Of course, I can't escape my own contribution to that. I was too young and scared and ashamed to communicate what had happened. More than that, I literally didn't have the words for what had happened. It was in every sense, but especially the simplest possible one, unspeakable. Something I did not have either the words to say or the voice to say them with. But that fact doesn't really change anything. I didn't communicate successfully what had happened, so I never got the help I needed to understand the consequences that would inevitably follow. That meant I never got any instruction or hint that my developing mask and everything it hid underneath was just one normal way to adapt to what I only learned years and decades later was an extremely abnormal experience. And because no one ever stepped in to tell me what I couldn't just somehow know, I had to learn the hardest way just how easy it is for a wounded child to learn from unprepared adults that it's much, much safer to keep the secret and hide the wound than it is to let anyone even get a hint of what's happened. I had to discover what I now know to be true. This isn't the unsupported opinion of someone who barely knows what they're talking about. This is a statement of fact based on positive knowledge and expertise. That fawning response I grew to call the mask will do whatever is necessary for the body to survive, no matter how compromising or horrifying or vile that may be, and it simply doesn't care what the mind or the emotions or the body have to witness or endure along the way. It's literally lower down in our animal brain than what we think of as the mind or the emotions. This is the thing that makes a dog wag its tail at the man who has repeatedly whipped it. It's beneath and below what we think of as the things that make us human. Worse, left untreated without anyone to thank the mask for doing its job and to tell it against its protests that it's no longer needed and it's time to go to sleep, the mask will take over day-to-day management of whatever survived, of whatever or whomever remains. And now I've got to explain how I know what I know. The story my body tells me has always had the same elements, and it plays in a kind of loop. On my first day of school, I got on a bus. I was so excited. I wanted to learn, and it had become clear to me that school was the place where you learned. So I was ready, and I wanted to go to school so bad. I yearned to learn and to understand. And my body remembers that yearning so strong, I insisted on taking the bus, even though it was the first day of kindergarten and all the other kindergarten kids would be dropped off by their mothers. And my mother listened to my insistence, so she watched her son Mike get on that bus dressed in a shiny shirt and proud. And my body remembers that too, that long ago and far away feeling of pride. I know I sat at the front of the bus, in the first seat on the right, near the stairs, and the weird handle the driver could use to open and close the door the kids would step up at each stop. I was fascinated by that handle, trying to figure out how it worked, and I remember the bus driver was talking to me, but I can't remember his face or anything he said, just that he liked my shiny shirt. And my body remembers that too, how much I loved that shirt and how it felt against my skin. And then, suddenly, like a jump cut in a movie, the other kids are skipping ahead, but the man who's talked to me on the bus is guiding me into a bathroom. My body remembers the white of the urinals and a wet, cracked tile on the wall. It remembers the smell of those chemical cakes they put in urinals, that chemically stench, a stall door closing, and the harsh light glinting off of a comically large belt buckle. And then it remembers something bad happening, something unbearably bad, incalculably bad, something monstrous. And then I wake, like from a dream, with a pain in my throat and a bitter, metallic, coppery taste in my mouth, like what you'd feel if you licked the terminals of a 9-volt battery. And then I'm guided, stumbling. My body remembers it being hard to walk, like I couldn't control my feet, like I couldn't fully even see them or where they were walking, even when I looked down at them. And then I'm led through the door into class, for some reason later than all the other students, even though some of them had arrived on the same bus with me. I was told to find a desk and sit down, but I didn't know the class was divided into first graders and kindergarten kids, so I just sat down at the wrong desk. Because I was bigger than kids my age, and I'd just selected the one near the kids my size that I'd seen on the bus. My body remembers all the children suddenly laughing and the teacher laughing too, and the unbearable weight of shame that descended like the hammer of God onto my shoulders at that moment, and how badly I wanted to cry as I moved to the right desk, but how something new simply wouldn't let me. My body remembers that my world had been shattered. It remembers all of this in my muscles and my sinew and my bones. It's let me feel it, but piecemeal and in disjointed parts, like it can't remember the sequence of events. My mind has had to string it all together to try and come up with an order, but my mind alone remembers only stepping on the bus, trying to understand the door handle, being guided for some reason late through the door into class, the pain of the classroom laughing, and then being forced to stumble through the Pledge of Allegiance alongside the noise of a bunch of first graders who for some reason already knew the words. And then my body and my mind vaguely remember, together, arriving home to a cake and crying and sudden rage and a mother who'd never see her son Mike again. Of that first day of school, what hurts the most isn't what happened in that bathroom. It's that I can't remember it as a single cohesive story, because that's what everyone in my life, including me, has expected and even demanded in order to believe me ever since. I have no episodic memory of it, only these visceral body memories, which didn't arrive all at once or in a comprehensible order. I couldn't tell you what his face looked like, or what shirt he was wearing. But I know what parts of his body smelled like over the stench of those urinal cakes. I know he had a bright metal belt buckle on, that it was comically large, but I couldn't possibly tell you what that belt buckle looked like. I couldn't tell that belt buckle from any other if you sat them both down in front of me. I couldn't tell you for certain if it even was the bus driver or someone else who was walking by. The kind of memory everyone, for some strange reason, expects from a victim of violence, where there's a clear sequence of events and you hold on to useful and pertinent details, where you know what time and place something happened and could testify about it in a court of law, like a witness statement. I've got none of that. What I also don't have is the so-called recovered memories that were all over bad American daytime TV in the late 80s and early 90s. I never got hypnotized and coaxed by an untrained child psychiatrist to build up false episodic memories of ritual satanic abuse or demon possession. The memories I have weren't implanted. They're just jumbled. And they didn't show up through someone else's prompting. I've had them the whole time. I just couldn't talk or think about them. At first, because I didn't have the words. I literally didn't have the words. And then, once I got the words, because no one else wanted to hear them. So no, I don't have anything close to a movie or a photograph in my head, and that hurts much worse than what actually happened. That's why it took me more than 20 years to start even trying to disclose what I do remember and how I remember it, even to the people I should have been safest around and who had no call but to do anything but trust me. And it's taken me a lot more years to overcome the pain I felt when even those people didn't believe me. Every human arrives with a preconceived bias, even the professionals. And they've been taught by media, made by people with my kind of training, paid for by people with power and agendas, to expect something that feels like an ideal documentary and to assume that anything else is a fiction. They expect me and others who, like me, were children, to have a kind of memory that no one who has actually experienced these kinds of events as children could possibly have. I don't have an episodic documentary, and I don't have an episodic fiction. Instead, what I do have is what I've pieced together out of decades of slowly being able to inch in tiny increments closer to the things my body and the mask it wears have been trying to avoid letting me fully experience the whole time. What I do have came in dribs and drabs that showed up along the years as bodily memories that slowly revealed themselves to a mind that couldn't, and I suppose still can't, cope with them all at once. It's the outer truth of my secret, but what it isn't is my testimony. A lot of people, especially men, for some reason, want to think about justice and retribution in the first instance and the risk of damage to some man's reputation in the second. And so they either want eyewitness testimony or they want to believe I'm making it all up. This isn't testimony. It's not DNA. It wouldn't convict a man, even if I knew his name. And the fact is, I wouldn't want that anyhow. But that doesn't mean it isn't real. The body remembers what the mind can't allow itself to. That's the core of PTSD in general, and C-PTSD in specific. And what it remembers, no matter how vague and strange and unsettling and even distorted, it is still the truth. It just may not be the kind of truth that a justice system, more intent on punishing or exonerating the accused than it ever has been on helping the victim, can recognize. I learned that the hard way when, years after the fact, I had my first conscious experience of a flashback. In the same moment, I discovered to my horror that my body already knew a flavor it manifestly could not possibly have known except through one terrible path. One path that could only have happened on that first day of school, inside that bathroom stall. And in my muscles and in my senses and in my bones, I know that I was there, that I was present, and that the flavor I had and have had ever since in my mouth was real and that it should never, ever have been there. Hi, again. I'm Michael, and I survived childhood sexual abuse. I use the finger quotes because while being a survivor is better than being a victim, I will only know for certain I've survived if and when I discover that I did not eventually die by my own hand. Unfortunately, at least in the several societies I've grown up and aged in, as a male with a history of dissociative C-PTSD initiated by preschool childhood sexual abuse, there's a substantially elevated risk of exactly that happening. And that's why I'll never be completely comfortable using the terms survivor or male survivor. I am comfortable enough calling others who have experienced sexual violence survivors when I know that helps them, but for myself, it's easier and more accurate to say that my body survived and has continued to survive, at least so far. On some day in August 1980, on my first day of school, in a bathroom stall not far from my kindergarten class in Palmdale, California, the boy I knew as Mike was raped and then murdered. And that which remained is what eventually decided to use the name Michael. And to be clear, I'm not being figurative on either count here. My body knows very clearly that I was sexually penetrated against my will, that this was done, at least initially, using some kind of force and violence, and that at some point I was choked or otherwise suffocated to the point of unconsciousness. My 5-year-old body experienced that loss of consciousness as actual death, despite the fact that something else, something other, woke up again. The level of violence was, I learned many years later, really very unusual and marks me as an outlier. That's because my abuser wasn't someone known to me. They weren't someone with persistent access to me or the ability to groom me or otherwise capture my trust. Instead, it was a relatively straightforward, opportunistic act of overwhelming one-time violence by a stranger. After a lot of years of hearing the stories of others who endured sexual abuse as children, I eventually realized that my experience of stranger danger was and is exceedingly rare. In fiction, it's usually a stranger. But the reality is the opposite of what we've been told to think. The vast majority of children who've been sexually abused and also survived the talk about it were emotionally coerced and manipulated by someone very close to them. Someone who had access and opportunities for interaction over a relatively long time and were either able to build trust or were already implicitly trusted. When it comes to male survivors specifically, it's only society's intellectual biases and its desire to insulate itself from the really common horrors by dredging up images of less common boogeymen that has you picturing a priest or a scout leader right now. The sort of random out-of-the-blue monster that changed the course of my life is virtually non-existent. And although authority figure abusers like priests and troop leaders and teachers, they really aren't exactly rare, but they're definitely not the most common or most realistic picture of an abuser either. The reality is that a child sexual abuser is almost certainly going to be someone very close to them, most often a family member. And if it isn't another child, then there's a very good chance it's their father, their uncle, their aunt, or their mother. In the sample of male survivors I've met personally and privately, a female abuser is roughly as common as a male. And their mother was by far the most common female abuser, but I've never seen either of those ideas reflected publicly in the media at all. And if it is another child, there's an odds-on chance that child was abused by one of those same adults first. In contrast, both my abuser and my abuse were really quite uncommon, which is why I'm saying I'm an outlier. Not to draw attention to myself or my experience, but to point out what I'm not and what I don't know. I have no experience of what it feels like to have been manipulated by someone who loved me, or I loved, into compliance, or to feel what I can only imagine is an incredible violation in the breaching of those kinds of familial trust, never mind what it must be like to have been violated in that way by the very people all the rules of society say are there to protect and care for and nurture you. I also don't know what it's like to have been betrayed by a trusted pillar of the community, by someone in religious or civil authority. Again, I can only imagine the damage that would do to a child's developing sense of self and community, not to mention faith or authority. When it comes to other children who've suffered sexual abuse as young as I did, I've never met another like me. I've never once met another who was harmed exclusively by stranger danger. What I have met is a lot of children seriously harmed by people close to them, people that should have been trusted, that they should have been able to trust. I really am the outlier, and I can't and don't dare speak for those children or their experiences because I don't share them. But what I can do is shed some light on just how badly I was mauled by what was really the most survivable and least traumatic form of childhood sexual abuse. Hopefully to draw some attention to what needs to be done for those who endured and are enduring right now, as I speak, the least survivable and most traumatic forms. What happened to me was both terrifying and horrifying. It was an experience of death, injury, and sexual violence, all three at once. It was the very definition of trauma. And it was absolutely going to cause significant and lasting damage. But like a through and through bullet wound that happens to miss somehow all the vital organs, horrific damage doesn't need to be fatal damage. Speaking only for myself, but in the hope of shedding some light on darker places, it's exactly because I didn't have all the extra complexity of family or community ties to my abuser that my trauma was really the through and through survivable kind. Properly treated, I was always going to have the psychological equivalent of a limp and scar tissue, but what I didn't need to do was lose my leg, much less my life. My trauma didn't necessarily have to develop into PTSD, and it certainly didn't have to become C-PTSD. The problem is for that proper treatment to arrive, someone has to take responsibility for what had just occurred to me. When a 5-year-old boy gets raped and left for dead, someone is responsible for what happened. Really, more than that, someone is now responsible for what comes next, for either picking up the pieces and doing something to help that boy survive, or for putting him out of his miseries. The reason, more than 4 decades later, that I do have and still have C-PTSD, and that not a single day of my life since hasn't been lived in a body that feels that rape and that violence, is because that someone ended up having to be me. That idea might sound perverse, and let me tell you, at a very profound level that gets so much deeper than you can probably imagine right now, it really is very, very perverse. But the simple fact is that at 5 years of age, I became responsible, actually responsible for both my rape and my attempted murder. I've tried to explain that idea of responsibility before, both to the friends and family who care about me and to the professionals who I've ended up having to seek out and try to help me survive with my mental illness. And I usually end up facing a wall of well-intentioned but still kind of unthinking pushback. Even from people trained to the current state of the art in how to work with people with C-PTSD, this usually shows up in another thought-terminating cliche. Something like, a child can't be responsible, or it wasn't your responsibility, or your abuser was the one who was responsible, or simply, it wasn't your fault. To me, as someone who endured what I endured, as young as I endured it, all of these are fundamentally both wrong and also unhelpful, but somehow they seem to protect the person saying them from having to face and then think about the darker, uglier truths. Well, sorry, but I never had the luxury of not facing and thinking about those truths. I had to start looking at them really close and really early, and I've put a lot of thought into them over a really long time. So allow me a moment to explain. I use the English language extremely precisely because what I'm trying to do is communicate. But actually communicate, not just convey. I am not trying to merely hand you my opinion. I am trying to bring your worldview into alignment with my own so that we are looking at the same page of the same book, so that we are in communion, literally sharing a perspective. The moment I was molested, especially because of how violently it occurred, I found myself in a very different story than the one most lives are playing out within. Looking at the world from a very different perspective. Think of me as a space probe sent off on a journey perpendicular to the normal one. I use precise words so I can communicate to you precisely what I've seen. And just like that probe, I may not have seen what you have seen, but I may have seen a lot of what you haven't seen. If you hear my precise words with imprecise meaning, all I'm doing is conveying, but not communicating. I may be being heard, but I'm not being understood. When most people use the word responsibility in this context, they usually mean culpability, and if not, they mean liability. Culpability is who is morally responsible for the harm, who should feel guilty for what occurred, who shoulders the burden of the blame. Liability is who is economically responsible for the harm, who must repay the debt incurred, who shoulders the burden of the costs. What neither addresses is who has the ability to respond, literally who has the response ability, who has the duty to do something about the harm, who shoulders the burden of picking up the pieces, treating the harm, and seeing no more harm occurs. In my case, the first two have stupidly simple answers. Culpability belongs to the man that molested me, and liability really belongs first to him, then to the school, and then to the state that employed him. But also, can anyone explain to me how knowing the answer to either question helps me in the slightest? Assigning culpability might have led to the nebulous idea of justice. It might have allowed someone to be punished. But you tell me how once his pants came down and he'd done what he did and then put his hands around my throat, putting a noose around his was going to help me in any way whatsoever avoid the worst effects of C-PTSD. Assigning liability might actually have been helpful because it would have provided me with some resources. But my whole point is that those resources needed to be available immediately, not decades later if the statute of limitations hasn't already run out. Now, see, both of these are just meaningless distractions for someone still in the middle of just surviving the disaster that has happened, whose life has just been violently interrupted, and who desperately needs someone with the ability to respond to show up and do so. Culpability is who or what caused the dam to fail and the disaster to begin. Liability is who pays for the cleanup after the disaster is finished. In the middle is responsibility, and it doesn't have stupidly simple answers. Is there a dam below the one that failed? Is it strong enough to hold back the water? When it fails, is there another below that? Is there someone who witnesses the first failure, or the second, or the third? Can any of them get a message through to the city downstream in time? As long as the disaster is unfolding, there's someone or something that can shoulder some, if not all, of the responsibility, even if that ends up being you, just clinging to a tree and hoping your fingers don't give out before someone else arrives to claw the responsibility back. If no one and nothing else holds, if everything between disaster and you fails, then the responsibility falls on your shoulders, and if they're not strong enough, if you can't bear it, it'll fall through you onto someone else. I don't care about culpability or liability in the slightest, because neither of them addresses the problems of the harmed, or the harm the harmed can do. I only care about the chain of responsibility. It might sound very strange to hear this, but I forgave my abuser a long time ago for what he did to me. He bears culpability, sure, and though I doubt he could ever have contributed to my recovery, he bears liability. But he never had responsibility. He literally never had the ability to respond appropriately to having that child under his care, or he couldn't have done what he did. He should have had that responsibility. Definitely, no question. But the moment it dropped on his shoulders, something very weak, if not already broken inside his mind, snapped or slipped or just wasn't there, and he failed to be the one responsible for my care in a truly horrendous fashion, and my disaster began. His disaster, though, had merely gotten worse, maybe catastrophically so. And it's because I have some understanding of that, I can forgive him. Now, in this culture, the idea of forgiving someone that violently sexually assaulted a 5-year-old child is frankly a bit alien. I get that. But at the same time, I am the one person with the right to do so, and I've chosen to do so. I've chosen to believe he had C-PTSD, but sadly was too weak and frankly pathetic to overcome whatever had in turn happened to him. probably during his own childhood, probably also involving the sexual violence of adults, probably adults very close to him, related to him. And so he passed his pain on down the generations, just like I've described. I am, of course, completely aware that might be my own confirmation bias. If I were to talk to him, I might discover that he was, in fact, just monstrous evil, temporarily wrapped up in human form by some god with an unfathomably complicated and kind of inhumane to me plan. The thing is, that sounds like a stupidly simple story and a thought-terminating cliche to me. And since I can't talk to him, I'll choose the more complex, but also more likely story, precisely because it lets me forgive him, because he's like me, if very sadly, with a lot less self-control. In my version of the story, he never had a hope of not doing what he did to me, because his capacity for responsibility had been destroyed by a disease that wouldn't have a name until just a few years ago. A disease that started trying to infect me the moment we came into contact that day in August 1980. So if not to him, to whom did the responsibility for treating that disease fall? If there'd been someone who overheard us in that bathroom stall, then it would have fallen on them. But they either weren't there or chose to dismiss what they heard but couldn't see. Next, it would have been the teacher as I was dropped off at the class. But I'd assume a teacher on the first day of class marshaling a bunch of noisy kindergartners and first graders into caterwauling the Pledge of Allegiance just might not notice anything untoward about me, and saw a slightly late child being chaperoned by an otherwise familiar and trusted adult. As I've said, I've got essentially no episodic memory of that day, so the next people I'm aware of on whom the responsibility could or would possibly fall were, for better or worse, my parents. Anyone with any actual training on how to teach and interact with children had already escaped the path of the flood coming downhill, really just within minutes. Responsibility was about to crash down on the two people in my life who both had the most access to me and authority over me, and were also, comically, the two people least prepared by their society to take up that load. Now, let me make it clear. Nothing in me blames either my father or my mother for what happened next. Part of the reason for that is because I'm not interested in the distraction of culpability. What I actually care about is what went wrong in the chain of responsibility. Another part, if we're being honest, is because my C-PTSD inhibits access to some of the emotional building blocks necessary to feel that blame in the first place. Mainly, though, it's because, after basically making every conceivable error along the way, and finding and backing out of all the intellectual and emotional dead ends, I eventually developed two skills that everyone just assumes are part of being human, but really aren't: compassion and empathy. Or at least I developed the ability to pretend at both enough that the results look the same as the real thing. With both of those skills and enough time and more effort, I learned enough about both my parents and their histories to understand that neither of them had ever had even the slightest hope of being ready to deal with what came home from my school that day. That each of them had their own experience of trauma, becoming PTSD, becoming C-PTSD. And though the specific acts and violence are just lost to time in history, that they each had suffered as children of those who in turn had their own histories of the same. When finally, decades after the fact, I was able to disclose what had happened to me to each of them, what got reflected back was very clearly the same flawed alternative pathways, the same clusters of the same symptoms, echoes of the same attempts to badly manage and treat themselves, and the same shame at being harmed in the first place. Again, it could be my confirmation bias, but I choose to believe that what happened next wasn't because my parents were either inherently evil or inherently incompetent, but instead that their ability to be responsible for my care had been undermined and weakened by at least 2 generations of C-PTSD, and that's what led to a third. When the thing I eventually started calling Michael came home that day, and my parents suddenly discovered that something highly traumatic had happened to them, and what could be more traumatic than an entirely different child coming home in the same body you'd seen your son leave in that morning? They reacted with their own flawed versions of the acute stress response. They more or less immediately started following automatic programs that were meant to ensure they survived. Unfortunately, those programs, operating on their unreasoning emotions at a level well below their conscious thinking selves, didn't actually acknowledge, much less care, if I survived. Now, what actually happened next played out over years across multiple countries and involved changing family circumstances and relationships. It involved a lot of biographical episodes and gory details that are really too specific to my personal experience to be of any use to you. I'm trying to walk you through my progression from childhood trauma to PTSD to C-PTSD to the Fugoid, and ultimately this video, in the hope that that might help with recognizing trauma and the problems that develop from it going untreated in yourself, your family, or your friends. And it's hard to find that balance between secrets that should be exposed and things that really can just be left unsaid. I love both my parents, and that love means I don't feel it's right to speak for them, and I also don't want to speak badly about them. So all I can do here is try to summarize how the burden of responsibility hit them that day, how it overwhelmed them, and the ways that played out and how that responsibility ultimately passed on to me. I know they were both trying in their own ways, and with the skills, knowledge, and experience they had to be good parents. And I've never blamed them. I long ago forgave them. There's no culpability, liability, or responsibility there, but the pathway from my initial trauma to what became my C-PTSD, leading up to today, flows through them and what I understand of their own complex relationships with trauma. It's easiest to speak of my father, both because he died some time ago and because I didn't actually know him very well. My parents divorced while my brother and I were still quite young, and we were estranged from my father for 25 years until I finally decided to seek him out. Then 1 week after we met as adults, he was diagnosed with terminal cancer, and less than a year later he was gone. That means that a lot of the conversations I wanted to have and the questions I was hoping to get answers for, I just had to set aside. So I don't know much about his childhood, other than that there was some kind of brutality from his own father. Brutality that was somehow always tied to his father's religion. Apparently my grandfather was quite a fan of spare the rod, spoil the child, and occasionally used that rod in ways and on parts of his children no God could ever have intended. I believe, but only through hearsay via my mother, my father never confirmed it directly, that he was also raped or molested in some way as a child by someone in his family. Just as we'd been estranged for most of my life, my father was estranged for most of his own family until just before his own father died. I know that my father had serious emotional control issues and difficulties with relationships when he was still a young man, and that he had a huge amount of anger in him, though he couldn't or wouldn't talk about where that had come from, and that it was joining the military that taught him discipline. I know he loved, to an obsessive degree, discipline, order, and control over chaos. He was a flight engineer, got into computing quite early, and was always building intricate objects and tinkering with precision tools and lathes and other machines. Anywhere he flew in the world, he'd use the same hotels and the same restaurants, where he'd order the same food. Because more than anything else, it seemed he wanted and needed consistency. From what he told me after we reconnected, he had learned to really, really hate inconsistency to what felt like an irrational degree. That was something he'd apparently had since childhood, but something in his experience as a helicopter mechanic in Vietnam had ratcheted that up. He could barely talk about the war, even having difficulty telling stories he remembered as funny. There were some things that objectively weren't funny that he couldn't talk about at all. Soon after the divorce, not long before I didn't see him again for a quarter of a century, he mentioned a bus stop and some kind of detonation, and then his eyes glazed over and started darting around, and his face flashed with something I've only ever seen in a mirror when I've had a flashback. My father definitely had severe, completely unacknowledged and untreated C-PTSD on the day I came home from school. The war on its own had seen to that. What I don't know, and never got to ask about was where some other behaviors of his came from. The things that were hidden, the things he compartmentalized, to the point that maybe only I ever knew about some of them. Maybe specifically because I'd gone to school, one quiet, calm, confident kid, and come home another screaming, tantrum-throwing, constantly reactive one. Because I'd suddenly and shockingly become as inconsistent as possible. I don't know for sure if it actually started on that first day of school, but I don't have a single memory of a hug from my father or being carried on his shoulders from that first day of school in California until he left and I wouldn't see him again for 25 years. Before that day, I have memories and photos of my dad being very affectionate with me. But it wasn't even months afterward that he started telling my mother that he couldn't touch me anymore because I'd grown too fat. I have a photo of myself at the end of that year. The idea that I was fat, or even slightly pudgy, is just utterly delusional. But something about his child suddenly being so completely out of control had so disturbed my father's equilibrium that his acute stress response kicked in. He was going to fight chaos with order, and once that couldn't be managed by just disappearing to work more often, that meant he was going to instill discipline in me by whatever means necessary. And that started by telling my mother it was time to put a perfectly normally shaped, healthy 5-year-old boy on a diet. It ended with beatings behind a closed door whenever I did anything that embarrassed him or made him feel stupid or out of control. Beatings in which I couldn't cry out, or they'd get worse. When he'd get so angry, he'd stop paying attention to which end of the belt he was using. They weren't frequent. My father wasn't a monster, and they only happened when I was particularly confrontational, emotional, or disrespectful, or embarrassed him professionally. But when they did occur, they were, in a word, consistent. Like he was automatically doing something he'd learned by rote. When I finally called him again a lifetime later, the first thing my father did was apologize for being a bad father, for not being present and providing for his children, and for the withdrawal of affection, specifically for me. He thought I was calling to confront him. He didn't understand that my C-PTSD, being as bad as it eventually became, meant that I couldn't fathom as a child, and can only intellectually understand now, that I didn't deserve the withdrawal, the absence, or the violence. It helped that he'd grown enough to acknowledge that he had failed at the basic job. What I always wanted to ask him, but I didn't have time or opportunity, was why even then he couldn't acknowledge the belt strokes or the slap across my face. Why, if I hinted at them, he'd look blankly bewildered, as if he couldn't remember them at all. Why, in that moment, I'd recognize my mask on his face. I do love my father, and I don't want to imply he's the villain here, because he wasn't. He was objectively a bad father, and he was an extremely bad husband to my mother, and he admitted to both, but he wasn't a bad man. There are no bad men. There are just weak men with bad justifications for their actions, and my father cocked up both of those jobs because he hadn't been given anything but bad preparation for either. He certainly wasn't prepared for what had happened to me. In truth, he wasn't prepared for finding out about the details 3 decades later either. And when responsibility landed on his shoulders, they broke, and it cascaded down onto mine, bringing some of his legacy of violence along with it. I have forgiven all of what came afterward, including all the details I've left out, but it did take what was a survivable one-time trauma and help turn it into years of neglect, hunger, and occasional abuse that I couldn't fight and couldn't flee from, couldn't escape until my parents divorced. The reason I could forgive that was because I recognized in him something just as wounded as I'd been, something just as violently angry and desperate for control and discipline. I don't know the specifics. That was his journey, and I never got to ask and wasn't in a position to push or force it out. What I do know is my grandfather found whatever control he had through religion, that my dad couldn't quite get that to work and so leaned on the military for his own, and that both of them were at times very brutal to at least one of their sons. In both cases, their external sources of control simply didn't work. It's harder to speak of my mother, not just because she's still alive, but because she's the one who tried, who always tried and is still trying, and who stuck around. Every year, it's my mom I thank on both Mother's Day and Father's Day, because after my dad disappeared, she was forced to take up both jobs. And though it took some time after the divorce for her to find herself again, eventually she grew into both roles and did them well, really well. I love my mother so very much, in ways so much richer and deeper than anything I have ever felt or currently feel or could ever have felt for my father. That's why it's very hard to explain how, once the burden of responsibility slammed into her own acute stress response at the time ended up tearing open and shoving bacteria into what was already a just barely survivable wound in me. Unlike my father, who basically just abandoned his post once I came home explosively hyperreactive, my mother really tried to understand what had happened to me that day. She did feel the responsibility, and though she hadn't been remotely prepared enough to actually succeed, she tried to take the strain. She recognized something serious had happened, but she didn't know how to get me to explain what had happened any more than I had words to do so. She could barely get me to calm down between what became more and more frequent tantrums and outbursts. And in the 1980s, a mother trying to draw attention to her kids' sudden behavioral shifts without her husband's support was kind of automatically labeled hysterical. In their minds, I'd been chaperoned from the bus to class and nothing could have happened and nothing would be investigated. And that was it. The school just washed its hands. My mom just had a problem child. When her husband just accepted that and disappeared into work more often and stopped offering any kind of support, her capacity for responsibility started to crack. When my father started saying that he couldn't touch me anymore, specifically because I was, in his delusion, getting too fat, that capacity crumbled utterly. I do know quite a bit about my mother's childhood. I know her parents were functioning alcoholics, though this is so common in the town she returned us to after the divorce that I think of myself as a functioning alcoholic who will just never be drunk. I know she's had an eating disorder for most of her life, and I know that because she taught it to me. She'd learned disordered eating at the hands of her own mother, and I know this in turn because my grandmother spent most of my teenage years cackling the same litany of insults and derision at me for my weight as she did at my mother for hers. Eating disorders run in a straight line from me through my mother, through my grandmother, all the way to at least my great-grandmother, who did something unspeakable involving food to my mother before she'd even reached preschool age. Something she can't recall at all, but that rendered her so bodily terrified of having unfamiliar flavors in her mouth that it took me more than a decade of meticulous effort to gain enough trust to get her to try anything new at all. That's how I started to realize that my mother also has what eventually got named as C-PTSD. The flash of horror on her face at even the thought that something that tastes bad might have entered her mouth is just too similar to what flits across my face when I realize there's something that tastes metallic and bitter. Even before I learned that terms like hypervigilance, flashbacks, dissociation, and PTSD applied to me, my mother and I would talk about the ways in which seemingly random inputs and stimulus could cause both of us, in our own ways, to suddenly experience huge waves of intrusive, confusing emotions and thoughts. That we both had triggers that if pulled would set off an explosion that we wanted to avoid, and that we could avoid them by gorging ourselves on food. Triggers that were somehow associated with childhood horror that was so fuzzy and indistinct as to be literally unspeakable. My mother grew up in a time when the notion of PTSD only existed under the name shell shock, and could only apply to men who'd experienced the chaos and violence of war. Men like my father. Though because he wasn't a combat soldier, even the extremely traumatic experiences he'd had in Vietnam, just a few months before he'd been discharged and my parents met, weren't sufficient to warrant treatment of any sort. In the same manner, my mother's, in hindsight, obvious C-PTSD went unrecognized and untreated for decades by the time I stepped, terrified, off the bus from my first day of school. My mother tried to shoulder the burden of responsibility. She wanted, with all her might, to get her child back, to see her Mike again. She did everything in the very small amount of power available to an expatriate Canadian housewife in California in 1980 to try and understand what had happened to me and get me treated and get my mangled self set right. She did that because at some level, for some reason not available to my father, she knew something bad had happened to her son and that his sudden emotional inconsistency was something to address, not something to ignore, then discipline, and eventually try to shame or beat out of existence. What she didn't know was that the moment my father implied he wouldn't love me anymore if I didn't lose weight, which was the same thing he'd been saying to her about her own weight since shortly after they married, which in turn echoed what her own mother had both said and acted upon when she was a child. She'd flipped to her own acute stress response. She didn't fight. She couldn't. She was a woman and he was a man. She didn't take flight. She couldn't. She was a mom to 2 boys in a country she could only legally stay in with her husband. She didn't take fight or freeze. She has the same default state as me. She fawned. She acquiesced and she cooperated. She thought she was protecting me by doing whatever it would take to not let me have to survive what she'd had to survive, the loss of a parent's love because of her weight gain. And that flawed program ensured that not only did what I'd actually survived not get addressed or treated at all, but I ended up having to survive what she had survived too. That is how and why my parents started restricting my food intake while I was already thin but still growing. A few months after I'd experienced death, serious injury, and sexual violence, all before I'd even finished kindergarten. My parents were both trying to do their best, but faced with an unfamiliar alien child that had come home acting like the world had shattered, and his definitely had, they each reverted to their own automatic, self-focused, self-protecting survival mechanisms. And by doing so, left me to fend for myself when it came to what had actually harmed me. They abandoned the burden of responsibility, and now there was no one left to take it up. It landed on me. No child is prepared to grow up quickly enough to bear that kind of responsibility correctly. In fact, no child is in any sense even capable of growing up that quickly. What they are capable of doing is maturing far too rapidly in an undirected, scattered, and dangerously incomplete manner by simply skipping over or radically abbreviating important stages of development that normal children with normal experiences naturally get to proceed through. Getting to the kind of maturity and knowledge required to actually carry the whole load of childhood sexual abuse when you have to do it alone takes a literal lifetime. Getting to the point you can shove in some rough supports and try and hold bits of it up and keep the whole disastrous mess from crashing down at once, you can start doing that shockingly quickly. But what I learned the hard way is your body does that by prioritizing. And it now cared a lot more about keeping me fed than it gave a damn about whatever had happened in that bathroom. To a growing kid's body that's suddenly faced with hunger and an artificially restricted food supply, the one-time violence of being raped in a bathroom at 5 years of age is nothing. That's probably why, to this day, it still feels like just that. Nothing in comparison to what came after. It's taken me a long, long time and a lot of effort to get to the point where I finally feel it's time to tell at least 25,000 people, and who knows how many more, that it happened to me. But that's not because it's the important event. It's not. It's just the thing that came first, and explaining what came after means explaining what came first. The sudden shock and violence of stranger danger, of nearly having ended, is nothing compared to being forced against my will, completely against my will, and by the two people society empowers with the legal ability to give my consent for me to starve. And starving me was exactly what they were doing. The moment my dad and my mom started to constrain the food supply of a growing, then 6-year-old boy, they were cutting that body off from the resources it needed to keep accelerating up that growth curve. So in trying to keep me from gaining any more excess weight, which again existed only in my dad's delusional mind, what they accomplished was, in net effect, forcing me into my first crash diet. For every pound I lost, my hunger amplified. For every pound I didn't gain that I was supposed to gain, my hunger amplified. And that is how I learned what starvation feels like. And a starving thing will eat. It will think of nothing but food. It will do anything necessary to get that food. Before I even reached the first grade, the ability to control my pitch was sheared right off. I was on an uncontrolled phugoid heading towards what my flight engineer father, if he was still alive, would call uncontrolled flight into terrain. And I will never, ever leave it. That summarizes how my parents' automatic reaction took me straight from traumatic event to PTSD to C-PTSD by turning a single, devastating, but treatable injury into an untreated, seeping mess, and then into something first gangrenous and then infectious, all because they couldn't bear that responsibility because they hadn't been prepared to do that by either society or their own equally damaged and unprepared parents, and therefore ended up rubbing what they'd already been infested with into my open wounds, and they kept rubbing it in over and over for years. Because once these cycles of reliving and avoidance and reactivity start, they just keep on cycling over and over. Phugoid. I can't and don't need to tell you all the details of the years of progressively more disordered eating, of my attempts to control my weight, or of the insatiable, agonizing hunger that brought with it, or of the bullying my weight fluctuations brought with them, as all of that would take all day. But for anyone who still has doubt, who still can't empathize, and who still doesn't want to believe in what my body's memories tell me are the truth behind the event that just started me towards C-PTSD, one thing I absolutely do have crystal clear, perfectly formed, absolutely could testify about it in court if it would or could ever matter episodic memories of, is sneaking into the cupboard below the counter where the flavorless rice cakes my mother and I were allowed by my father to eat were stored. Above the counter was the cupboard full of cookies and cakes and chocolate that were for him and my brother. But I knew, and to this day my body and its muscle memory still knows, that if anything was ever found missing, and you had better believe he kept an inventory, it was me that would, in secret, get another smack across the face or a belt across my bottom, regardless of who took it. In the back of that cupboard, below that counter, though, was something that had some flavor and fat and a consistency that was better than styrofoam. And when I was hungry enough and there was no one around to see, and my already hypervigilant senses were scanning the whole house to check, that's when my mind, absolutely terrified of getting caught, ended up watching my body literally cramming pet food into its mouth as fast as it could manage. I spent parts of my childhood so hungry because I was being forced to lose weight I didn't actually have to lose, at least at first, that I acted like an animal and I ate an animal's food. And though it was a big step up from the rice cakes that weren't even a human's food, I felt guilty for it. I felt shame for it. Tremendous, unbearable shame. I felt like I deserved to be punished for betraying my parents and breaking their rules, for what my growing body and its growing hunger literally forcing me to do. It's been 40 years and I still do. I still know precisely what pet food tastes like, and that's just one more piece of visceral knowledge my body has, but isn't supposed to have. Food restrictions forced on you by someone else constitutes torture, and in the right circumstances is a war crime. I wasn't being starved to death, I was being starved to someone else's delusion, and eventually the extra hunger forced me to force more calories than I needed down my throat, and that drove me up, and so I started to look like the delusion. So the delusion got worse, and the calorie counting got more and more rigid, and then the urge to compulsively eat got more and more violent. Fugoid. I don't even know when I stopped being able to see anything in the mirror but the delusion. But I do know that if you saw and described my body today, it wouldn't bear any relationship whatsoever to how I'd either see it or describe it. I literally cannot see in the mirror what you'd see in that same mirror. Hi, I'm Michael. And by the time my parents divorced in 1985 and my mother moved us back to the small town in British Columbia where she'd grown up, I had developed C-PTSD, which, because it had been intertwined by years of childhood neglect with a parent-induced eating disorder, might also be called DTD. It wasn't the most severe case. I didn't yet have the full dissociative symptoms and all the extra complexity that brings with it. And if it had been given the sort of careful professional support that can, with enough money and knowledge, be accessed today, it was probably still treatable, even if it was likely only ever going to be manageable rather than curable. Unfortunately, I wasn't going to find any of that support in Abbotsford, British Columbia. Instead, I was going to discover just how much damage a child with C-PTSD can do to their self, especially when raised in a community full of adults that are pathologically incapable of supporting children. I had a lot of mood swings, difficulty forming relationships and trusting, especially with men and boys for obvious reasons. And I had some seriously negative ideas about myself, notably an unbearable amount of shame. I also had tremendous anger that I didn't know how to control at all, and it manifested as a lot of very violent thoughts that had been alien to me before my first day of school and which were very graphic and disturbing. I now know this to have been part of my still developing hypervigilance, but at the time they were just horrific, unbidden thoughts that I couldn't control or moderate. They would intrude any time I felt either frustrated or scared by someone else, and I was scared by someone else essentially all of the time. That was especially true at school, where my growing weight and odd behaviors, especially my hesitancy to use urinals and school toilets with other boys or men present, led to quite a bit of bullying, which in turn led to even more intense thoughts of escalating violence aimed at others, but also at myself. I'd already started to suppress and try to avoid those thoughts. I wouldn't talk about or express them because of the shame I felt. That shame had built over the years because of the intensely negative reactions both my mother and my female teachers had had to drawings I'd made and other ways I'd expressed myself after my first day of school. With several decades of experience and hindsight, I now recognize those drawings as both my attempt to communicate what had happened to me and to recapitulate the violence I'd experienced, but because I didn't get heard, and it was clear the exploration of violence wasn't going to be acceptable or safe, those impulsive thoughts morphed into compulsive, violent shame. That shame was amplified by an overwhelming desire to simply not be like my father, who had grown violent enough towards my mother and me that he was just about to vanish completely from our lives. Something he did, he told me years later, because he had realized he wasn't going to be able to control his own impulsive violent thoughts more than he had been much longer. Unlike him, I couldn't simply eject myself away, and so I'd had no choice but to learn how to suppress my increasingly violent rage on my own while still a child. For better or worse, I had figured out that I did have two ways of doing that. First, I could swallow at least some of the anger and violence by literally swallowing more food, by stuffing my rage into my body as extra fatty tissue. It'd be years before I learned that cortisol, the main hormone involved in both the acute and post-traumatic stress responses, is fat-soluble. But by the time they divorced, I'd watched my mother's example long enough that I knew I could numb those intense feelings and the thoughts they drove by the simple act of pushing my weight up higher. That added fatty tissue added a chemical buffer between my brain and my rage. Second, I had realized quite early on that I did actually have a very crude and very dangerous ejection mechanism. I don't remember precisely when I first started to understand that suicide was something a person could do, but I do know that it wasn't very long after the first time a woman registered disgust at a drawing I'd made of violent things. To protect others from what felt, even then, like a disease that had somehow corrupted me, had made me dangerous, I installed my own trigger mechanism. Though I didn't yet have the knowledge or means to actually do it, much less a specific or actionable plan, my mind had decided it would kill my body if it ever moved to act on the violent impulses that it kept throwing up in front of me. Over the years, I'd also developed what I now know and recognize as triggers and flashbacks, though at this point my triggers were seemingly random and could be essentially anything, while my flashbacks were so overwhelming that they didn't provide imagery yet, just intense emotions that would leave me screaming in rage and striking out violently towards objects. Always objects, never people. I had enough control to direct my intense internal violence only at external things, but what my mom eventually called my episodes would leave me physically exhausted and even more shamed at the end because I damaged someone else's property, which for some reason was always considerably more important to the adults around me than the damage I'd done to my own hands. Sometimes these episodes were bad enough, I'd only realize I'd come out of one when I was standing, shaking, fists balled and my left foot screwed up, with no knowledge of how I'd gotten there or how much time had passed. I had nothing like the understanding I do now of what was happening to me. No words or language, much less precise terms for any of this, and that left me unable to communicate what was happening. My inner world was unbearable, but also, quite literally, unspeakable. So I simply thought I was crazy, and that I had to figure out, myself, how to control that crazy. Because all anyone else was doing was punishing me or shaming me for being abnormal. None of the adults around me, including those who ostensibly had responsibility for me, were doing anything to teach me how to either control my emotions or control the outbursts of violence that my body had when those emotions overwhelmed me. Instead, what they taught me was how to use chicken wire and spackle and plaster and paint to repair the walls I'd damaged. The only useful, actionable advice or guidance I was ever given was how to literally hide the evidence of the war inside behind a superficial veneer. On top of what, in hindsight, were the bright blood-red flags of PTSD induced by childhood sexual abuse, the violence of my weight fugoid, which had continued after my parents divorced, had left me with a very severely distorted body image. In the very few photos that remain, I was pudgy. Not enormous, not unrecoverably obese, just a bit above average for my height and slowly edging towards more than a bit. But I thought and believed that I was morbidly and disgustingly obese. My father had cut off affection when I was 5. My mother, not long afterwards, after I inadvertently flipped some sort of a social taboo switch that shut off affection based on my height rather than my age or maturity. And as I got older, my reactivity and emotional tantrums discouraged anyone from touching me. So by the time we'd moved to Abbotsford, I truly believed that I was, in a word, untouchable. Untouchable by men and boys was fine. My first day of school and my father's belt had eliminated any possibility I would ever be able to endure or desire any kind of physical contact with males without feeling abject, unreasoning terror. But untouchable by anyone was never going to be bearable. We are fundamentally social animals, and the human body needs affection and contact just as much as it needs food. Starve it of either long enough, and it will do anything to get what it needs. Well, by the summer after I turned 15, I hadn't been touched in an affectionate and loving manner by another human being for most of the years I'd been alive. When I say untouchable, I mean that in my mind, anyone that touched me would be demeaning themselves, that they'd be lowering themselves to touch something filthy. At 50, I'm sorry to say, I still have to actively fight every day to resist that thought. Back then, it meant that I'd have compromised or negotiated my safety in any way imaginable if someone had just been willing to hold my hand. Just think what that does to a child. Being starved of food and then starved of affection, all because they'd made the mistake of getting on the wrong bus in front of the wrong man. And I was still very definitely just a child. At 15, puberty, genetics, and the fugoid had left me somewhat bigger than most of my classmates, and I did look a little older than my years, but my world was still plastic toys, G.I. Joe, Transformers, comic books, and cartoons. Except for in certain specialized, walled-off, secret areas, I was as ignorant and naive as any child, maybe even more so since I'd been forced to skip and truncate whole developmental stages along the way. I knew that I was desperate for physical contact and affection, but I'd also been left completely clueless on what that even meant or with whom, if anyone, it was supposed to happen. I knew that it wasn't going to be boys. That avenue had been cut off in the most violent manner possible, and men utterly terrified me. While I'd always found girls pretty and intriguing, I also thought of them as soft and vulnerable as the other kind of young victims of male violence. I couldn't risk hurting someone else, especially someone good, without hurting myself first. That was the trade-off I'd made to hide the violence brewing inside. That left women, or at least what my still quite childish mind thought of as women, and specifically a woman who'd already been demeaned. Someone who would already somehow be prepared to touch something filthy, something just like me. Revictimization is what happens when the urge to recapitulate puts you in harm's way, when it compels you to take on risks that aren't sensible or safe in order to somehow unburden yourself of your trauma by reliving it, while still in the position of the recipient of trauma, of the one without power. Recidivism is what happens when the urge to recapitulate puts others in harm's way, when it compels you to put others at risk or make them unsafe, so you can somehow unburden yourself of your trauma again by reliving it, but this time in the position of the causer of trauma, of the one with the power. If there's any relationship that someone who's endured trauma should avoid, it's one in which someone heading towards revictimization meets someone heading towards recidivism. At the time I met her, I thought I had finally, after all those years of discomfort and pain, stumbled onto the first glimmer of luck I'd seen since the morning I'd stepped on that bus. In hindsight, it's almost ridiculously obvious how perfectly I'd been primed, shaped, and molded, how I'd been made the ideal victim of an adult female predator? Hi, I'm Michael, and over the course of a relationship that lasted under 6 months, from the summer after I turned 15 right up until the day I turned 16, I was raped numerous times. What was in truth the second sexual experience of my lifetime, just as in truth, was my second experience of rape, and it wasn't the last. Now, I have to be careful to say I'm using the word rape here because that is what it feels like to me. I was a legal child, manipulated and coerced into sexual activity by someone who was years older and a legal adult for most of that period. That activity often took place under emotional duress, and from the very start, I lacked either the knowledge or the experience required to provide anything even remotely approaching informed consent. Her age, experience, and knowledge meant there was an extreme imbalance of power. So she steamrolled right over the line between okay and wrong. I'm not formally accusing anyone of the crime of rape, as that term hasn't been defined in Canadian law since 1982. And I'm also not accusing anyone of a crime at all. At the time, I'd been led to believe that a boy couldn't be sexually assaulted by anyone but a man. So as far as I knew, no crime could have occurred. When I finally realized how badly I'd been harmed and actually looked, it turned out that under the backwards laws that applied at the time, there was only one act a 15-year-old couldn't consent to with any adult human who wasn't in a position of authority. And consent didn't yet mean you had to understand what you were consenting to. If it were to happen today in Canada, then legally what happened would be sexual assault. While in many parts of the world it would be statutory rape. But at the time, as far as I can tell, it wasn't legally a crime at all. Morally, though, for me, it was very definitely rape. Rape that, because our culture can be pretty perverse and toxic, regardless of how many people want to stick their fingers in their ear and pretend it isn't, was cheered on by my male peers and at least one of my male teachers, who all thought I'd hit the proverbial jackpot by stumbling across a hypersexual older woman to initiate me and make a man out of me. More thought-terminating cliches. Well, thanks for the advice, guys, but that jackpot devastated my life. Now, again, intellectually at least, I don't blame her. I can't because, though I didn't know enough at the time to understand what it all meant or how to react to it, and especially not enough to have any idea how to protect myself from it, I was already perceptive enough that I had more than just an inkling of what had been happening to her for most of her childhood and her life. She'd brought me home and introduced me to some of the predators in her life. I'd seen the monsters who shared her home face to face, and from my first day of school, I'd known what that kind of monster looks like, and they terrified me. But the monster I knew wasn't inside the house and present from the day you were born, so I can't really even imagine how much they terrified her. I wasn't old enough, experienced enough, or informed enough to be able to recognize all the red flags in her. The compulsive hypersexuality, the performative exhibitionism, or the spiral of self-destructive choices. But I knew enough to recognize another victim. What I didn't yet know was how to recognize a victim that hadn't chosen to bind the violence within, how to recognize someone that had been re-victimized so badly, so many times, that she'd elected to become a recidivist. Again, it might be my confirmation bias, but I don't think she was bad or evil or had some literal demon inside of her, though a lot of the self-described good Christians in Abbotsford would have said exactly that, and many of them did, including her own father. Instead, I choose to believe there was a deeply wounded self, a self that needed so badly to try and learn the right way to handle the monstrosity that had been visited upon her, that she felt compelled to recreate the circumstances of her own horrible injuries in a wrong way that horribly injured me. And she did horribly injure me. Again, I find myself in a place where the actual details are irrelevant. If I could give you the specifics, they're just too specific to me and my story to be of any use to you and yours. But I couldn't give you all the specifics, even if I thought it would help or if I wanted to. You see, it's here at the moment I first re-victimized myself that the real trauma of my life begins. Everything that came before, everything I've described, that's what leads here, what sets the stage. That's all speakable. I have words for that. I can express that. I can feel that and its impact on my life. It's taken me a lifetime, but I can, with a great deal of effort and not a small amount of actual pain, force my body and my mind to walk through the details and parse out the parts that I think can help and say them out loud. And that's good. Maybe for me that leads someday to catharsis. And even if it doesn't, maybe for you or someone else, someday it leads to being able to understand yourself or someone else a little better. But there are details here between the moment we met and my 16th birthday that I still can't get anywhere near. And I mean that in a very literal sense. I've been back to Palmdale as an adult. I don't know the name of the school I was at. I don't know where it was. But I know that if I visited that school today and found the bathroom and even the stall somehow still there, that I could stand there and understand it and be present there. It would hurt. It would hurt a lot. But I could stand there and feel that hurt. There's 5 square miles centered on a specific house in Abbotsford, British Columbia that I would to this day rather die than step within. Just bringing that street the house was up on Google Street View makes me physically ill. And I'm half a planet away. I don't feel even the slightest anger anymore to the man that molested me as a child, but if you gave me the keys to a nuclear arsenal, those 5 square miles and everyone and everything within it would be seared down to the bedrock as soon as the missiles could arrive. I loathe that place. If evil existed, that for me is where it would be found. That's where it would live. That's what my body still forces me to avoid. But it won't let me anywhere near because facing what happened there is just too painful. Not because of what she did to me, but because of what I did to myself. The thing is, I know that evil doesn't exist. There's no evil there, no actual monsters or demons, and there never was. The idea of evil is just another thought-terminating cliche, and so is the idea of good. There was in reality just a line of sad, pathetic, ignorant people who felt at the time, and to the degree they were capable of thinking, justified in their actions. A line that once more stretched back at least 3 generations, including her. I don't know exactly when or how that family's legacy of multi-generational alcoholism and childhood sexual abuse and what would now be called C-PTSD began, but both her father and her mother had clearly received that legacy, and both lacked the tools, the understanding, the knowledge, and frankly the brains necessary to keep it from cascading through them. By the time I arrived on scene, they'd been either abusing or been complicit abusing their daughter for most of her life. And they'd both abused an incredibly warped understanding of Christianity they'd received from one of Abbotsford's warped churches in order to keep doing so again and again. Not one member of her family had above grade school literacy. But in a Bible they couldn't read and never had a hope of understanding. They had found all the thought-terminating cliches needed to justify the sadistic abuse they had both heaped upon her. In their fevered imaginations, the original sin of her genitals somehow required them to hurt her and her genitals in order to keep her on the righteous path. Once they'd justified the unjustifiable, it was her demons that tempted them to go too far, and when they found themselves perversely enjoying their sadism, they imagined more demons to explain the unexplainable. Fending off their real guilt and those imaginary demons required a period of cross-bearing and self-flagellation, and eventually they'd put enough passion into their masochism that their imaginary God would forgive the unforgivable. Of course, it was only a matter of time before the power of their thought-terminating cliches would fail, and her imaginary demons would start speaking to them again, and they'd circle right back to the same real sins. And that, in turn, is exactly what they'd instructed their daughter to do. To cycle in a perpetual fugoid of sadistic actions towards others and masochistic abuse of herself, and she'd never been provided with any other or better example. No evil, no demons, just trauma and reliving and avoidance transmitted through bad faith into revictimization and recidivism, a familial juggernaut that had crushed them and then crushed her. And that's how it ended up crashing into me. I can't imagine any circumstance in which any 15-year-old could or should even be able to conceive of the idea of sadomasochism. I know that I'd heard the words sadism and masochism before, that I was aware that they were terms that could one day maybe find a home in my vocabulary. But the ideas were quite divorced from any speakable reality. They were alien, adult words without any discernible meaning to a child. I can't imagine a world in which it would be okay for an adult to ask a 15-year-old to consent to engage in sadomasochistic acts, much less a world that would recognize any consent they gave to those acts as informed. I certainly can't imagine a world in which a 15-year-old child should ever find themselves actually engaging in sadomasochism. I can, however, and very unfortunately, imagine a world in which a 15-year-old boy with my history, introduced by random chance to a woman with hers, ends up learning more about pain than should be humanly possible because I lived it. As I've tried to explain, there's aspects of this I can't look at still. I have the memories, they're just viewed, as it were, through the weird, warped, hard-to-describe looking glass of dissociation. And it was right there, the very first time she took a kid that had never even held hands with a girl right past my first kiss to way past the point of no return, that I learned how to see the world through a disassociated lens. Something she did, and again the specifics don't really matter, so perfectly but disturbingly mirrored what had happened on my first day of school, that something in my brain, something I still don't really have words for, just cracked. I had my first, for lack of a better word, live flashback, where part of my mind and body went off and re-experienced in sudden, disjointed images and sensations what had happened to it at 5, while the rest of my mind and body continued to experience what was happening to it in real time at 15. And something about finding a specific metallic taste in my mouth, something repeated in a way that couldn't actually be a repetition, in which I was present both as the one being harmed and the one causing that harm, opened a loop. That's why some of my memories of these actually very small number of months, relative to the expanse of my life, feel so very, very close, so unbearably close, while others feel like a fiction viewed on a theater screen, like one of the Movies I eventually ended up actually helping make during my career before YouTube, where I'm watching something horrific play out in someone else's life, except it's me. And there's some part of me is sure it can't be real, except it is. It won't be until years and years later that I learn to identify my triggers, to give them that name. And it'll be nearly 2 decades before I learn the first useful techniques for grounding myself out of a flashback. But in real time, as a 15-year-old who hadn't been given even the most rudimentary of sex education, I had no way to know that the pain and shock and horror of flashing back and discovering dissociation via both of depersonalization and derealization weren't just the normal, expected, everyday thing you were supposed to feel when someone more experienced touched your body in that way. That's how ignorant I was. I had not been prepared to even the slightest degree to know that what I was experiencing, where I couldn't even recognize my own body, wasn't both normal and something that I should want to experience. The fact that I really, really didn't want to experience any more, that everything that had happened so fast and gone so far that I had blown way past anything that felt safe, and my still unnamed hypervigilance was screaming at the top of its metaphorical lungs to run away as fast as I possibly could, didn't matter. Because very briefly, before things had gotten so scary, she'd held my hand and hugged me and looked at me and touched my body without obvious disgust. And that meant my body was going to trade whatever it was she wanted, no matter how it felt, for the affection it had been starving for and couldn't possibly get enough of. The fact that this all happened in a matter of days after we met tells me, with years of hindsight, that I had gotten caught up in her fugoid. A boundary I didn't even know could be set, hadn't even been discussed. All the messaging we'd both received for years meant that the consent of a boy wasn't required. It was just assumed to be automatic. After I found myself reliving my own acute stress response in such a shocking and vivid manner, after what was really just a small step into preliminary sexual exploration, I fell back once again on fawning. Not consent, definitely not informed consent, but fawning, which to a recidivist might look close enough. In the days and weeks that followed, I kept trying to establish a limit. It was the early, very ignorant days of the HIV and AIDS pandemic, and what little education I'd gotten was that I wasn't yet ready for a literal death sentence. But she kept pushing for more, and I kept purchasing the affection I needed with small, progressively more uncomfortable sacrifices. In my naive child's mind, I thought she was a peer driven by desire. Nothing I'd been exposed to or told about had provided me even the slightest hint that a dangerous female predator driven by need could even exist. Again, I thought my intense discomfort must be normal. So we kept creeping forward, little by little, towards what she told me was the normal and necessary acts of two people in love. I never noticed her switching that to the insinuation that I must not love her if I didn't want to do all the things she wanted, but that I didn't even understand. Nor did I recognize the very real and implicit threat in her telling me she'd be forced to cheat on me if I didn't provide what she needed. Looking back, I'm impressed the small sense of self-worth I had at 15 held out for as long as it did. But it was maybe a little over a month before I'd run out of small transactional sacrifices. I was either going to have to give her what she wanted, or I was going to have to lose what I needed. Unfortunately, what she wanted was pain. Not the worst pain. She wasn't a monster. Again, there are no real monsters. but pain nonetheless. I don't know when or how she stumbled on self-harming, but she taught the rudiments of it to me. At first, just by explaining what she'd done to herself, then by demonstrating it in small ways and then bigger ways that progressively revealed themselves as, for some reason, more and more sexual. And again, how was I supposed to know this wasn't perfectly normal? That's how I learned to first just scratch myself, then to cut myself, then to burn myself. First for someone else's pleasure, and then for my own. I'm sure it's a very foreign idea to most, but to someone with hypervigilance whose attention is always being drawn off to threatening things, using a threatening thing on yourself in a controlled manner, it turns out, is very focusing. All of the anger and the shame within somehow can find a perverse sense of relief in doing these little harms to a body that's already known much larger harms. That's how and why I think self-harming makes its way into the lives of so many people with PTSD and C-PTSD, especially women. It somehow feels, albeit incorrectly, like a hint of the catharsis that's supposed to come at the end of recapitulation, and like a small amount of power to the powerless. And that sense of being bad medicine is what makes it so readily accessible, so first compelling and then eventually addicting, what makes it yet another kind of fugoid, her kind of fugoid, which, at least for a time, became my kind of fugoid. Sadly, as I said near the beginning of this video, I have a tendency to go to extremes, and as I've tried to expand on since, the OCD tendencies baked into my brain by virtue of surviving with C-PTSD yearns to follow new paths all the way to the end, to ritualize and repeat something until I understand it properly, to recapitulate. As I've grown to understand them, PTSD and C-PTSD drive that need to recapitulate, and I believe they drove them in her as well. And so she hurt herself, and then she hurt me, and so I hurt me. I believe we had different but similar experiences of sexuality being forced on us far too young and far too early by adults. And that's what drove the recapitulation in the form of pain tied to sexuality. Unfortunately, and as I explained rather unusually, I also had the experience of death being forced on me far too young and far too early by an adult. I don't just feel the need to recapitulate, I feel the need to recapitulate to the point of self-destruction. Hi, I'm Michael, and a little over a month after we met at 15, on the day I lost what, in light of my first day of school, I can only sarcastically call my virginity, my mind discovered how to make my body a near-perfect masochist. In a moment of severe pain experienced through the tunnel vision of my extremely triggered hypervigilant sensory system, I learned that my body's basic pain response could be effectively disconnected and ignored. That all I had to do was switch on my recently discovered ability to dissociate. Our pain response occurs as an entirely autonomic interaction between sensory receptors in the skin and other organs and the sympathetic nervous system. It's an even earlier and more basic part of our animal physiology than our acute stress response. In fact, it's such an intrinsic part of our too many F's basic animal survival mechanism that we're not supposed to be able to ignore what it's telling us about our environment, as doing so risks serious injury or even death. The pain response is why your hand snaps back from something too hot, long before your brain even begins to register the danger. Like other reflexes, it's vital for our physical moment-by-moment survival that it remains autonomic and isn't stuck waiting for input from our relatively slow-to-respond brains. And she taught me how to teach myself to bring it under somatic control, to turn it off, more or less at will. The actual specifics of how she did that, again, aren't important. That moment was bar none the most humiliating, embarrassing, shame-inducing and traumatic event of my life. What actually happened was horrific, and certainly is not the memory, episodic or visceral, that any human being should be left with of one of those formative boundary experiences that you can only have and pass through once. I shouldn't end up sobbing and crying every time there's a scene of first love just because it's presented as happening somewhere minimally safe where there's an actual bed. But the specific details of that moment aren't what matters, except for one. I don't know what product she'd used to prepare herself specifically, or if she'd figured it out for herself, or by listening to some of the idiotic advice I've learned since was given to girls in that town by parents, teachers, administrators, and especially church leaders. But the detail that does matter is that during what to a normal child with normal senses would have been an extremely intimate and intense moment, the extremely intimate parts of the body of an abnormal child with abnormal senses endured an intense chemical burn. I was terrified. Nothing about that situation was safe, and suddenly I was also in entirely unexpected agony. I was also still so poorly prepared and ignorant of what the experience of sex was supposed to be that in real time, I, again, through this intense, burning pain, thought I'd just discovered another requisite step towards being normal, that this was what I was supposed to feel. The negative self-image that years of C-PTSD had already created in me automatically started to berate me as a freak who just wasn't enjoying what everyone around me and all the media we were consuming was insisting I was supposed to be thrilled at. So I needed to fawn. I needed to put on my mask, to pretend to her that I was enjoying what provided me no pleasure whatsoever, no matter how much it hurt. I needed to take it enough to fake it. In my mind, I was already invested. There was no going back to before the pain. And if I didn't keep doing what she wanted, I'd lose the affection, or she'd cheat and put us at risk of STDs or worse. If I faked it, I could at least remain as safe as I was and keep the affection I needed. A few minutes ago, I described how something not nameable in my brain had cracked during our first few fumbling days together, and I've explained a bit about how the little pains, the little bits of cutting and burning and other nods to sadomasochism she had introduced me to had helped me focus some of the hypervigilance to narrow its enhanced attention down to a literal knife point. Well, through that crack, all that attention focused on something else I really can't find better words for. Something that just might be unspeakable, because English just doesn't have the words, and we haven't yet invented anything like a programming language for human psychology and physiology. And when I pushed through that crack and touched that something else, it yielded. That's when I first learned to disassociate from pain voluntarily. Not exactly experiencing it third person, and not exactly experiencing it as unreal or fictional. This was and always has been something that hovers, vibrating very uncomfortably somewhere between what I know as depersonalization and derealization. It left me feeling the pain very acutely, but just not caring about it and not having to react to it. It was happening to me. It was real. It just didn't matter. Because I didn't matter. I couldn't matter. If I'd mattered, no force in the universe could or would have possibly placed me on a path that led to that sensation of chemical burning. Once it was over, I wanted to return to it. Not the sex. I'd never want to return to that. I wanted to return to the place where I could be hurt, but not feel. Where I could know pain, but not give a damn. Where I could suffer and just not care about it. And like I said, I've got a need to recapitulate to the point of self-destruction. My childhood from the first day of school on had taught me to take on physical pain as emotional and psychological trauma, and the extreme violence of that first day and all that had come since had left me with an extreme version of what Sigmund Freud, for all his many, many faults, called the death drive. That was Freud's term for the instinct that drives the constant repetition of trauma, both recapitulation and recidivism. And while those two terms, I think, do a better job of conveying what's involved, death drive is certainly an appropriate description of what I found waiting for me that day. The foreshortened future of C-PTSD already had me. I already felt like I was already dead inside, and that a significant part of me just wanted the suffering to end. I couldn't yet remember anything clearly, and I certainly couldn't articulate why, but whenever I was forced to sit down in front of a mirror to get my hair cut and I'd have to spend time looking in my own eyes, I knew there was nothing really there looking back out at me. I had never let myself slip into violence because hurting someone else meant hurting something better than me, something worthy of being protected. And if I hit anyone instead of anything, I already knew I'd never stop hitting until someone or something put me down. I had never let myself slip into drugs because I already knew that if a pill or an injection made me feel better, I'd never stop taking them at all. I had never let myself slip into drink, which was an absurdly easy addiction to pick up in Abbotsford, because I'd been lucky enough to have someone tell me that the appeal was it lowered your inhibitions. Do these people really not know what they're inhibiting? Those are three of the easy traps childhood sexual abuse, at least for males, lays in front of you. A shocking number of other truncated boys I have met have lost years, if not their lives, to bullying others, injecting the pain away, or drinking themselves into a stupor. For some lucky reason, something in my brain already knew none of these had any hope of actually working, and it had kept me from slipping down those paths to destruction. Nothing had prepared me for how powerful it felt to touch something else in that brain and be able to feel pain but not give a shit. That path I slipped down without hesitation. That path I was going to learn to run down if I could. Over the next several months of our short relationship, I continued to give her what she needed. It never felt good. There was always pain, and in fact, the pain increased. It was never something I wanted to do. It was just something I endured. What I had wanted was affection to continue, and I'd traded my safety. And now I wanted safety to continue, so I traded my pain. I surrendered my animal instinct to protect myself from pain to a sadomasochist. I naively thought that the pain was supposed to be there, that it was normal, and I'd had no kind of guidance or experience to counter that. Worse, at the time, Abbotsford, British Columbia was full, past brimming, with adults so stupefied by badly misinterpreted and misapplied Christianity that they thought the only morally correct thing to do when a lethal, and at the time untreatable, sexually transmitted disease was literally stalking their children was to preach abstinence, shove their fingers in their ears and their heads up their asses, and pray. In the face of their incessant braying, the few sensible ones were drowned out. I was on my own. I was invested in enduring the pain, and I'd discovered, by accident, the rough tools for doing so. What I needed was practice. What I did over those months makes sense only in light of how the stage had been cleared by meeting a dangerous man on my first day of school, how the neglect and errors of both my parents had assembled the scenery, and how meeting a dangerous woman before I'd even reached the start of maturity had drawn back the curtains and brought up the lights. If I'd tried to explain what arrives on the scene here without explaining any of that, it cannot make sense. That's why I've had to walk you through all of this to get here. Seen through that looking glass, though, what now begins has a terrible kind of cold, horrifying logic. Hi, I'm Michael, and I have tortured another human being. actually tortured. If my victim could accuse me, I would be culpable for a war crime. But my victim can't accuse me because he is me. To prepare for the pain she needed me to feel, I needed to feel pain that was worse. So I did. I prepared. My self-harming intensified from the little things, cuts and burns that she'd introduced me to, and it intensified really, really fast. Again, there's details here I shouldn't relate because these are the literally gory details that can't and won't help, and many of them I couldn't relate even if I wanted to. But there's a very good reason I know, and I mean really know, with a certainty that makes the sun coming up tomorrow look pretty iffy in comparison, that I could sit here in front of you right now and push a nail all the way through my hand if I just decided that I needed to. And I could smile while doing it. I wish that was an exaggeration, but it's not. I know what you have to be prepared to feel to lose 150 pounds in a year multiple times, and that's nothing compared to what you have to be prepared to feel when steel meets muscle, sinew, or bone. Never mind when you finally hit a nerve. I know what I know because I've experienced what I've experienced. Starting from my first day of school, there are quite a few things that I know, that my body especially knows, that I definitely should not know. That certainly no child, and maybe no human, should ever know at all. And here, too, I've got no proof that I can show to the people whose knee-jerk reaction it is to simply refuse to believe that I know what I know. By 15, I knew I needed to sterilize the steel, and I knew where to put it, that it wouldn't be observed. And with all the stretch marks I've built up over the years, the scars don't look like much at all. This isn't my testimony. It couldn't stand up in a court of law. It's just the truth. And the truth is, I maimed myself in order to be able to withstand the pain brought on by whatever it was she'd been taught to do to herself. I injured myself. I was able to disassociate from my body so fully I could wound the parts of it that in theory are supposed to bring pleasure, but had brought me only agony. And again, alien as it may sound, on the inside these acts made a cold kind of sense. They felt justified, or I wouldn't have found myself doing them. Watching myself do the things I did to prepare for her, seen through my hypervigilant eyes, was a real education. Once my brain learned how to flick the disassociation on, my body could endure anything. Once my body understood that pleasure and pain are actually precisely the same sensation, just at different intensity levels, my brain could endure anything. Not without pain, not without cost. There was always a price to be paid. But who cared about the price if it was just me and my grotesque body that were paying it? As summer progressed to autumn, and then autumn to winter, and my 16th birthday approached, all the little trades I just kept making and all the boundaries I just kept slipping past were starting to slice away at what you could call my humanity. I was doing something to myself that was unspeakably shameful. Beyond the pain, it felt utterly wrong, freakish, even disgusting. But I couldn't reconcile that with the fact that all my experience of human sexuality, which again had begun when I was 5, said that anything involving these parts of the body was supposed to involve pain and disgust. I had no one I could go talk to about any of this, and no idea what words I could have used then. There's some parts of it I can't find words for now. During that time, what I eventually learned to call hypervigilance ramped up in intensity to the highest I have experienced outside the immediate moment of an ongoing violent event. When it's at its worst, I lose track of time because I'm paying so much attention that the passage of time seems to slow. When my tunnel vision is at its strongest, what feels like a year for you can feel like a decade or more for me. Those relatively few months in Abbotsford were for me an unending descent into hell as I spiraled into my first truly serious experience of depression. Depression is, I think, widely enough understood that it doesn't need the sort of formal introduction I gave to PTSD and C-PTSD. Most adults alive today, especially with the experiences we've all shared over the past few years, have at least some personal knowledge of depression as a mental illness. Even if it wasn't so serious, they'd think to describe themselves as having been mentally ill. Most people have had, or seen someone else have, a prolonged period of low mood and sadness, of struggling to find or feel hope, pleasure, or motivation, of feeling stuck on a downward gyre spiraling towards the ground. Most people have also found their way out of that gyre, eventually, maybe with the help of a smile or a friend, maybe with the help of a doctor and medication, maybe just with the springtime return of the sun and longer, better days. Not everyone has reached the point where they can't get out of bed, but also can't sleep, or found their appetite or libido just entirely gone. But I would think most can relate to how jarring and frustrating those would be. Fewer have reached the point where suicidal ideation begins, be that fleeting impulses, active planning, or actual action and attempts. Hi, I'm Michael, and I was 15 and seriously self-harming the first time I hit the point in my experience of depression that I started to think that I had to either change or die by my following birthday. I'd had suicidal ideation over the years since I was 5 that had appeared as really quick, disturbing, intrusive, and unbidden impulses and thoughts. But during this period, these progressed quite rapidly to dreaming nightly of leaping to my death, waking to a sense of intense disappointment at still being alive. And as my birthday, which for some reason I had started to think of as my deadline, grew closer, active and methodical planning. That kind of thinking, of even reaching the threshold level of depression where suicidal ideation starts, is understandably harder for a lot of people to relate to, if only because those thoughts and that action have, for less understandable reasons, been stigmatized by pretty much every culture there's ever been. All of us carry some remnant of our culture's confirmation bias and stigma with us, and that remnant underlies a lot of our fast-twitch opinions and feelings on the topic, which tend to fill in when we haven't put real effort into deeply considering it. Well, if you've reached this far with me, I think you're a thinking being who is capable of that consideration, and I would hope and expect that a thinking being could, if only as a mental exercise, consider, if not empathize, with how very disturbing and difficult it would be to find your mind, which just minutes ago had not been projecting that choice in front of you, suddenly presenting it to you as an option, and possibly a very tempting option. That thinking being could also, I hope, set aside for a moment any moral judgments. Again, this is only an exercise, and consider, if not empathize, with how that same depressed brain might so distort the world that to the person within it, that option isn't just tempting, it's justified, and possibly even the only justified or justifiable option. If you're still with me here, then we may have temporarily bypassed at least some of the thought-terminating cliches that form a culture's specific, probably not very well thought through, stigma around suicide. Permanently abandoning that sort of stigma requires a very significant investment of time pondering an already very uncomfortable topic. So for the purposes of this video, I'll provide a shortcut. I'm an extremely thinking being. My hypervigilance developing to the level it did means I don't do anything but think, violently think. And I'm accused of overthinking all the time by people who think of themselves as overthinkers. I've also invested a significant portion of my life thinking on this specific topic, so I'll give you 2 axioms and the conclusion they lead to, and together they can hopefully save you making that same investment. The axioms are straightforward. First, if it has the right to live, then it has the right to die, because it's going to. Second, if it lives and it has the right to think, then it has the right to think about dying, because, again, it is going to. Unless you either have no body at all, or you have a body that cannot die, there is no workable escape from those 2 axioms. From there, the conclusion is kind of obvious. If it has the right to live, and it has the right to think, then it has the right to consider the manner and the circumstances of its death, and the right to actually determine that manner and those circumstances. And that right is, and always should be, and always should have been, absolute, inalienable, and not even up for dispute. If you have a body, and it is going to die, then there exists a set of circumstances in which the choice to end your own life is the morally correct choice to make. Don't think so? Consider Hitler, or if it's easier, Mr. Spock. There also exists plenty of circumstances in which allowing you to end your own life is the morally correct choice for society to make. Don't think so? Consider anyone ravaged by an absolutely untreatable cancer that's past the point where any amount of morphine or other painkillers works. The cultural stigma where I live currently would force me to endure any amount of agony to fail to defeat an untreatable tumor. While that same culture can and will euthanize my dog or my cat without my or the animal's consent as soon as that same tumor is discovered. Cultural stigma doesn't make room for actually thinking beings, and that's because those stigmas weren't developed by actually thinking beings. The purpose of cultural stigma might originally have been to try and discourage people from making that choice, to disincentivize otherwise healthy people from using a very permanent solution to treat a possibly temporary problem. But it has proven terrible at those goals, and it has only ever done more harm than good. One single person who can set aside their stigma long enough to listen with empathy can do what no amount of cultural stigma can ever accomplish, while no amount of people with any amount of empathy can undo what a single piece of terrible cultural judgment can cause someone to do in the moment. The goals underlying the stigma might be worthy. In fact, there's a lot of rights we might have that we probably should only use very rarely, after much consideration, and only once we've taken the people around us into careful, well-reasoned account. In an ideal world, maybe there are rights we would have, but would never need or want to use. But cultural values and ideas we lean on before we've begun to understand the context aren't a good or even useful way to hear someone out and understand why they've been thinking what they've been thinking. These values and ideas are just another kind of thought-terminating cliche. They allow us to avoid having to think too deeply about a subject that makes us personally uncomfortable, and they allow us to avoid having to empathize with someone else and actually meaningfully grasp the reality of their situation. Maybe we shouldn't assume that they are otherwise healthy and considering a permanent solution to a temporary problem. Maybe we should consider that they might be significantly unhealthier than we know, or that they're thinking about a permanent solution to what to them is an actually permanent problem. And importantly, their thinking might be right, and their death may actually be necessary, and it's even possible we should be willing to help them on their way. And we need to make room for that, while cultural stigmas can't. Cultural stigma says this act is always wrong. But if there exists a single valid exception to that rule, then we need to make room for the fact that there may be other valid exceptions. We need to be able to consider a world in which the rule isn't a rule so much as a possibly very weak suggestion. So now that we can see the value in setting aside our cultural stigma, I'm going to ask you, other thinking being, to consider and at least try and empathize with a depressed child that has just found themselves having suicidal thoughts. When those thoughts feel justified, and they're still stuck within their own cultural context and its stigmas, and they have all the moral judgments of their own thoughts that come with those. Now imagine being an increasingly depressed child who has had glimpses of suicidal thoughts in the past, and then, from their perspective, found themselves driven by painful experience and painful choices towards thoughts and action that every adult they could consider reaching out to for help has already either refused to discuss at all or has already told them are wrong. Not just wrong, but sinful. Not just sinful, but unforgivable. When the supposedly responsible adults have either engaged in outright denial or modeled nothing but shame and judgment, to the point of invoking the eternal hatred of a supposedly loving God, what are the odds that child will seek out their help or the help of that God, no matter how desperately they might need it? If the child beats those odds, what are the odds that help will be the reply? How likely is it that such a depressed child in that context is going to receive meaningful, non-judgmental, and actionable support? The first time I found myself actively suicidal, I did actually try to reach out for help. The depression was clearly overwhelming me, and while I didn't have the slightest clue how to even begin talking about all the specific experiences that were driving my depression forward, I did know enough from the messaging and media I'd received that I was supposed to share with adults the fact that I was starting to seriously consider ending my life. My ability to do that was substantially impaired by the C-PTSD that was ultimately the cause of the depression. Ironically, if I hadn't been traumatized at all, then I would have had significantly more options for help with the direct outcomes of that trauma. So I probably could then have accessed what I probably then wouldn't have needed. With my history, I couldn't possibly consider talking to men. The bus driver and my father had left me with simply no hope of ever feeling sufficiently safe to talk to males about anything broaching on the emotional or the sexual. One of the most painful tragedies of childhood sexual abuse is how a single event by a single actor can utterly, and for much, if not all, of a lifetime eliminate the ability to trust half the human population in an instant. Unfortunately, that also eliminated the chance either of my uncles could have helped, though I'm pretty certain they would have listened if I'd been able to approach them at the time. It also meant that many of my teachers, and essentially all of the school administration, were just automatically filtered out. That last part eliminated my female teachers from consideration as well. I really admired my principal, for instance, but because of our shared chromosome, I couldn't trust him with any of my secrets, and that meant I couldn't trust anyone I already knew would be required to report what I said to them up to him. I'm taking pains to explain my thinking here to show how C-PTSD can narrow the scope of people who might help down to just a very few, very quickly. This is how my specific thinking went, but everyone with similar experiences will face the same general problem. In my case, that left the women in my life who weren't my teachers or other school staff. I can't imagine I or any 15-year-old boy trying to talk about genital self-mutilation with either his mother, his aunts, or his grandmother, so female relatives were eliminated as well. That left my doctor, who I was never in contact with long enough to find the words, my rapist's mother, and the mothers of a very small, and due to the depression, very dwindling circle of friends. With one exception, who to this day I regret not reaching out to, but didn't because I just didn't want her to think of me as broken. That left a bunch of mothers who'd been marinated in some seriously screwed up and ignorant ideas about suicide. The specifics of those ideas, again, don't matter. To explain them would be to fall into at least critiquing, which some people would inevitably see as attacking, a particular set of religious dogmas. Those of you who don't like religion at all might cheer that perceived attack, but those who do might shut off this video, and then I'm ironically left preaching to the choir. I really don't want to do that. If you're a believer and you've made it this far, I want you to keep going. It's really important to me that you hear me out all the way. But the other problem I face is that if I explain the specifics, then a lot of people who are religious would start commenting that those folks just had their religion wrong. And they'd be right. Anyone who has actually read the books involved and actually understood the words would know these ideas were, as I said, seriously screwed up and ignorant. But that would still leave us distracted from the important point. If my C-PTSD hadn't filtered so many people out, maybe I'd have heard from someone who had their religion right, who'd heard the ideas found in that faith in a way that gave me something valuable here, in this very painful moment I'm in. That's why it's important for me to make this clear. I don't have a faith. My specific experiences mean I can't possibly have a faith. But I'm not attacking faith in general. I'm not attacking a faith in particular. I'm not even attacking their specific personal faith. I'm just trying to make it clear how some not particularly well-reasoned ideas drawn somehow from that faith by these particular adults in this particular town at that particular time served to put a child more at risk of suicide than he had been before they'd opened their mouths. And in that particular town, I wasn't alone. I was just one of the lucky ones that didn't share that faith, and I could think through and deflect at least some of the worst of these particularly bad ideas. I have lost an absolutely shocking number of friends from that town to suicide, addiction, and self-harm, and almost every one of them was someone for whom faith was important, right up until the adults they trusted, because they shared their religion, failed them, betrayed them. What matters isn't what they said. What matters is that every kid with these kinds of thoughts needs help and counseling from mature, informed, and fundamentally adult points of view. What matters is that they'll only seek that help at all after they're at risk, and only where and when they think there's someone fundamentally safe who they can trust enough to seek it from. And what really matters is that any adult that responds to any child broaching topics around suicide, sexuality, and self-harm with any kind of religious fundamentalism can't be trusted and doesn't qualify as an adult at all. And that includes the children for whom religion and even fundamentalism matters as much as it includes the ones like me for whom it didn't. The very last thing that a suicidal kid who hates themselves and believes, rightly or wrongly, that they're already stuck in hell needs to hear is that absolute worst case scenario all suicide is going to do is leave them stuck there. I was actively suicidal. That's already isolating. And on top of that, I was an atheist in a deeply religious town. I already had a limited support base to draw from. And when and where I did reach out for help, including from my rapist mother, I received nothing of value. In fact, I got negative value, and a lot of it. Because those I reached out to simply couldn't set aside their cultural stigmas long enough to just listen, much less think. The adults who just leaned on denial, the sort of adults who a couple of years later, after the body of a boy my age was found hanging, joined the great and the good of the town and its churches in bringing in a youth pastor to harangue us for 2 hours about the deadly risks of autoerotic asphyxiation. The sort of adults who just pretended my friend had either never existed or had simply stupidly slipped by accident while trying to sinfully masturbate, while, by the way, fully dressed. Their contribution was infuriating, but at least relatively neutral. The ones who couldn't hear me talking about my harming my own body without thinking they might earn the credit for saving my soul? The ones who felt it was so damned important to tell a suicidal child they were damned and sinful and needed redemption rather than empathy. Their contribution was to make it worse and isolate me further, to actively and aggressively push me deeper down the gyre that I'd just been slipping down on my own. That cascade failure infuriates me to this day. I'm not angry at them, these particular adults. When I'm feeling generous, that's because I know they were only working with the deck they'd been dealt, and as Norm Macdonald would have said, that dealer was a real jerk. When I'm feeling less generous, it's because there's no more point in being angry at something as dumb as a post than there is at being angry at the post. Either way does anything get moved. Now, what I'm angry about is how the entire culture I was raised in failed me and failed so many kids around me. How it failed my rapist, leading to my rape, leading to my slide towards suicide. When there's a slide and everyone knows it's there and it's dangerous, when everyone with even an inkling of common sense should know that kids are going to use that slide and they're going to get hurt on that slide, how is it that most adults refuse to talk to the kids about it at all? Or expect someone else to do that job well for them? When the adults looking at the damn thing already know that it happened to them and they got hurt on it bad, how is it that there is still something so appealing about the thought-terminating cliches that somehow the good kids just won't use the slide, while the bad kids who do will just get over it? Or that even if they get maimed, that's just the price of reaching the raft of adulthood, where you get to cling to the delusion that it happened to me and I turned out okay for another generation. When there's a slide in front of them and it's dangerous, why do so many assholes either pretend it isn't there or line up to polish and grease the damn thing rather than dismantle it? I had C-PTSD brought on by childhood sexual abuse, made crippling by bad parenting and the fugoid and all the shame that heaped atop the pile. I had hypervigilance, severe emotional affect control issues, and I was already prone to dissociation. The simple fact is I arrived on the scene at risk, and there was very likely no way my reintroduction as a teen to sexuality wasn't going to play out poorly for me, unless it involved an unrealistically lucky choice of partner and the ongoing and intensive support of probably several psychiatric professionals. What happened to me can be seen as a unique, tragic set of circumstances that just happened to align poorly. And everyone can tell themselves that a normal kid would have been saved from sliding down the same path towards destruction. Only I watched a lot of normal kids, or at least the ones without precisely the same traumatic experience I had, sliding alongside me. I watched parents who couldn't talk to their kids about sex eventually, tragically, learn that they also couldn't talk to their kids about suicide. The whole time, with their fingers in their ears and their heads up their asses. I watched a lot of PTSD begin in those first moments of undirected and largely uneducated teenage sexuality. Watched a lot of unprepared and often negatively prepared boys and girls fumble their way into all kinds of experiences or threats of sexual violence. And that meant I watched a considerable number of depressions begin. And that's how I watched too many lives for my age come to an end. Now, a lot of kids fumbled along just fine and made decent choices and figured it out for themselves. They worked out how to figure out for themselves what boundaries and consent were and how to both negotiate them and their violation. They survived long enough to mature, and that's great. But virtually every one of them did that in spite of the adults, not because of them. What horrifies me is thinking about how many of them, who turned out okay, went on to parent children the same way they'd been parented. All of that pain, all of that harm, for so much of the generation I was raised alongside, and I've seen it continue into the generations that followed. Now, don't get me wrong, it's gotten better. A few of the old stigmas, at least in the 3 cultures I've called home as an adult, have been at least briefly taken out into the light a few times, shaken off. And at least when it comes to the ones around sexuality, the majority of people have realized they're pretty defective. The kids I grew up around, who were always, from the moment I met them, gay or lesbian or asexual or trans, they'd suffer a lot less today than they did back then, despite the desire of the minority to make their culture worse again. And the ones who suffered enough to get depressed and then to consider suicide, those thoughts are still rarely discussed in public, to the point where even trying to help people with them gets you automatically censored by a pretty stupid artificial intelligence algorithm here on YouTube. But there's so much more potential help now, and it's certainly more widely known and accessible than it was for me and my peers. Thanks to websites and helplines, there are more places to reach than just people you happen to know face to face, at least, even if they will only just signpost you on. The cultural stigmas still remain, but there's also clearly more people trained to try to set them aside and do something to slow the descent. We can talk about the uncomfortable topics of sexuality a lot more, and depression and suicidal ideation a little more, than the first time I really desperately needed to be able to hear those conversations. But too often we can only get that help and hear those conversations if we can recognize we're already in the gyre and pull ourselves out of it long enough to reach out. There are topics, though, that we still can't talk about, that boys and men certainly can't talk about. I asked before, how likely is it that a depressed child is going to receive meaningful, non-judgmental, and actionable support when they discover they're one of the relatively few that reaches the point of suicidal ideation? These days, yes, things have improved when it comes to thoughts of self-harm, but what about the things that remain unspeakable? What if that depressed child either doesn't receive that support, or the support that does arrive either isn't ready to or simply can't address the things that are worse than suicide? And there are worse, far worse places every human mind can visit. How likely is it that a truly severely depressed child is going to receive meaningful, non-judgmental, and actionable support when they discover they're one of the much fewer still that can reach the point where thoughts of self-harm become thoughts of other harm, where homicidal ideation begins? Hi, I'm Michael, and by the morning of my 16th birthday, I had a plan for murder. That again might sound like an exaggeration, like a plea for attention, but again, it's not. I really did have a plan for murder, multiple murders. And this wasn't just a transient violent thought. This was real, at first intrusive, and then ongoing, committed homicidal ideation. I wasn't merely fantasizing. I didn't just have impulses. I had developed a coldly rational, specific, and well-considered plan. My hypervigilance had been paying attention, and like I said earlier, that's been finding the weapons in any room I've entered for as long as I have memories. It's not just been fearfully highlighting them. It's been aggressively learning how to use them. I knew exactly where her father kept several weapons, and I'd figured out several ways to easily access them. I knew where the ammunition was stored, and I'd seen how to load it. I'd never fired a gun in my life, but I understood the mechanics, and I was certain that I could pull the trigger. I knew my victims, the order, and the locations in the house. Her brother, her father, her mother, her. 4 loud bangs. Spread the fuel, light the fire, then one final click that I'd never hear at all. What precipitated that slide from suicidal to homicidal was a ridiculous series of straws being heaped on my already stressed camel's back. My depression had eventually shut down my libido, which impaired my ability to function sexually to my rapist's requirements. After really just a couple of weeks of expressing her frustration with my less frequent attention, she revealed that she'd cheated with multiple people. She swore the acts had been non-consensual, which, being young and naive, I naively accepted because of the individuals she named. But it still meant that not only had my trust and emotional safety and physical safety been violated by the delay in telling me, I'd been unknowingly exposing myself to real danger. Given the time frame and the individuals involved, there was a very real and significant risk of sexually transmitted infection, up to and including HIV, which at the time would have been a death sentence. I'd been willing to endure the pain of self-harming in order to continue to keep her affection and to ensure that the sex she required from me was at least safe. And suddenly I'd discovered I'd been both causing my body agony and, unknowingly, been playing Russian roulette with it. The infidelities weren't enough to justify murder, of course. But if I'd had anything like a healthy self-image and boundaries, the fact she'd continued to pressure me into sexual acts after the cheating had occurred and before she informed me were certainly enough to justify terminating the relationship. Because I had neither, I continued the relationship on the understanding we not be sexual again until we could be tested. But even after that eventually happened, I was fearful and hesitant and didn't want to continue in the same manner as before. In part, that was because of the relief and some reduction in my depression that just came automatically with the pause in my preparatory self-harming. But mainly it was because I was still extremely angry about what had happened and the risk I'd allowed myself to be exposed to. That anger wasn't at her, it was at me. And it also didn't come close to justifying murder, of course. No, what did that was when, in the middle of one particularly brutal argument, she revealed that the infidelities had actually been consensual, that she'd been compelled by them because of my inattention to her, and then told me that since her actions were somehow my fault, I had to forgive her. Because Jesus had forgiven her. That she'd prayed, and Jesus had literally told her he loved her, which meant that I had to love her, because her sins were wiped away after she'd cleansed her body. With what, I don't know, but it certainly sounded more corrosive than holy water. And her body being purified meant that I had to give her what she wanted to demonstrate my forgiveness and love, or she was going to be compelled to cheat again, which would mean praying to Jesus again, who would forgive her again, which would restart the whole baffling cycle. Rather than shake my head and walk away, which would have been the sensible and healthy thing to do, in my bewilderment, I tried to understand where she got some of these ideas. And that's when she revealed that her dad had been forgiven many times for what he'd done to her, and that her brother had been forgiven many times for what he'd done to her, and that her mother had been forgiven many times for what she'd done to her. That somehow all of what they'd done to her meant that she needed to be forgiven for what was ultimately her body's sins, and that proof of forgiveness was somehow sexuality with those who'd been harmed by her unclean body, and that all of this was found in the Bible, at least according to her father. Jesus had forgiven her, again, for everything she'd done this time around, and he'd forgiven her for all the other times, and so why couldn't I forgive her, just like Jesus had? Anger drained out of me, all emotion drained out of me. It occurred to me that the answer was because I'm not your God. But it didn't matter, because what did matter is that it had just dawned on me that I'd obviously suffered a major malfunction because I'd somehow found myself in an incredibly toxic, mutually destructive relationship with a manufactured idiot. I didn't know the specifics. I really didn't want to know the specifics. But it was suddenly clear that her father, who for what I'd seen could only barely read and comprehend his hunting magazines, had long ago determined to assemble or breed up his own little death cult, had somehow enlisted her mother and brother into participating, and had indirectly, because I'd simply been too young and vulnerable to comprehend, much less understand any of this, left me and my safety in the hands of someone who had descended so utterly far into delusion that they needed to be put out of their misery. This entire family was, quite simply and chillingly, obviously, too infected, dangerous, and stupid to live. Because my self-image was so utterly devastated by my childhood abuse and my parents' reactions and the fugoid they'd started, any woman that was willing to touch me would have been held on a pedestal. My wounded brain had twisted reality so that she and her family and the poor religious understanding they'd all been talking about the whole time we'd been together were just products of poor circumstances, of being marinated by proximity to the many poor churches in a relatively poor town. I'd made excuses. I'd politely deferred when her father and mother had mentioned specific verses, and I went and checked, and they either weren't there at all or didn't say anything like what they'd quoted from memory. Because she was given credit on that pedestal, they were given credit. So despite a mountain of evidence that they simply had no idea what they were talking about, my mask kept fawning, and so I kept assuming what I'd assumed since childhood. That adults knew what they were doing, and it was me that was the ignorant one who had to learn. Suddenly, reality had snapped into excruciating focus. Something compromised and sick had touched me as a child, and it had affected me, but I'd turned all the seething hatred that spawned inwards, always towards me. I hit objects, I devastated things, and I devastated my hands, and I eventually devastated my own flesh. I had fought the urge to devastate other people. I'd made mistakes, I'd made errors, but I'd never crossed the line to compromising another human being's fundamental safety. This family had. Every one of them had, over and over, and now they'd collectively compromised me. And at any moment they could completely excise any and all guilt and abandon any and all responsibility for their actions by just talking to an imaginary friend that didn't remotely resemble any actual biblical account of Jesus the Nazarene. This wasn't poor circumstances. This was apparently a sexually transmitted infestation of multi-generational incest that had so riddled the brains of everyone it touched that they'd been left unrecoverably stupid and barely capable of thinking above the animal. And precisely because I'd arrived with an immune system already weakened and made susceptible by my own multi-generational history of trauma, their disease had touched me and infected me, and it had touched others that I knew. I'd been walking around in a fever of shame and self-loathing that had led me to stumble upon a den full of rabies, and I'd been bitten by something, frothing at the mouth. Left alive, this infected family and their hypersexually active infected daughter were going to spread that infection down all the generations in front of us, and they were going to do that through me, using me. And I knew how sick they were, because you have to understand, at some level I already knew how sick I was. I already knew that urge to harm. I was the same kind of rabid animal foaming at the mouth, just unlike them. I still had enough brains left to recognize that I wanted to bite everything around me, but stop myself. My shame, my entire lifetime of deep, implicit, embodied shame that had to be punished by either starvation or binging or pet food, shame that had to be beaten, needed to be beaten by my father and then tortured by me to be kept from being exposed, was their shame too. That's so important to what comes next. She'd come crashing, falling off that pedestal. Well, my rapist wasn't above me anymore. She was standing beside me, an actual peer. And that meant that what I'd felt as the incredible intensity of myopic teenage love transmuted into the incredible intensity of myopic teenage hate. I'd felt anger. I'd felt anger all my life, but it was always ever directed inwards. I didn't hit people because people were better than me. I wasn't allowed to cause them pain. The pain was for me. My punishment for merely being, for some reason, born the kind of thing it was okay to rape at 5 and then starve at 6 and then rape again at 15. And now there was a house full of things just as, if not more, filthy. I've described how much I loathed that house. On that day, I was planning to erase any trace of that house, them, their history, and what it had done to me from existence. I was ready to do anything necessary to sear that house and all the sickness it harbored to the bedrock. And that absolutely included me inside of it. Acknowledging that I once had means, motive, and opportunity for a murder-suicide in public is actually terrifying, even though I'm one of the majority of people who've reached homicidal ideation that never acted on those thoughts. It's terrifying because I know how my C-PTSD actually works. I know that it was able to help convince my rational thinking self that my motive was both justified and valid. And nothing's changed with distance. I can't be certain of the facts or if what I understood from her in a heated argument even were the facts, no matter how much they matched with my instincts and my observations of her family. But if they were the actual facts, then my thinking was and is solid. That means I still have the motive. Worse than that, I know that my hypervigilance and everything it's developed in me, both before and since, has always provided and always will be able to provide the means. I've tried to hint at what hypervigilance, perpetually activated, can lead to, how it looks at the world and learns about it, and every single solitary time it learns something dangerous, it squirrels that knowledge away for future use. Over the decades, its constant operation has armed me in ways I find it very hard to convey without sounding grandiose or boastful in another typical and toxically male fashion. But give me access to a decently stocked machine shop, the right fuels and oxidizer, and a 6-inch disc of 1/4-inch thick copper, and I can build you a perfectly adequate anti-tank landmine in a couple of days. I am just being honest when I report that my hypervigilance has armed me. And it can never be disarmed, which means neither can I. I have the means for murder today, and I will always have those means, because the simple fact is that after a lifetime of violently paying attention to violence, I am the means for murder. For the last 3.5 decades, I haven't allowed myself anywhere near that house. I've intentionally isolated myself hundreds and then thousands of miles away from my oldest friends and my closest family members, precisely because I can't ever be totally certain I can trust myself with means, motive, and opportunity again. Not unless I actually visit that house or get the means to destroy it remotely and discover that I don't automatically lay waste to it and everything and everyone within. Thankfully, no one has ever been stupid enough to vote me into executive office. Yet. I hadn't received any meaningful help with my self-harming, my slide into depression, or with the suicidal thoughts that brought on. When my thoughts turned homicidal, it was already clear help wasn't going to come from outside ever. There wasn't an adult alive I could approach with these thoughts. From everything that had been set out in front of me, even hinting that these ideas and plans were forming would result in an unthinking, automatic response that wouldn't and couldn't help at all. The police showing up was certainly not going to help me. I might have been an idiot kid, but I'd paid enough attention in Mr. Tave's social studies class to understand that in a representative democracy, the police are the literal embodiment of the lowest common denominator of the will of the electorate. Well, the electorate in that country, at that time, believed I could consent to any act with a woman of my own age or higher. Well, there was precisely one act she couldn't consent to with me. Legally, exactly one of us had committed a crime, which she'd introduced me to and enthusiastically asked me to commit. There was no conceivable way I'd be heard out, even if I'd been lucky enough to draw one of the nearly non-existent female officers. I could maybe have disclosed even the barest, most top-level sketch of what had been happening to me too. The prevailing wisdom of the day would have been that I was a disgruntled fat boy, enraged at his girlfriend for having cheated on him. They'd have blamed my atheism, or the fact that I'd listened to rap music, dabbled with Dungeons and Dragons, or had been led astray by playing too much Mortal Kombat or other video games. Not one of these idiot people was going to push past their idiot biases to hear or understand more. It's taken me more than 3 decades to reach the point I can say out loud to a mute camera that can't respond at all some of the things that have been happening to me and my body. Even today, if I'd be able to get past the stuttering and the stammering, even trying to get close to the details, forces onto my lips and throat and voice box, if I could get past the way it tries to choke off the voice of someone who knows what it feels like to be choked to death, it would require an extraordinarily thoughtful person with years of training to respond appropriately to what had occurred to me. Well, with all due respect to the police of Abbotsford in the day, and I'm related to one of them, and so I do feel that respect, they weren't either required, trained, paid, or equipped to be extraordinarily thoughtful enough people to have been any help to anyone like me on that day. For the police to have actually helped me, they'd have to have shown up, listened, understood, and then purged the nest I'd found for me with righteous fire. Anything less was, at best, going to harm me. At worst, it would also have stopped me from purging it myself. Institutionalization also wasn't going to help me. While my thoughts were definitely extreme, they weren't delusions, psychosis, or some sort of schizophrenic break. Drugs might have turned me into a drooling husk, and I might have gotten enough distance on them to get some respite, and the depression might even have lifted, but they weren't going to help with my suicidal or homicidal ideation. I wasn't crazy. There was no chemical imbalance driving these thoughts, no visual or auditory hallucinations, and there certainly was no dog telling me what to do in the name of Satan. I had simply realized, and I was coldly, calculatingly correct, that removing myself and this family from the world would, on a very small but definite scale, make the world a better place by stopping dead in its tracks all these disasters that had been rolling downhill for generations and had plowed into and through me. What I'm trying to drive home here is that interventions that tried to treat my homicidal ideation as mental illness would have been disastrously off the mark. Neither the suicidal ideas or the homicidal ones were themselves mental illness. I was made prone to them by mental illness. Both C-PTSD and then depression saw to that. But they are signs and symptoms, not sickness itself. I had reached first suicidality and now homicidality because of actions taken by people who felt justified because of bad thinking. And that very definitely and explicitly included me and my own thinking. And that had harmed me very severely and made my existing mental illness considerably worse. But treating the mental illness wasn't going to directly address the root causes of the thinking, or stop or impede my planning. Doing that was something I had to figure out for myself in the same fumbling, ignorant, stupid fashion I had had to figure out everything up until this point. I was again responsible for what had happened to me, though I didn't really understand the importance of that word, not yet. This moment, how I was forced to navigate it, and how doing so left me both alive, and importantly still, to this day, not a murderer, represents the start of the journey towards that understanding. To learn about the chain of responsibility, I had to learn that I was a link in it, and that I was either going to hold or I was going to shatter. And that if I was going to hold, I was going to have to learn a secret that was going to shatter everything that remained of the illusion of me. I was going to have to learn something about myself I wouldn't be able to tell anyone else for nearly 34 years. If you've made it this far, that's because I've walked you here. I've slowly, but surely, and very intentionally expanded the story you thought you were being told into the story I have always needed to tell you. Along the way, I've been dropping hints. I've told you the truth, just not all of it at once. I've told you I've been dead inside since I was 5, that a boy named Mike died, and what remained eventually adopted the name Michael. I've told you that I can't feel pride because of that, and that I can't even recognize my own body. Never in the mirror, but there have been times I'm so dissociated that without the ink I had stitched into them, I don't even know these are my arms or my hands in front of my face. I've told you that when I see my eyes in the mirror, there's no one and no thing looking back. I've told you I'm not angry at people I have every right to be angry at, and that I've forgiven people who've done unforgivable things to me. I've told you that I can't even reliably feel my body as I cause it excruciating pain. And all of this revisiting and retelling started with me being asked over and over an excruciating number of times what secret made me capable of ignoring my body's excruciating hunger. Here, this moment I'm describing, when I'm both suicidal and homicidal and I actually know, really know that I've got the ability to make the world an actually better place by just tipping over the scale and acting on those impulses, this was my first conscious psychological crisis. Crisis is the point in any disease where it's either survived or it's fatal. And this was the first time I really came face to face with the fact that I have a chronic mental illness and that it will eventually either kill me or I'll survive just long enough to be killed by something else. It's the first time I come into direct contact with exactly who, and more importantly, what I am, have always been, and had only indirectly seen since my first day of school, in fleeting glimpses of reflections, in the man that maimed me that day, whose face, if I ever try to look up during a flashback, I can only ever see as my own. Then in the father that tried to beat the need for discipline his father had beaten into him, into me. In the mother that tried to reach and keep her own mother's love by reaching for and keeping food out of my mouth. It's not the last crisis or the last time we met. There have been many more, and if I can endure being alive much longer, then there will be more still to come. The moment I allowed my body to get kicked in the head by 2 meaningless, pitiful cretins on the Peterborough embankment and didn't cave their just slightly more than paper-thin skulls in, is just the most recent opening of those floodgates. And my reason for telling you this story, for finally telling you my secret now, is that I had to do all of this undirected and without any real help from others again. And I am angry beyond the scope of words that this society hasn't figured out how to actually help someone or something like me through a crisis. Hi, I'm Michael, and I am what would popularly be called a psychopath. A functioning psychopath, arguably a very high-functioning one, but still very much a psychopath, albeit one whose innate propensity for violence has been directed inwards. I learned this basic fact on my 16th birthday, and though it's taken me decades to finally be able to disclose it, I can confidently say that the truth is, I am a psychopath. Now again, I use words precisely, and the term psychopath has many imprecise meanings, both in common popular usage and in academic fields. Etymologically, it just means suffering in the mind. which is pretty benign as it applies to pretty much anyone in possession of a mind. But thanks to its imprecise usage in a lot of bad media, it's a word a lot of people associate with criminality and thought-terminating ideas about evil. They think of it as a negative. I don't, though I do see the irony that a psychopath wouldn't. Psychopathy isn't a diagnosis. It's not a disease. It's just a blurry word used for a set of traits, and not even the professionals have ever been able to agree for long on what that complete set of traits actually is. But that said, across the history of its usage, there's some common agreement on 3 of those traits. And so because I haven't found another word that specifically encompasses those traits, I'm going to use the term to refer only to those 3 common traits. Those traits aren't negative or bad or evil. Those kind of value judgments are just meaningless thought-terminating cliches. They're just traits that the psychopath might use to justify their actions, or that other people might use to try and understand and explain, at least to themselves, the actions of a psychopath. From what I can see, the 3 traits that come together in every definition of psychopath are the same. They have no innate morality. They don't have or exhibit empathy with others, and they hide both of those behind a mask of normalcy. By that definition, I am certainly a psychopath. First, I have no innate morality and no built-in moral compass. There's nothing whatsoever, not now and not ever, telling me that any action I might take or consider taking is either right or wrong, good or bad. While I have taken actions I've eventually decided to regret, some that have harmed others, but most that have harmed myself, that regret doesn't stem from any internal voice telling me that action was wrong and me choosing to ignore it or failing to heed what it was saying at the time. No, there is only, and only ever has been, silence. And I wanted to hear it. I've yearned to hear it. In the years since that first crisis, I've searched in places and religions and temples you've probably never heard of for it. I've literally circled the planet several times, straining to hear. In all the cathedrals and mosques and the courts and the capitals, there's only ever been silence. Agonizing, empty silence. I have never, not once, heard even the slightest hint of any such a voice, either in my head or in my environment, and I'm beyond the point of absolutely certain that I never will. In every holy book, every scripture, every legal decision, manifesto, constitution, and treatise, there is, and only ever has been, the mutually and self-contradictory voices of other men, and the voices of a horrifyingly small number of women, when the men could be bothered to keep writing those down. There is no law or authority or God that can convince me that right and wrong or good and bad exist. They don't. They're just thought-terminating cliches, and for the law or authority or God to persuade me, they'd have to rely on forcing me to either hear that voice, or at least think I heard that voice, even if they were that voice. And again, there's never been the slightest evidence of any such a voice from any source. I've listened hard, but there is only, and only ever has been, silence. And honestly, if I ever did hear such a voice, I'd be certain I'd finally hit the point of driving myself to a psychotic break, of falling into delusion, because I've never met a single human being who claimed to hear such a voice that wasn't also, and very clearly, delusional. Second, I have absolutely no capacity for empathy. I cannot feel what you feel. In fact, I cannot even reliably feel what I feel. I have emotions, certainly, but they're just wave after wave of intense, chaotic noise, fundamentally no different than overly bright light or overly loud sounds or the bright, sharp taste of salt or sugar or, for that matter, piss. They're a stimulus, often an extreme stimulus, sometimes an overwhelming stimulus. But they always have and always will arrive from afar and in a disconnected, jumbled way that I can't discern any meaningful signal from. I experience my emotions. It might be more accurate to say I suffer them, but I don't feel them in anything remotely resembling a meaningful or decipherable way. There's no semantic value in them. I can pretend there is, and for brief periods of time that pretense can even appear convincing. That's how delusion works. But just like finding faces in clouds or constellations in the movements of the stars, there's nothing actually there. Your emotions, if anything, are even less meaningful and more indecipherable for me than my own. On the third point, well, that's simple. I've already described and named my mask. I very much doubt that anyone who has ever met me, much less heard me or spoken to me, would believe I've got either of the previous two traits, even after I've explicitly said that I do. Maybe the greatest possible proof of the fact that I am a psychopath is that right now, in this video, I've been telling you I am one the whole time, from the very beginning, and yet you probably, even to this moment, are trying to find excuses for why I can't be, because my mask doesn't resemble what you're expecting. I can also, though, confidently say that I am a functioning psychopath. My mask is very, very well developed. It's very good at manipulating others in order to ensure I survive. It should be. It started practicing when I was 5, and it was immediately tested by either having to do its job right then and there or not ever get a second chance. It was fit for purpose. It was very fit for purpose. That's why my body survived what my fundamental self, the thing many people today would call an inner child, didn't. And over the years, it's put a great deal of attention and energy into hiding the fact that I'm an empty shell hollowed out by violence from those around me. The fact that empty shell grew up to inhabit a tall, white male body with a deep, resonant voice and a long beard, and all those things unconsciously signal authority and knowledge and trustworthiness in you, in all of you. That extra bit of cultural inertia just made my mask that much more functional. I also have my hypervigilance, which took a lot longer to come online and mature, but is now so deeply ingrained into my entire lived experience after that moment that I can't actually tell where it ends and where my intellect begins. Back then, I know I was an idiot, if maybe a bright idiot. Today, the whole world sees me as intelligent enough that before I let my brains get damaged by someone else, those brains were enough to get me into Cambridge. But as far as I can tell, I'm only as perceptive and smart as I am because I needed to be to survive. That at least simulation of intellect provided by the hypervigilance helped me improve the at least simulation of empathy that is the mask over time, and vice versa. Slowly and in an undirected manner, they allowed me to assemble a very crude mechanism for also simulating both morality and empathy while having neither. But by 15, that forced feedback mechanism had just barely started to mature. If those two survival mechanisms twisted together in this very conflicted, very agonized child in this critical moment hadn't been pushed over the edge by just one more absurdly violent act, heaped atop a lifetime of absurdly violent acts, I wouldn't have eventually learned that I always was and always will be fundamentally a very high-functioning kind of psychopath. Instead, I'd have died acting as a non-functioning one. I'd have exposed myself that day by killing my rapist, her family, and myself. I discovered I was the functioning variety when, in my first real experience of psychological crisis, I met my inner psychopath and the utter moral void that lies beneath it. And in the abject horror of that meeting, I made a conscious choice to hide him and it, and therefore me, from the rest of you. My immediate problem was that I didn't know how to trigger that choice on my own. In the storytelling meaning of crisis, it's the moment where a critical decision has to be made, where everything comes to a head. And I've already told you, I have no moral compass and no empathy. I couldn't resolve the crisis by selecting the morally right path, and I couldn't do it by considering how my rapist or my mother or anyone else might feel about my choice. I had been left, either by nature, if I was born a psychopath, or by nurture, if my history of childhood abuse and neglect had made me one, without what psychologists call an internal locus of control. Now again, this may be my confirmation bias speaking, but I'm going to suggest that any adult who feels that they have an internal locus of control is delusional. They just haven't been robbed of that delusion yet by the arrival of some external actor or force powerful enough to overwhelm them and strip them of it. And if they can't imagine a force powerful enough, well, that might be because they lack my experiences or the freedom of imagination that they have given me. Because for any force you can imagine, I can imagine one that's stronger than it. My hypervigilant and admittedly psychopathic mind knows that somewhere out there, rushing towards us at the speed of light, is the wave of radiation so intense it scours this solar system of everything remotely resembling life or civilization as it arrives. My locus of control is, and always has been, light years away from me and millennia outside my lifespan. I had no moral compass, no empathy, and no delusions to move the needle. I had anger, intense anger, because I'd allowed some external actor to damage me as a child, and I had disgust that I'd now allowed another external actor to damage me as an early teen. And together, in this moment of building crisis, I'd developed intense impulses towards violence, up to and including a well-rehearsed plan for that violence. But I was waiting for some external force to tip me over. That's when, in a phone call on my 16th birthday, as I was teetering over an actually terrible precipice, deeply and emphatically wanting to die and deeply and emphatically yearning to kill to do it, my rapist, thankfully, did me an enormous favor, and in turn, maybe did one for you. She decided to just shove me right over the edge. The specifics of what she actually told me will remain between her and me because, yet again, the details are difficult for me to get near, and the ones I can remember clearly are both too specific to be of any help to you, and, frankly, are gross and uncomfortable enough to pass into the obscene. All that's necessary to understand is that in the middle of a conversation with a victim and boyfriend who was contemplating killing her and her family the entire time, unbeknownst to her, she so misread our conversation that she thought it was a good idea to convert yet another revelation of yet another infidelity that my depression had somehow driven her to engage in into a kind of phone sex. One moment, I was in the middle of struggling to convey to someone with a tiny vocabulary just how deeply and personally and painfully being exposed to a risk of sexually transmitted disease without my knowledge or consent had violated my trust. I was trying to tell somebody that I felt like I'd been raped, and the next moment, I was given exceedingly lurid, actually pornographic details of another, unknown, extremely unsafe violation that exposed me to much, much worse risk than the worst possible thing I had yet been prepared to imagine. And the woman on the other end of the phone, honestly and clearly, didn't do this to harm me. She simply wanted to arouse me and somehow thought that this was a good idea as a way to accomplish that. There have been several conversations in my life where I suddenly realized that the two people involved weren't even in the same solar system, never mind on the same page of the same book. This was the first. My body knows what it feels like for a child's face to be slapped across the chin by an adult man's hand, so hard it tore muscle and tendon in my neck. My body knows what it feels like to be kicked in the skull by the combat-booted feet of two meaningless emasculated drunks, and the agony that does to those same muscles as your head gets spun around further than it's supposed to and your brain splats up against your skull's decelerating limits. Though I really don't want to retell the full story here, I've even been hit in the head by an elephant's trunk hard enough that my forehead met my knee at speed. And while that's funny, I can't imagine how to relate the months it took for my brain to stop sloshing around back and forth within my skull, and for the muscles and tendons around the base of my neck to slowly knit themselves back together. Well, both my body and my brain knows what it feels like for one psychopath, who I can't really blame because of what I choose to believe were her experiences of far worse childhood and adult sexual violations than ever occurred to me, to so completely lack anything even remotely resembling a working moral compass or empathy for another, that it feels like your head has spun around through at least 720 degrees. To have been decapitated so thoroughly that your mind and your body will never, ever be able to fully reconnect. To have been hit so hard, so shockingly, that it will spin you, against your will, from the drunken, comfortable, everyday delusions of just being human, right through sobriety and out past and onto the other side, knocking out even the possibility of ever clinging to the raft of another delusion. If you're a fan of Terry Pratchett, you might recognize this as having achieved nerd, the state at which no amount of alcohol can ever make you drunk again. If you're not a fan of Terry Pratchett, then all I can say is that's too bad and try harder. That conversation was the very first time I looked in the mirror and fully recognized my psychopath looking back at me. She hadn't held up that mirror. She was that mirror. She'd just shown me that she was a psychopath. She knew nothing of right and wrong or good and bad. She just thought she did because she'd been sold some twisted, contradictory, just wrong ideas from a book she'd never actually be able to read in the first place. And if she'd been equipped to empathize with anyone, she couldn't possibly have made the error she'd just made. Her psychopathy had suddenly snapped into the sharpest focus you can possibly imagine. It had driven her to this act and all the ones before it. And that had just exposed me to precisely what she was. And then that recognition, dawning, exposed me to precisely what I was, to the same degree of focus. If I'd had the moral compass I'd been taught to imagine was real, I'd have recoiled from her long before now. If I'd had any real capacity for empathy, I'd have already known she didn't. No, we were both of us psychopaths. I didn't know then if we were both born psychopaths or if we'd both been made into psychopaths by the violations of adults and then peers we'd each similarly endured. But what I did immediately know was that we weren't the same species of psychopath. Earlier I described how, in my explorations of preparatory self-harming, I learned that pleasure and pain are actually precisely the same sensation, just at different intensity levels. They really are. Both are merely electrical signals transmitted along our nerves to the sympathetic nervous system. And while pleasure is a slightly more coordinated, rhythmic, pulsating signal, and pain is a somewhat more chaotic and staccato one, the reality is that they're really only differentiated from each other by the context we're in, and there's a point of intensity where one just becomes the other. Someone who has only experienced whatever falls inside the spectrum of normal, they never learn this. They never get to actually embody it, much less understand it in a repeated, empirical fashion. But as I've described, I have a number of experiences that fall well outside the normal range of that spectrum. My disassociation allowed me to treat my body like an experiment, and I cut into it like a surgeon. Only a surgeon trains on a cadaver and only ever works on someone that's anesthetized. They don't get to feel it themselves. I did things Mengele never did. I vivisected parts of myself. That gives me a kind of very rare, very specialized expertise. Strike a nerve directly with a sharp steel needle you've only crudely sterilized with a Bic lighter, and with hyper-vigilant senses, feel what happens as the muscles around it leap and twitch and shudder. And you know The pain is just pleasure you don't want to know you can feel. Keep pushing. Just to understand that little bit more, that's when you learn you can exceed the threshold capacity of those nerves and push into a place where you don't feel any sensation at all. The place where there's nothing where the body should be. Instead, there's just the shadow of a body, a deeply uncomfortable and disturbingly familiar void. Suddenly you will know that your body senses can betray you. Though I can't explain why, I can't explain that, this knowledge will bring with it a kind of contempt for your body and its limits. That it will become to you a shameful, loathsome thing, in part because it's let you treat it so poorly. It gave up signaling you to stop. What is harder to explain is that this contempt frees you from those limits. It grants you a kind of power you didn't have access to before. Harness it, and you'll always be able to push your body well past the point where debilitating, agonizing pain is supposed to stop you from continuing. Push yourself hard enough past your body's limits, and you discover it might not have any. In that moment, on that phone call, as I received the worst birthday gift of my life, a gift that might seem kind of meaningless or even a bit comedic to anyone else, but has left me seriously contemplating ending that life the morning of every single 16th of December since, just so I never again reach the hour and minute an alarm goes off in my head and I know that I received it. I learned that love and hate are precisely the same emotion, that all of what we call emotions are the same emotion, just at different intensity levels. Just as pleasure and pain are merely crude electrochemical signals traveling fast around our nervous system, our emotions are just crude chemical signals flooding slowly through our endocrine system. Again, it's the context that differentiates them. The who and what we're looking at when the signals get strong enough and the heart beats faster and the blood starts to heat our skin and all of this noise starts to push against the threshold of our conscious attention. And yet again, I learned that keep pushing those signals hard enough and you find yourself looking face to face at the you that doesn't feel any emotion at all. Or rather, at the absence of you. Where in the place you've always been told to expect a soul, there is nothing but an unfathomable, unfillable, unquenchable void. A black hole where a human should be, a yawning dark. Suddenly you will know that your body's feelings can also betray you. And again, I don't know why, but I learned the hard way that this knowledge brings with it an even deeper kind of contempt. It's just not just your body that will become to you a shameful, loathsome thing. It's all the bodies, everybody's body. In part because yours let you abuse it so badly, it revealed to you that it had never, not once, actually been signaling you to stop. In fact, it had been pushing you forward full throttle the entire time. And it recognizes that madness in others. And again, what's harder to explain is that this contempt also frees you, not just from your limits, but from those of the people around you, from the emotional shackles of your society that it has impressed upon you, but never actually explained or justified. It also grants you a kind of power you didn't have access to before. Harness it, and you'll always be able to push your body well past the point where shame, grief, hate, love, pride, fear, or even disgust, yours or someone else's, are meant to stop you from continuing. Push yourself past your body's emotional limits, and you discover there is nothing innate, no inborn, hard, unpassable limiter or governor stopping you from harming yourself or others. Both of those are radically powerful, literally liminal moments when you pass a threshold you can never, ever go back on. They're the moment you click a ratchet forward and you reach a place you never get to retreat from. You literally can never unsee what you've seen there. Before them were both ignorance and innocence, where you got to see the glass as half full or half empty. after you know those two are precisely the same thing and that the only thing that matters is what is in the glass. Step across those lines even once and you can never, ever cross back to that earlier country. Your life as you knew it is over. You, as you've known you, has just died. That's why many, maybe even most human beings will only reliably reach and pass those two thresholds once at the end of their lives. I'm now pretty certain that's because these thresholds are something our animal bodies and the mind that rides around in them have evolved specifically to make the experience of dying less painful and terrifying for the semi-conscious than it otherwise would be. My worst ever birthday gift was the sure and sudden knowledge that I'd passed them both before. At the beginning of our relationship, she'd reminded my body that it had been raped before when I was 5. At the end of our relationship, she reminded my mind that it had been killed before when I was 5. I received the gift of knowing, really deeply knowing, that I am a husk, an endless, unfillable void, ever so briefly wearing the skin of a person, and that I'd been fatally wounded at least twice by other husks, ever so briefly wearing their own skins. A human being really isn't meant to pass these thresholds multiple times. They're not equipped for that, either by anything they're born with or anything they're provided by their parents or their society. Neither nature or nurture presents a human being at any age with the tools necessary to endure both the annihilation of their will and what is rape but the complete destruction of the illusion that your consent matters to the rest of the universe, and the annihilation of their ego. And what is death but the complete destruction of the illusion that your identity matters to the rest of the universe? But when it happens to a child, all that child can do is assume this is normal, this is what happens, and start preparing for the 3rd time and the 4th. Throughout this video, I've tried to provide enough context to understand the idea of reliving, how that can occur in the form of flashbacks, and of how the horror and discomfort of that reliving drives avoidance, which can present as hypervigilance and disassociation. I've explained how reliving and avoidance set me up for revictimization, driving me into the arms of a recidivist, and how, at the start of that relationship, too much intimacy from someone with too much knowledge, far, far too fast, had pushed me into my first live flashback, and how something in my brain just gave way, and I found myself disassociated for the first time. I've gone on to describe just a small amount of how that really very toxic first relationship played out and how it had led me to experience really quite severe self-harming still in that disassociated mode, and how that had metastasized into first depression, then suicidal, then homicidal ideation, leading to this first conscious experience of what would eventually be many crises. I'm trying to describe and explain a serious mental illness from the inside as it developed, how C-PTSD in a deeply traumatized body and mind turns that mind against itself and the body it inhabits. Untreated, left to its own devices, the terrible, unspeakable, unbearable agony that's caused by any sensation of reliving, any sense that you're currently in yet another echo of whatever that first traumatic moment was, will eventually push that body into an unbearable crisis, where it either needs to die to avoid feeling, or it needs to feel to avoid dying. When there's nowhere safe to go, and no one safe to reach out to, that tension has to ground itself somewhere, and it will eventually choose whichever path feels like the least resistance. The problem, to put it extremely bluntly, is that just like with a lightning strike, there are 3 possible outcomes. Either someone has already and very thoughtfully installed a nice big copper cable, and it grounds safely, which means you're already in the care of someone responsible who has either been here before or has been properly trained and equipped to deal with the disastrous. or that disaster is going to fuck you up, or it's going to fuck up someone else. What distinguishes species of psychopaths is their path of least resistance. In my case, at this moment, the path of least resistance was through me. I was going to fuck me up. I'd already been struck by crisis before, you see. The shortest path to ground had already been discovered, but in all the prior cases, it was someone else's crisis that did it. On my first day of school, that bus driver's crisis grounded through me. A pedophile, especially of the stranger danger variety, is a psychopath whose path of least resistance is through the weakest and most vulnerable around them. And how pathetic, in the sense of truly sad, is that? My father's crisis, and then my mother's, smoothed and polished the way, training me to internalize my emotions rather than express them, to accept and absorb, to reshape my body and its expressions of emotions to their needs and the bounds they'd learned from their society. The typical bullying violence of teachers and students had waxed and honed it even further. By the time I met my rapist, she became my rapist because her crisis found its way so easily to ground through me. Again, through a vulnerable child, down a nearly frictionless path that had already been prepared. This time, once the charge built up enough and she intentionally shoved, because her psychopath's actual goal was goading me or someone like me into putting her out of her misery, and the shortest path to grounding her pain was by shoving on mine, and that shove tipped me over that tiny bit. There was no other path it could possibly take but through me. What I needed to die to avoid feeling then, what my psychopath has always existed to protect me from, and what I now need to feel today to avoid dying, are rage, horror, and shame. And again, those are all one and the same thing, the fundamental, single, only actual emotional sensation of being human, just at different intensity levels and driven by different needs towards different ends. Before I lost my emotions, before I really deeply realized that I was a psychopath, capable of disassociating from even the concept, never mind the feeling or perception of human emotion, before I decided to hide that simple fact, one that feels like an incredible relief to finally say and gets easier to say each time I say it from the world, I still, in a misguided and delusional psychopath's way, felt like I loved my rapist, that I wanted to protect her, even though I'd been driven to the even more misguided point where I felt that putting her out of her miseries and me out of mine would somehow be protecting her and me from the weight of everything our earlier rapists had done to us. Or at the very least, I'd be protecting the future of children we'd both meet and put at risk because her psychopathy had collided with my own and left her a rapist of children and made me one that just hadn't raped a child yet. After she shoved, the moment my head spun round at the blow and the crisis arced through me, and I saw me for what I actually was and actually knew, that the very last thing I wanted to do was end her suffering, I'd ever so briefly started to feel rage at her revelation, incandescent, impossible, heart of a star level rage, and for a fraction of a second I wanted to direct it at her, but I couldn't. For one thing, I literally couldn't. She was at the end of the phone, not at hand. If she'd been at hand, maybe I'd have snapped and throttled the life out of her and grounded it out that way. But in the real-time moment, I quite simply couldn't. And I couldn't direct it anywhere else either. Remember, as I said, I'd always directed my anger at objects, not people. But there weren't enough walls in British Columbia to punch this kind of rage out on, and my hands wouldn't last anyway. I couldn't even really express it as anger. It was too big, too loud, too overwhelming and oversaturating, an echo of thunder so close it had blown my ears out. So my psychopath rose up and my emotions just shut off and everything went muffled and silent. I don't remember exactly what I said. Probably because in the thunder of that silence I literally couldn't hear it. But I know that before I'd ever come close to realizing the shock I was in, I'd very coldly, in a dead voice, broken up with her, after telling her she'd deserved whatever her father and brother had done to her that had driven her to do what she'd just done to me. Afterward, I developed intense guilt and shame over that, but at the time, there was just nothing. Nothing whatsoever. It was just a fact being stated by a thing that couldn't feel anything about that fact at all. Then I watched myself hang up the phone, go into the kitchen to start a pot of water boiling, then head to the bathroom, where I half filled the tub with water and lined up a wedge of soap and a piece of pumice my mother used for treating calloused feet along the rim. I watched myself turn off the faucet, strip off my clothes, and wrap myself in a towel, then walk back to the kitchen, bringing back the pot that had reached a rolling boil. Then I locked the door behind me, sat down in the tub, poured the boiling water over my genitals, then silently started to scrub at them and my inner thighs with the pumice and the soap, until the flesh was pink and raw and bleeding. Then I pulled the plug and watched my sloughed off skin lazily circling the drain. I just wanted to be clean, scrupulously clean, to be rid of her filth and their filth, and if that meant maiming the parts of my body that had been touched by her, and by extension them, then my psychopath was there to redirect the rage I probably should have felt towards her and them towards those parts of me. And so I didn't get to feel that act at all. I get to see it. I know it's real. But it feels unreal because the thing we're supposed to think of as me, my inner self, my I, didn't feel anything whatsoever. Not pain, not agony, though if I push hard enough or get triggered badly enough, my body can remember both, as well as the pain that came later, as the skin eventually healed into scars that can't be seen because of the loose, deflated skin from all my weight losses. It's the other way around for my first day of school. My body's memories are difficult to access, but my mind's episodic ones are clear, and I can see every step I took and everything I did. I can see the damage I did, and I can see the skin peeling off as it healed. I just see all of that through entirely disinterested eyes. Eyes set in a body that felt no emotion whatsoever, not even an inkling then, and feels nothing but shame about any of it since. Eyes that would never, it turns out, look at the night sky again and focus first on the stars, because now it knew, really knew, just how much vastly more dark there is than light. This thing I ride around in, this body, it couldn't let my mind touch the rage, and it recoiled. Snapping back so hard, I remembered what I really am, and what I found there horrified me. Not in the sense that I feel horror as an emotive response to what I'd seen, no, but in the sense that my hypervigilance reached out into my immediate future and started pinging incredibly loud and incredibly close about precisely what horrors the humans, especially the adult ones, around me would inflict on my body if they ever got even the slightest glimpse of what I'd just found in my mind. In that town in Abbotsford in the early 1990s, the great and the good and the many, many weak and the stupid who listened to them were constantly frothing at the mouth about Satan and witchcraft and demons and cults, and a lot of kids I knew in that town had suffered real and substantial and ongoing violence at the hands of those adults just because they'd played Dungeons and Dragons or snuck out to a party where there was a Ouija board. And their kids could be just as violent. I'd personally had to learn I could run just fast enough to outrun a church group after the wind kicked up and revealed a bad death metal band's demonic mascot on my t-shirt. This newfound psychopath's immediate problem was surviving in a town where adults who truly believed they were righteous and had a book to back that up would beat their own kids past the point of addiction and sometimes suicide just because they imagined in them what really and verifiably was in me. I didn't believe for a second then, and I don't really believe now, that most humans who have ever lived could be trusted with meeting my reality. So it became my secret. Just one more anomalous horror I'd experienced but couldn't safely tell anyone else about. In the decades since, I've realized it's just another survival mechanism, just another pre-written program any of us can go down, and one we will go down if we're ever faced with a crisis we can't and don't get to resolve on our own. If we're either fortunate or unfortunate enough, depending on your perspective, to get pushed off the edge and be forced to fall into our deepest possible depths. In that moment, on that day, from those depths had risen the Leviathan of my inner psychopath, as I now recognize it did on my first day of school. And to protect me again, it chose again to compromise me again. It fawned, protecting my social self when it couldn't or wouldn't protect my actual self. And in doing so did what likely is irreparable harm. It stepped in between me and all of that rage and all of that horror, and it had turned all of that really righteous fury inward, because in me it had been told nothing else, shown no other option. My anger at being betrayed again, and not being allowed to consent, the opportunity to consent again, was simply too intense for any other capacity I knew about to handle, and so my acute stress response went down the same basic path again. When someone who should have known better took their inner violence out on a child and made me justifiably angry, and I'd tried to express it, the anger, not the violation that caused it, had been too much for my father and mother to handle, and they'd used violence on one hand and starvation on the other to bend that anger inward and try and get me to just stop expressing it. Knowing nothing else, I'd continued with their bad lessons and kept bending it inward. I'd kept myself silent, hitting objects, never people, hurting me in favor of hurting them, even when they definitely deserved it. And then, when I'd allowed this broken woman, who by her age should have known better than to violate a child's safety and trust just because hers had been violated, and that violence had made me justifiably angry, every expression of that anger had been met with what I only decades later learned should be called gaslighting, bending it further inwards. So now, when my rage got pushed past the point where I'd have to express it, I hammered that inward-facing weapon all the way home. I didn't get an opportunity to feel that anger. I can still just barely try and touch that rage, because the instant it happened, my psychopath grounded this new unfathomable rage into my body by forging it through another unspeakable horror into the core of unbearable shame that I've been carrying with me since my first day of school. Into the mass at the center of me, where I put every punishment I've received for whatever unknowable thing it is I did so wrong that I've been put here on this planet to receive it. Hi, I'm Michael, and on the 16th of December 1990, on the day I turned 16, in the bathroom of the house my grandmother owned in Abbotsford, British Columbia, I was murdered, again, by a psychopath, again, by me. And again, not an exaggeration. The thing I knew as Mike had died when I was 5, and the thing that eventually started calling itself Michael died again when I was 16. Every time I needed to die to avoid feeling, or feel to avoid dying, I died rather than feel. I didn't choose to. I didn't get to reach that point. I don't know if I'll ever get to reach the point of choosing. Now, on that first recurrence, and on every one since, I just discovered that I'd automatically followed, once more, a path I'd automatically walked down before. From the very first time violence touched me, and on, right up until today, any and every time I've been impacted by actual contact with death, serious injury, or sexual violence, or been pushed close enough that I've been sufficiently reminded of an earlier impact, I've absorbed that energy, amplified it, and then turned it against myself. The kicks in the head didn't hurt. I barely felt them, but I've been in agony since because of how much I want to feel rage and loss and grief, but can't. 2 weeks ago, I saw a child snuffed out by violence. But while my brain keeps replaying to me precisely what I saw, the injuries and the horror that I saw, what it simply won't allow me to do is actually feel what I know I must, or at least should, somewhere, somehow, feel. But I can't access any of that, except more shame. Each successive trauma twisted into a chain with all the others, each successive violent visit leading to revisiting over and over, a cycle, an orbit. Run away, then towards, each inward swing getting closer and closer to smashing into the center, each outward fling feeling like almost but never quite reaching enough velocity to escape. And at both extremes, it's my body that takes the damage from all that momentum. Exactly as with my weight, inextricable from my weight, I cannot emphasize that enough. My weight and my history of self-harming are just different expressions of the same thing. This reliving is just another kind of fugoid, and again, you do not want to be in an uncontrolled fugoid. The sad fact is that at 16, I had no idea whatsoever that I'd entered one, much less how to escape it. I'd just come face to face with the terrible secret at the heart of me, and my survival instinct was to hide that secret, certainly from everyone else, and if possible, even from myself, and so I wrapped it up in the same familiar blanket of shame that my parents had thrown over it the first time it had been even partially exposed. And then I tried hard to avoid thinking about it. But I only had the idiot toolkit of an idiot kid raised in what can only be called an idiot town at an idiot time. And that's if we're being generous. I'd learned that my body's senses weren't reliable, and I'd learned that its emotions weren't reliable, so I took the idiot advice of the idiot media I could find in the idiot 90s, and I followed that, like you guessed it, an idiot. I meant relying on my instincts, which are just as unreliable, and my initial instinct was to hide the evidence of what I'd been doing and make myself so strong and powerful that I wouldn't be bullied, beaten, or raped anymore, and that meant losing the weight and putting on muscles people could actually see. So I switched off the self-harming and switched on the same eating disorder I used to lose weight that brought you to this video. I had learned that I could go to the extremes, and so I just stopped eating for the first time. And again, I did that in a dangerous, foolhardy fashion, because effectively all I'd done was swapped the self-harming of cutting my forearms and burning my inner thighs for the self-harming of cutting out food and burning too many calories. That meant I also flipped from undiagnosed and untreated bulimia and binge eating to undiagnosed and untreated anorexia and food avoidance. Unfortunately, because there really are never going to be any secrets for weight loss, that took the weight off, again, too quickly, and seeing the numbers on the scale too quickly ticking down rewarded the part of my brain that enjoys those extremes and tries to push me to them. At the same time, I started going to the gym, and because I had a lot of extra reserves to burn and had learned that I could trivially push my muscles and then my joints and my bones well past the limits of lasting irreparable damage, I started packing on muscle stupidly fast by lifting weights far heavier and more often than was ever remotely safe for a 16-year-old boy. My body image, of course, was as distorted as ever, so after just a couple of months, I'd exchanged an extreme urge to lose weight for an extreme urge to gain muscle. Torn cartilage and permanently damaged joints be damned. By the time warmer weather rolled around, I'd more or less succeeded. The first time I remember absent-mindedly pulling off the loose sweater that had been covering my arms, I looked up to see a class full of teenage girls and one not-so-teenage teacher looking at me with what must have felt to them like shock. My mask smiled. It blushed. My left foot screwed up tight and my mouth filled with the taste of copper. A class full of teenage girls and one not-so-teenage woman were looking at me with what felt to me like hunger, like desire. Were they going to want to rape me? Did they want those parts of my body to burn? That afternoon, some of the boys who'd beaten me for years started to jockey to become my friend. Others didn't, but would never even try to hit me again. Then one of the other boys they'd bullied, who I didn't know at all well, but who also struggled with weight, looked me up and down with interest. He said I looked good. And for the first time in my life, someone who shouldn't know I had one asked me for my secret. My mask smiled. It made my mouth give bad advice about bodybuilding. My left foot screwed up tight and my mouth filled with the taste of copper. A boy was looking at me, at my body. Was he going to try and rape me? Was I strong enough to stop him? How did he know I had a secret? I didn't know I'd entered a fugoid, and I didn't have a clue how to escape it. The tragedy, the real tragedy, is that at 16, even if I'd already had that metaphor to help me, I still had no one whatsoever to turn to for help when it started to swing. I'd always dealt with fear of boys, in part by carrying extra padding to protect me from their attention and blows. Now, fear of boys meant getting stronger, getting bigger, finally getting to the point where I couldn't be harmed again. That meant lifting weights beyond the point of damage, and that brought on extra muscle mass. And perversely, that meant my weight and my BMI got higher, even as the padding burned away. That meant I slipped right back into the place where, when I finally told a doctor I thought I might have an eating disorder, that doctor first told me that I couldn't have one because I was male, then looked at my BMI without actually looking at my actual body and told me to my face that I was morbidly obese, that I needed to lose weight. My muscles and veins were already grotesquely prominent and visible. I had very little subcutaneous body fat left, but I couldn't show that doctor the hidden folds of stretch-marked, obscenely loose and empty skin hanging off my damaged crotch and inner thighs. Once more, I needed help. Once more, I sought it from an adult. And once more, I was left with crazy-making feedback. So I simply couldn't convince my brain it wasn't losing control because of the pathologically violent intersection of numbers in the mind of a doctor with even less empathy than a psychopath. That drove me to try to starve, while maintaining the muscle mass, which made the muscles even more prominent, and perversely, that brought more female attention. And after my rapist, I was just as terrified of girls as I'd ever been of boys. Anytime that attention got too close to becoming the wrong kind of sexual, I'd find myself in another flashback, panicked, running on automatic, my mask fawning, and me coming around from another dissociated period, having traded somehow safer acts in exchange for not having to engage in the unsafer ones. Each reminder of recent trauma would push my mind back into reliving ancient traumas, and eventually the tension grew so great I had to fall back on avoidance. So not long after I graduated from high school, I flipped anorexia off and bulimia back on, starting a swing from the safety from judgment and physical violence found in being skinny towards the safety from unbearable emotions and sexual violence found in being fat. And no one knew this was happening. Neither the boys, all of whom I'm now in hindsight quite certain never wanted to rape me or really harm me, nor the girls, who, again, in hindsight, didn't want to either. Maybe if I'd been able to tell any of them what was really going on, I'd have found more friends and confidants and fellow journeyers. Maybe they and I would have known as children what we only survived and endured to learn a little bit about each other as adults, those of us who did survive. Instead, I grew progressively more and more isolated. I wish I could say that the story of my fugoid ends there, but as I've tried to make painfully clear, I'm still in it, and the point is, I always will be. The story continues. There were many, many ups and downs again after these. From finishing high school, swinging from down towards up, to nearly a decade later in university, where a downward swing was rebounded by not being able to keep the lights on during my first attempt in years to explore safer intimacy, which led to a massive flashback and a promising relationship shattered, and finally seeing a psychiatrist, followed by a terribly wrong diagnosis from an outdated copy of the DSM-3, then 4 years of being treated for a mental illness I never had by a series of doctors who outright refused to listen to their patient and kept deferring to the wrong diagnosis even after the right one became clear. I'd need an entire other video to explain how utterly debilitating it was to be on lithium without the manic episodes of a bipolar disorder I never had, to try and explain having your life made utterly devoid of any color or flavor at all, of having anything like emotional responses or even basic pleasure responses just snuffed out by what amounts to a chemical weapon for anybody except those who need it the most. 4 full years entombed within a body that couldn't feel even the muffled noise my psychopath couldn't interpret. Stuck, paralyzed, unable to do anything but watch myself take a rocket ride up to 405 pounds, my personal highest single point yet on the merciless swings. Years spent growing more and more suicidal again, but with no emotions of any sort to lever against it. Nothing to put between me and my worst impulses. Interminable days after days of waking from sleep, begging to be put back to sleep again. Then finally deciding, coldly, it was time to die. The moment the tick-tock ratchet of my birthdays edged past the year 2000, I committed myself to not seeing the next. I was so impenetrably, unbearably alone. Then, the 11th of September in 2001, and I'm knocked onto an unexpected, very different course by the apocalyptic shock of an entire planet joining me as one of the talking traumatized. The incredible perversion of realizing, knowing I wasn't alone after someone else I'm absolutely certain had persistent hypervigilance just like mine, precisely like mine, worked out in an incredibly psychopathic fashion that's far too familiar, how to knock down the Twin Towers and eventually take the world's superpower with them. Finding in that a disturbing reason to push back the deadline. Then taking myself off the medications, finding myself homeless. During another crash down by 160 pounds, terminating in yet another attempt to find my feet as a functioning sexual adult because I desperately wanted to be a dad, resulting in yet another flashback. This time not quite so scrambled, and another crisis and collapse and another inner death while watching everyone else's PTSD not becoming C-PTSD and watching their reliving fade into the background while mine never does. Then the effort of digging myself out of that fresh grave after finally just tripping over the proper name for my disease. And that effort rewarded in meeting someone I think I can both stand and trust enough to have that child with, except years too early for me to not shove her up onto my damned pedestal. Then a move across a continent and finally finding a therapy group for other truncated men and slowly building a bit of hope around the notion of becoming a survivor. Hope cut short when I threw myself between her and the body of another truncated boy who'd put a shotgun to his chest and fired seconds before we'd arrived. The violence of him finding peace, turning my own mind into a maelstrom after learning precisely what it means to really know what red-hot steel shot does to the meat of a human through hypervigilant eyes, fingers, and nostrils. Fleeing from that storm pushed me to make yet another move between countries, which left me trying in vain to swallow that fresh experience of violence and death by focusing first on a marriage, which was good, then a career, while the marriage wasn't. another weight gain rather than betray, then a weight loss rather than divorce, then that divorce anyway, and another career, and some of the best friends, and then the worst loss, real tragic, insurmountable loss. And how I met my father again after 25 years, but didn't get to ask him the questions the last remnant of my long-dead inner child needed before the answers died with him under a year later. From India and being punched by an elephant to Vietnam and standing beside an unexploded bomb. Then meeting the bravest woman in the world right after the man who doesn't know the joke of the universe, but he's sure he's the punchline, stumbled out of the largest cave on the planet. Joe and I circled the globe multiple times from meeting to getting married, and she's been with me and watched as my fugoid continued to take its toll, especially after we learned we needed to get a dog because desperately wanting to be parents was never going to be enough to make me a dad. Its shifts and swings had gotten smaller. I'd gotten more resigned to just remaining high rather than fighting my own body. But then the toll started to grow again during COVID, while a small part of the world started to watch us on YouTube, because being locked down on a narrowboat looked better and more interesting than being locked down in a house. And again, finding myself looking at a whole world of people with PTSD. Then watching it not become C-PTSD, and again watching their reliving recede and fade while mine never does. And then 3 years ago, a doctor looking at my BMI without looking at my body and without empathizing with me at all told me I'd hurt Joe if I didn't hurt me. So of course, automatically, I hurt me. I leveraged my secret. I reached for the one tool I shouldn't have, my ability to override all my bodily limits, my inhuman self-control. I did the one thing no one should be able to do. I flicked on my anorexia and pointed the nose straight at the ground. And it all would have turned out fine if I hadn't gotten kicked in the head just as I was, finally, trying to land this weight thing according to plan. Because I was going to land this thing. My weight was going to be a solved problem. Not only that, I was going to triumph by finally having another first day of school that had me go right this time. I was going to ace that master's degree, then a PhD. If I wasn't going to get to make my contribution by making the world a better place for one child, then I was going to make my contribution by changing the way we think about programming languages and how they can give people who only think they can think their first opportunity to actually think. There were books to be written. I was going to take my secret, keep it secret, and turn what it had taught me into a lever to teach the world how to make the world a better place for the world's children. I was going to finally break from the past and finally contribute to the future. And with that, I might finally get a glimpse of pride. It was a nice dream. I liked that dream. Given the nature of my secret and the nightmares that led me to having it, it felt like the way my story should play out, like a myth out of old, one in which I finally discover I've been the protagonist all along. Unfortunately, the truth is, I don't live in that world. I've never lived in that world. So the dreams I'd briefly let myself cling to were violently shattered by two morons too stupid to know they're not the protagonists either. Until I can set this aside and start to pick up the pieces of what remains, the story of my weights fugoid is frozen, stuck in a kind of extremely violent pause. Unfortunately, thanks to this society not being able to marshal any kind of a reasonable or coordinated response, leaving me responsible for something I really shouldn't be. I have no idea if or when this pause will end. I wish I could tell you this story ends happily. But the fact is, it's just going to end. I am Michael. And I had a secret. Now I've walked you through the important parts of my story and I've shown you that secret. I had to, but I never wanted to. The last thing I could ever have wanted was to tell you my secret. Well, actually, to be honest, the last thing I could ever have wanted was to be asked for it in the first place. The telling comes way after the limit of what I was comfortable with or what I could have wanted. But I got asked so many times because YouTube has provided this weird little soapbox, so the responsibility of standing on it and saying the unsayable out loud fell on me. First, because I'm the only one who can have responsibility for that particular question. Second, because I happen to also be responsible for the secret you never intended to ask about. And third, because I've got a responsibility to both those who are out there like me and those who we are absolutely going to make like me in the future if we don't take responsibility for making sure stories like mine either never begin or, at a bare minimum, never get forced into becoming secrets in the first place. Like I already said, I use the English language extremely precisely. That's because what I'm trying to do is communicate. Actually communicate, not merely convey. There is no point in merely conveying what happened to me. In fact, there's less than no point. To do that would just be handing you my secret, a book wrapped up as a gift that you might hold but never open, much less read, much less understand. That even if you did read, you'd interpret. The more generous might think they'd found a brave hero telling the truth, when I'm a coward and sometimes villain who has viciously omitted what wouldn't further my plot. The less than generous might see a whiner, when I'm not complaining about what happened to me, but rather about what is happening right now to others. The most miserly will see a liar, but I dare them to ever come anywhere near as close as I've just done to letting themselves, much less everyone else, near their darkest truth. I am aching to communicate, literally aching. Since I started to write this, I have been self-harming again. I have been causing myself constant, sometimes violent, physical pain for months now. And I've been doing that in a conscious attempt to bring your worldview into alignment with my own, even if just for a fleeting moment, so that we are looking at the same page of the same book, if not necessarily from the same solar system. I have been causing myself real, permanent damage in order to even attempt to communicate, to discover the right protocol and volume and shape to hammer the message into, so that it can be both sent and received, so that the meaning arrives with it, so that we together are in communion, literally sharing a perspective, even when we are very, very far apart and moving in perpendicular directions. From everything I've described, every experience I've related, especially the ones that feel to you like they can't have been real, or maybe like they were real, but happening only to someone else, from all the violence that may be remote and alien to you, but has always been extremely local and implicit in my life, I hope you understand that I found myself in a very different story than the one most human lives play out within, looking at the world and our different places in it from an exceptionally unusual, but tragically nowhere near unique perspective. That's why I'm going back to something I said earlier, because I hope you can listen carefully to this instruction. Please, I beg of you, think of me as a space probe sent off on an orthogonal journey, a very lonely, very cold, very distant Voyager, traveling very fast and further away each and every second from the normal path the majority of you get to have in common. I've struggled to use precise words so I can communicate to you precisely what I've seen from very far away. Just like that probe, I may not have seen what you have seen, but I have seen a lot of what you can't look at. What I've told you so far has all been in service of getting you to recognize, and I hope accept, that I am such a probe, and that what I've learned is vital for you to capture, listen to, hear, understand, and where you don't yet understand, research and pore over until you do. Now you've heard my story. You've heard my secret. Long and painful as it was, that was just the preamble. That was everything necessary to get us here. Here is the important bit. Your interstellar probe's message begins now. First, I need to make it clear I am not alone. I am not unique. I'm not special. There's nothing special about me whatsoever. The depressing thing is I'm just the normal outcome that happens when a normal child gets knocked on a different normal path. The things that happened to me weren't unique either. They weren't special. They weren't even unusual. Your thought-terminating cliches exist to protect you from this basic, actually indisputable fact. Children experiencing life-threatening physical violence and life-altering sexual violence is depressingly common, even mundane. The only remotely unusual thing about my tangent is that it started in a single event initiated by a single stranger, and that event was both violent and sexual in one go. And even there, I'm not alone. I'm nowhere near alone. I'm just either rare because both happening together is rare, or I'm rare because surviving both happening together is rare. But there have been others before me, and sadly, there will be others after me, even if we haven't met in person. I cannot stress this enough or hammer it hard enough. I really am not alone. Once you realize that boys are strongly incentivized to an absolutely absurd degree to stay silent, to keep any experience of sexual abuse or assault a lifelong secret, it will dawn on you that the statistic that only 1 in every 6 men you know have experiences of non-consensual sexual violence before the age of 18 is ludicrously low. The estimate of 1 in 4 of every girls is probably a bit closer to the mark, but not by much. There are vastly more children who have serious traumatic experiences far, far worse than my own stumbling along right now, most of them as adults, usually substantially isolated, and because most of them have never been able to disclose to anyone with very little, if any, support. And they need support, a lot of support, and we should be organizing and fighting to make sure they get it. An agonizing fact is that on literally every single day, some of those children will give up because they can't keep going without support that isn't there. And they'll leave my tribe. But the even more excruciating truth is literally every single day, many, many more children are added to our tribe than leave it. And the most horrifying reality of all is that most of the children joining my tribe and who are going to be dying for support are the children of members of my tribe who never got anything like support. And if you meet 100 adults in the next week, and you think about the fact that somewhere between 1/6 and 1/2 of them have experiences they're aware of significant childhood trauma, and that at least one of them has met, if not recognized, their inner psychopath, and the safety of all the children around you has depended the entire time on them having figured out somehow unsupported how to either harness that or muzzle that. What you're not thinking about right now is the ones you didn't get to meet, the one-time children who can't come out in public, can't allow themselves to be seen, wouldn't introduce themselves to begin with, didn't survive to meet you at all, or twisted their pain into someone else's. A huge number of these children, both the seen and the unseen, a truly daunting number of them, are, according to the vicious and merciless guillotine that is the BMI, either substantially overweight, substantially underweight, or currently swinging somewhere between those extremes on their own fugoid's violent curves. A lot of these children learn to self-medicate and tamp down unbearable emotional pain by controlling their food intake, just as I did. And just like me, they'll often spend a lot more time at the extremes than they do passing between them. If they're not self-medicating by gorging themselves or starving themselves, then they are much more likely than average to have self-medicated with alcohol, drugs, gambling, risky sex, or other soothing behaviors that can temporarily push away the pain and shame they're trying desperately to avoid. In the boys who I've simply had more contact with because support groups tend to self-assemble along the arbitrary lines of whatever gender is, these Soothing behaviors can also look a lot like striving for a kind of hypermasculinity. While I'm certainly not saying that every man with disproportionate muscle mass shares anything like my experiences, I have met many other men who also went through one or more periods of desperately struggling to inhabit the biggest, toughest, least vulnerable body around. We who survive developing PTSD as a child tend to find our way into fugoid-inducing behaviors and often oscillate towards the extremes in many areas. Though I have noticed that those who don't reflexively put air quotes around their survival tend to have done a better job of not oscillating quite so violently as I have. I spent decades feeling like I was completely alone in all of this. In hindsight, and after meeting just a tiny fraction of those who really are my brothers and sisters, I've had to come to realize that I can see the outlines of them and where their patterns of behavior overlap with and resonate with my own. And those outlines are everywhere and only becoming louder and clearer as I become more sensitive to how using my voice, finally in public, might provoke them to raise theirs, like some of them using theirs in private has provoked me to raise mine. I am not alone. I really am not alone. But I also am not speaking for anyone else who's been exposed to death, serious injury, or sexual violence. And I'm certainly not speaking for anyone else who endured the unendurable while still a child. It took me more than 20 years to even start speaking for myself. So I know that I don't dare speak for anyone else. The experience of trauma and the agony of the stress that survival brings with it, of the seemingly endless, agonizing, returning and reliving, and in many cases, revictimization, and in the worst cases, recidivism, is infinitely personal. It's an imprint far, far more personal than a fingerprint or DNA could ever be. On each return, it's rewritten. Something forces the wounds back open, and then there's the pain of stitching that back up again, and you discover it's not a story that gets to be experienced just once. I know my story well enough to tell it because there have been times it was literally carved into my body and my mind over and over again, sometimes by my own actions, but very often by bad actors or just bad luck. It is a permanent tale incised into whatever remains of what too many people, too flippantly and without enough care, call my soul, and then that imprint was baked into my clay, and even if I could scrape the entirety of it away, the ghost of that story would still remain. I don't know anyone else's story. Survival is different for everyone who has to endure it. And I really hope me telling you my tale helps others think they might want to tell their own. I cannot speak for them. No one can speak for them. No one else has earned the right to. No one else can ever earn the right to. They have earned their choice, whether it's to scream at the top of their lungs or to stay silent. And honestly, if they're not safe themselves or have discovered safe people to fall back on, then staying publicly silent might just be the better choice, especially in the comments on this video. I've been agonizing for decades about whether or not I should even speak for me because of all the very, very bad and inappropriate ways people I couldn't trust quite as much as I'd hoped have handled my disclosing my story in the past. In the years I've been publicly silent, there have been moments when it feels like I'm over it and it's behind me, and then there are moments when I know that I never will be, and that another fresh shock is just waiting around the corner. And while I want to believe most people who watch this will be human and humane about it, I'm well aware there are some who aren't interested in being either and will try to cause that shock. They'll try to do it in the comments, and where I can't delete the abuse and stupidity directed at me quickly enough, that abuse and stupidity will harm others, and I'll be responsible for that harm by proxy. That's why I've taken so much time and effort and literal pains to write this, to try and do an end run around the people who will inevitably, reflexively deploy their thought-terminating cliches. to arm those amongst you who can think against those who either can't yet or won't ever. If I've written this right, if I've said it well, if I've given you just a taste of the revisiting and the constant orbiting of this ridiculously powerful mass at the center of whatever you'd call me, then I never get to go unseen again. I never get to put my secret back inside the box I've just opened. By publishing this, I've set that box and with it me on fire because I want to bring light to a darkness I know too well and can't see anyone else honestly looking at. Well, I couldn't figure out any way to do that didn't involve burning the last remaining bridges to my own safety. If I've told my story with the right words in the right voice, I've guaranteed the story remains when my body and mind, when that which remains, when the things I eventually decided to call Michael are actually dead and gone. I'm not speaking for anyone else because I can't, but also because I don't want anyone else to know what it feels like to know your secret has just been exposed and will outlive you because you've been forced to speak for yourself in unsafe places. So while I can't speak for anyone else who has endured and experienced life-altering trauma, especially very young, I hope I can speak to them. I hope they know that I have, to the very small extent that I've found others with similar experiences in this world, listened both carefully and very intently, and I hope they can understand that though each story and experience has been incredibly and painfully unique, I've also always consistently heard the same thunderous echo of unfathomable but justified and correct anger, silenced and unjustly and wrongly turned inwards into dense, unbearable shame held unbearably close. That shame wasn't deserved. That shame wasn't earned. That shame wasn't and isn't right. But none of that really matters because that shame is still what we received. And once you've received that shame, it can and will grow and grow so powerful and so tight and knotted and dense at the center of us that it threatens our survival, even though the problem is we can't let it go because it's how we survived in the first place. And people who don't have that shame and don't understand it, who don't know it in their bodies, literally in the always clenched and squeezing muscles, in the pain, the physical pain that's always there whenever we're awake and sometimes in our dreams. Those people, the normal ones, they'll so often respond to our language in a language we don't understand at all, but which we're supposed to. We'll try to speak about things we might well have been too young to even form words around, and they'll respond with words we'll stab ourselves with too often before they've heard us get the poison all the way out to begin with. In our hands, a loving word can be a dagger, an angry word a spear. If we try to open our hearts of darkness, if our secret is even slightly exposed, then it doesn't even take a word. Just a widening of the eyes or a misplaced laugh or a hint of disbelief can become artillery we'll fire against ourselves over and over and over. And this is from those tiny few, that maybe one or two in what feels like a lifetime that we just hope we can trust, but usually can't and so don't. Together, I hope we can tell the world that shares none of our experiences and who haven't gone down these disturbingly similar paths to uncomfortably similar ends to stop responding to what they can't and don't understand, especially before we finish speaking, to start listening with unstoppered ears, and most importantly, to stop forcing us to turn our anger inwards, to stop making the victims responsible for what the perpetrators did to them. And the world that hasn't had to discover the enormous, unfathomable, aching gulf between getting to live instead of just getting to survive has forced us to do exactly that, to silence our anger, build our shame, and remain silent about both. Not usually out of malice, not usually out of bad intentions. In fact, it's often out of a misguided, ignorant, self-centered version of love. Compassion from those who don't yet know compassion, from those who think they've got empathy because they've been told they do, and just haven't discovered yet that they don't. It's also not usually active. It's just a passive form of pressure to keep secret what is secret, to keep unsaid what can't easily be said, to be stoic where that's inappropriate, to keep calm and carry on as if you're in the Blitz, when what you should be doing is running riot, because where you actually are is much nearer to the ghetto or the camps or the ovens than they can possibly know or understand. It can take years, even decades, to tease apart and clear away the rubble left behind by an innocent and ignorant parent or teacher or doctor or sibling or partner's less than careful choice of words. That's how easily those who are prone to triggering can be silenced and set back. I can hope we can tell the world to stop clinging to old, bad, stupid ideas and start evolving its use of language. Where that doesn't work yet, start evolving language itself. And where the language changes in a way that makes you uncomfortable, maybe shut your mouth, stop speaking for a bit, actually hear why that language is changing, and only then speak again. Don't just have an opinion until you've built it from first principles. And unless you've trained yourself in formal logic, don't assume you have the slightest clue what those first principles even are. Earlier, I gave just a little bit of time and voice to why there's a real and important and meaningful difference between culpability, liability, and responsibility. That wasn't me going on a tangent. That was me trying to show you where a shared language can lay landmines in front of people who might share only the words of that language but not the context. People who, like me, are walking around with a very different, and I'll argue much more nuanced dictionary. I can't explain to every human I meet before I start talking to them how them telling me that I'm not responsible for what happened to me while they leave me the one picking up the pieces substantially misrepresents reality, leaving them in a much more comfortable and placated place than I've ever been or probably ever will be. And if I haven't been able to explain responsibility to someone whose actual job it is to help me when I'm the one paying for every moment of their precious time, then how can I possibly explain that telling me that I deserve better without explaining in detail how and when they're going to deliver that better is at best a meaningless platitude, while at worst they've undermined me with false hope. The English language, especially when it's deployed by someone who has power of care over someone in a crisis who they only think they can empathize with, can do immense harm. Well, again, I'm not alone, and I know both "you're not responsible" and "you deserve better" have actually set me and others like me back to a much greater degree than they've helped us forward. In my journey to understand my shame and why it's so inextricable from my too many experiences of trauma, including trauma that really was just handed down to me by others when they couldn't keep their own shame contained, I got held back a lot by one more not carefully and not precisely deployed word, and I know it's held others back as well. I swear this video will end hopefully soon, so I'm not going to expand the definitions of each and every word in the English language for you, but I'm afraid I've got to expand at least this one more. Over the years, I've heard a lot of well-meaning but sadly clumsy people, including a far too significant number of trained mental health professionals, and you'll just have to understand that I've had way more interaction with mental health professionals than average, describe the mental illnesses I've personally experienced and embodied, PTSD, C-PTSD, and depression, as being either caused by or somehow linked to what they term repressed emotions. That is an example of language that needs to evolve because it is an extremely thought-terminating cliche. And while it might sound insignificant, it held me back for years as I wasted time going down an intellectual cul-de-sac trying to unearth what had never been buried in the first place. That idea of repressed emotions is another holdover from our old friend Sigmund Freud, who I've also had way more interaction with than average because some deep misunderstandings about his least scientific ideas, and that's really saying something because not a single one of his ideas was even remotely scientific, ended up accidentally forming the weak foundations of both modern psychology and, for some bizarre reason, film theory. They're wrong. Both Freud was back then, and the well-meaning and especially the professionals have been throughout my life and up to today. The idea that these maladies result from me repressing my own emotions by me pushing them from my conscious mind into some imagined subconscious is as idiotic as blaming my symptoms on the moon, demonic possession, or too much phlegm and black bile and not enough bloodletting. Do I sound remotely unconscious of these emotions or their effects on me? Post-traumatic stress is the stress a human body is supposed to feel, consciously feel, after experiencing traumatic psychological injury. That stress is supposed to make them and those around them aware that they've been wounded so that those wounds can be tended. Well, when those wounds aren't addressed with appropriate care by experts in an ordered manner, they're going to get addressed with inappropriate care by amateurs in a disordered one. In the worst case, by an amateur child with no clue that an ordered response is either possible or discoverable, and that's exactly what happened to me. That's how post-traumatic stress goes from not quite being allowed to be consciously felt and expressed and considered and dealt with to being unconsciously or consciously avoided and allowed to fester into PTSD. Throw someone, especially a child with PTSD, into a spin cycle of ever more inappropriate reactions and responses to the same old and still untreated wounds, and complex PTSD is the natural, and at that point likely the only possible, outcome. I never repressed a single emotion in Freud's sense of keeping them subconscious to myself. I never even got the opportunity to. I was too busy surviving by hiding my emotions, my experiences, and therefore my safety and my wounds and my need for care from the emotional discomfort of others. I had experienced something I literally didn't have words to know how to articulate, and when I displayed understandable and entirely natural emotions of extreme distress in the only way anyone should ever expect from a child, I wasn't heard. I wasn't listened to. Instead, I was first ignored, then beaten, and then starved of both food and affection. My unbearable emotions were so unbearable to others that I had to silence those emotions for their benefit and my survival. I had to start to develop the secrets both they, and if we're being honest, you, wanted me to keep. Of course that led to suicidal thoughts, then homicidal thoughts, then worse, as I struggled with emotions I still consciously had and have, but which virtually everyone in my life has wanted to remain studiously unconscious of, because getting me to discipline and control my emotional outbursts, my episodes, meant never even having to think of what they were a sign of. PTSD has nothing to do with repressed fear. It's the physical and mental sign and signifier that you've learned that life is dangerous and scary and very often is nasty, brutish, and short. It's waking up to the fear you should have in the reality you actually live in, from the dream of safety you shouldn't have in the delusion you actually don't live in. Depression has nothing to do with repressed anger. It's primarily a sign of physical and mental exhaustion. It can be brought on by any number of stressors operating within a human body for a long enough time. And one of those stressors is anger you justifiably have, which is entirely appropriate, and that you are completely and constantly and consciously aware of, but that you simply can't act on or express because other people don't want to know that life is dangerous and scary and very often nasty, brutish, and short. That's what's so infuriating about the farcical, but for some reason still popular notion of mental illnesses like mine being somehow about repressed emotions. Learning to repress what you do with your personal emotions is actually a fundamental milestone in developing into a mature social being. And learning to repress what we do with our collective emotions is just as fundamentally a milestone in developing a mature society and culture. We're supposed to feel our emotions, but we're supposed to choose if we act on them or ignore them. And both a mature being And a mature society composed of such beings would, by default, choose to ignore, by default, and not act at all. Not comfortable with either of those ideas? Well, whoever told you that you or your society were mature and had passed those milestones? What evidence do you have that you've grown up, or that your society has? Every culture in human history has thought of itself as mature and advanced, thought of itself as the top towards the end of history, looking down at all those ignorant fools that came before, rather than as at the bottom, at the beginning, looking up at something substantially more advanced that's looking down at them. Just like every human being has looked to the stars and wondered if there's intelligent life out there, without first confirming that there's any intelligent life down here. Never mind confirming if there is between these two ears. Well, I'm going to suggest that any society or culture in which a child can endure death, serious injury, or especially sexual violence hasn't reached the threshold of maturity and isn't advanced. And if that society or culture can't respond to that child in such a way that it prevents that child from enduring those conditions again, never mind allowing that child to carry that forward throughout their life and even into future generations, then the species that forms that society or culture and all the individuals in it might not have yet passed the threshold of intelligence, and certainly can't be assumed to have. We should all be able to feel whatever we feel, whenever and wherever we feel it. Because our emotions are an unbidden, extremely noisy, and usually unhelpful message from the dark, we probably should allow ourselves even more freedom of emotion, freedom of feeling, than we do freedom of thought. Just like we should allow ourselves much greater freedom of thought than we should ever grant ourselves freedom of speech. A mature, thinking, adult being should very likely not allow itself to blurt out aloud whatever fleeting idiot thought or emotion pops up and tries to motivate its tongue. An actually thinking being doesn't and shouldn't voice every thought that comes to mind just because it comes to mind, and should only extremely rarely, after thought and care and attention, give voice to its emotions. But a child isn't supposed to be a thinking being. Not yet. They're supposed to mature and grow into one. They're supposed to feel what they feel and express those feelings, and then, after they learn to think, start setting aside the messages of their feelings and start listening more to the messages of their minds. Maybe, after a great deal of effort, probably more effort than currently fits into one human life, they might reach the point where they can shut the hell up and only ever say the important thoughts. The thoughts that change the courses of future lives. The thoughts that can only be voiced by the thinker who has mastered their feeler enough to not let it dominate their thinking or speak on their behalf. Someone who has actually repressed their emotions doesn't often act on them, and never does when acting on their fleeting emotional needs or desires would damage the safety or sanctity of another. Someone who has actually repressed their emotions has taken responsibility for them. If my first rapist, either of my parents or my second rapist, had actually repressed their emotions, I wouldn't have a secret to tell you today. They didn't. So I do. You see, this is another place in which precise words are important, in which I need to teach you how to speak my language using the same tools I've been using all my life to survive amongst a species that doesn't actually share even a word of that language. There's a reason I'm much more comfortable in a crowd of people who don't speak a word of English than I am in a crowd of people who do, but don't weaponize that language the way I do. Etymologically, to repress something is to hold it back, to restrain it, to control or inhibit it, to keep it from acting, possibly, but not necessarily, by some active force. To suppress something is to hold it down or under. They've got similar meanings. I can see why psychologists conflate the two. They're human, after all, and even this far removed from Freud, they are still thinking in a kind of squishy and less than rigorous way about the kind of squishy, less than rigorous things happening inside human minds. but they're not exactly or precisely the same meaning. And again, for this to be communication, it's important to be precise. Freud was talking about people pushing emotions from their conscious mind into their subconscious, literally their below conscious or under conscious mind. And he was writing in German, and he used the word unterdrückt, literally underheld, which is etymologically identical to suppress, but importantly not repress. My guess is the reason why English-speaking Freudian psychoanalysts, and then from those loonies, modern psychologists, chose repress is because repression is usually volitional, done by an entity against itself, whereas suppression and oppression imply something done by a stronger against a weaker. It allows them to maintain the delusion of an internal locus of control. It literally lets the therapist make the patient responsible for their own problems, which is useful because it also lets them make the patient liable for those problems, or at least for the fees for their session. Now, there's lots of good to be had through therapy, don't get me wrong, but what you'll find there isn't exactly precision. And when we're talking about my emotions, if you're going to throw around a word that implies I'm choosing to push them back for some reason into a part of my mind that is for some reason down, then it's vitally important we're really clear on precisely whom is doing the repressing. I'm the one being repressed, that's clear. They're my emotions, after all. But is the repressor me or someone else? If it were me pushing these emotions down into the subconscious Freud and his followers were talking about, then I wouldn't be consciously aware of these emotions or the fact that I've been holding them back the whole time. And I can say with exceptional, even violent clarity, that I have never not been aware of the intensity of my feelings. I just didn't always have precise or nuanced names for those feelings, never mind either the skills or the vocabulary or sufficient safety around others to be able to express them properly. I knew they were there. I just couldn't understand what they were saying because they were so loud they were deafening, and I couldn't figure out on my own how to give them voice without causing discomfort, unease, pain, or actual harm to others. If it were me, but what I'm repressing isn't the emotions, but the acts those emotions would otherwise cause me to impress upon the world, then given the impulses I've only barely let you know about, then well, and I say this without even a hint of pride because I literally won't ever get to feel any unless I witness myself dying not by my own hand. Am I not some kind of a hero that all of you who would otherwise have been my victims should thank for that repression? Why, in other words, would there be any mental distress for me involved in me repressing my own emotions? Sure, it may have been distressing before I passed that milestone, but I've been keeping myself from acting on my emotions since before I actually knew I had them. I passed that milestone on the first day of school. I had to. If I hadn't repressed action driven by emotion immediately after discovering what could happen to a little boy's body when an adult man unbuckled his belt, I wouldn't have survived long enough to tell anyone I'd been murdered. The problem is not that I started to repress my emotions early. The problem is that after I miraculously repressed them early, and I survived the unsurvivable, and I got home and tried to express the unexpressible when and where I was supposed to be safe to do so, I wasn't actually safe to do so. My emotions weren't repressed by me into my subconscious. They were oppressed or pushed against and suppressed or pushed down by others so that they could remain unconscious. Again, I really don't blame them. All they did was come up against something threatening to them, and they deployed their own body's most basic, most intrinsic, most fundamentally built-in human form of thought-terminating cliché. And in their acute stress responses, they felt crisis too, and they took their own paths of least resistance to avoiding their stress. And it just so happened the way it had already been prepared that morning in that bathroom, and that way went through me by suppressing my emotional expressions. And it kept going through me, because anytime my extreme emotions bubbled up again in the future, everyone tried to silence the symptoms without ever trying to address the disease. It wasn't long before that repetition taught me to do that violence to myself, to stop letting them bubble up at all, to just hide them behind my mask and suffer both the symptoms and the disease in silence. The implication when some well-meaning, but usually kind of unthinking and almost certainly more inexperienced than me in enduring C-PTSD person says I need to stop repressing my own emotions is that I'm the one responsible for those emotions, when in fact, this time, what I am is liable for them. I am not the one charged with the ability to respond to my emotions. After my anger was driven inward, after I had to literally impress my own justifiable rage and horror rather than express it, no one could respond to my emotions because they were only ever witnessed in the years between my first rape and my second, but they were never, not once, not remotely, heard. A very small number of people, decades after the fact, started to become responsible for my emotions, my closest friends and family, and eventually, after much building of trust, an extreme minority of my professional caregivers. But at the time, and really into my mid-30s, there was no one capable of responding to what wasn't being and couldn't be said out loud, some of which I can still barely say out loud to this day. If it remains unspoken, it cannot be responded to. Until right here and right now, the public was never going to be responsible. Now, if you've made it this far, congratulations. I've made you one of the responsible. Please go be responsible in the comments. I, however, was never responsible, and I never could be responsible for the very significant, if easily overlooked reason, that with my extreme hypervigilance, the very last place I could ever endure being is stuck alone screaming inside an echo chamber. No, what I was, what I've always been made to be by others, not with bad intentions, but usually with love and good intentions that still inflicted intense suffering, is liable for those emotions. I am the one that pays the price for having them, and I've paid that price by first learning to defensively and then eventually learning to compulsively hammer my unbearable anger into unbearable and unspeakable shame. Unspeakable shame that now forms the supermassive black hole at the center of me. The thing that doesn't just swallow the light, the thing from which not even the darkness can escape. Now, decades later, I know in my head that the best our current understanding of human psychology has to offer is that I somehow need to get myself to express, in the sense of push or release outwards, that rage. To again, somehow, either melt down or break open the shame, which I never earned and shouldn't have, and release the anger, which I absolutely earned and should definitely have, in order to somehow reach catharsis. I know again in my head that somehow expressing it, really expressing it, not merely feeling it, which I do constantly and consciously, but almost exclusively in private and behind the mask, and also not merely talking about it, which again, I do all the time in private, but I passed the point where talking about my feelings could give me any more forward momentum more than a decade ago. But actually releasing the most unsafe and uncontrolled thing bound within me in some sort of somehow safe and controlled manner is vital to undoing and expelling the incredibly dense knot of shame I've allowed the pathologically psychopathic survival mechanisms that were written into me simply for being human to build. The problem is I've got no idea how to do that. No one, amateur, professional, or otherwise, has ever given me even the slightest clue how to do so. And after decades of diligent, exhaustive searching, desperately trying to find some means of doing so, seeking in the cracks and corners of religions and philosophies and science and the weird and blurry smearing of the lines of those three we call psychology, I've had to come to the conclusion that the tools or technology that I'd need to allow me to accomplish that task just don't yet exist. The words certainly don't exist. The English language simply lacks the ability to carry enough context to open up my Pandora's box and expel its contents, and I don't think any other natural language can do better. Paint, clay, pictures of any kind, these are, if anything, less expressive than words, even more open to interpretation. The whole thing began not when I was injured, but when I screamed and was not heard, when I pointed at the truth but was not understood. What possible value could there ever be in me speaking and not being understood, in not communicating yet again, in revisiting and reliving, but not actually expressing my trauma yet again? Maybe if there was some sort of a programming language for human brains where I could just flip a bit and cause undefined behavior, side effects in others because of something I did in myself. But that's frankly a research question for the future, and at best science fiction, and at worst fantasy for now. The reality is that when I was far too young to be introduced to either sex or violence, I was introduced to both. And that impact left me hot and shaking in the dark, and that started the nucleus of my shame growing because I'd bitten into knowledge I hadn't been prepared to receive and that I wasn't supposed to have access to yet. Knowledge that the adults around me weren't equipped to talk about because they'd been raised by adults who weren't equipped to talk about it. Two filters that a human life, in theory, isn't supposed to engage with until after their brains and bodies have at least stopped growing were in reality applied to me before I could reliably form permanent memories. They started altering the course of my brain and my body's development before that development had actually begun. I was shown that my consent didn't matter, that my choices didn't matter, that my body's desires or its safety didn't matter, that its life, that my life simply didn't matter. Then when I tried to express a little of the anger that violation forced into me and my body, the two people who were required by a stupid, unthinking society to be responsible for me without ever being trained, prepared, or supported in any way in how to be, turned that anger immediately inward, hammering it into and onto my developing, growing core of shame. Their bad messaging about food and weight kept that mass growing and set me up so that when I was reintroduced to both sex and violence, again too early, I turned even worse anger, even more inward, and with every swing of the phugoid since, more anger was added to more shame. That all this happened was wrong, fundamentally wrong, but that knowledge of the culpability of others doesn't give me any way of responsibly addressing it. As far as I can tell, the window of opportunity for me to be able to open my shame and express the anger entombed within it safely closed a long, long time ago. Probably the day I met my psychopath. See, I know exactly how angry I am. I know precisely why that anger is aimed squarely at me. I know why it has to be aimed at me, never anyone else. I know why I can't express that anger safely, and I know that shame is how I keep that anger constrained. Not repressed by me, but impressed within me after it was suppressed by others, and I had nowhere else to put it. Shame and self-loathing is the mechanism I am using, consciously using, to constrain and inhibit what I constrain and inhibit. That intense self-loathing has been expressed at times by food I've forced down my throat and fat I've packed around my body. At times by lifting weights so heavy they permanently damaged muscle, tendon, and bone. At times through acts of torturous violence to my own flesh. And now by standing in front of my stomach's indescribable, unending hunger and refusing to let it feed. But always it's there to constrain and inhibit that which I must constrain and inhibit, that which for the sake of everyone else I cannot fail to constrain and inhibit. I can describe what that is, but I can't really communicate what that is. I've tried for decades to find any way whatsoever to safely communicate what that is, but it remains unspeakable. After a lifetime of studying how to express, I've had to realize and accept that it's simply not yet possible to safely allow human beings, including the one I inhabit, the one that I'm within, to come into direct contact with what it is I have walled off inside of me. This video exists because a lot of people couldn't really empathize with my inhumane and nearly inhuman capacity for constraining and inhibiting my body. I've explained how that capacity developed, how anger turned violently inward left me wearing a body that can't feel its own pain or emotions, that I'm entombed within. But if you're impressed by the walls, how the hell do I tell you about what I built those walls to entomb within here with me? Hi, I'm Michael, and what I constrain is a predator. What I inhibit is a recidivist. I'm not afraid that there might be some circumstances in which I could turn around to do to others what was done to me. I know that my body has been looking for an excuse, for permission, for any hint of justification to do to others much, much worse than was done to me, and it's been looking for that for decades. I know that at some point what was originally righteous and understandable and healthy anger that didn't get expressed because it wasn't accepted and embraced and heard and understood and responded to appropriately and right away, eventually soured and curdled into something unrighteous and incomprehensible and truly, viciously toxic within me. Sometime after my parents turned their child's wail for attention inwards and I started to hammer my need for care into my shame, what was meant to escape, what needed to escape, twisted into something that can never be allowed to escape. It became a desire, a yearning, an animal hunger that is constantly goading me to engage in unfathomable violence. When I was quite young and I saw some of my pretty alcoholic family interacting with that alcohol, I asked what the appeal was. Multiple adults I trusted as much as I've ever been able to trust anyone, adults I thought were supposed to be, despite mountains of evidence to the contrary, wiser and more informed and more mature than children, told me that they liked to drink because it lowered their inhibitions. To me, that was absolutely mind-numbingly baffling. How could anyone ever want to lower their inhibitions? Did these people really not know what it was they were inhibiting? My mother was inhibiting the desire to spin on a stool and giggle. My grandmother was inhibiting a mean, vicious tongue and a set of dentures that once left her mouth like something out of the movie Alien. This one was inhibiting an affair. That one, whatever voice said white men can dance and do have rhythm. I inhibit something that would, if my body felt it had to survive, participate in genocide. Something that would dash the brains of infants out against a tree, that would rape and torture and slaughter, and with nothing more than a hammer or a lump of wood or just its fists would gleefully fill a pit with naked corpses caked in lime. Something that would and could convince others to join it in doing the same. I inhibit something that if I listen carefully, really listen, I know, would fight to feel that it had to do that to survive, would battle to convince and confuse and overwhelm my mind just so it could get to participate. And I know this because it does fight every day in little ways. It's fighting to convince me, to delude me right now, to participate just because it wants to participate. And I don't mean this in an abstract sense. I have stood in the killing fields of Cambodia and found myself looking in the dust and the dirt beneath a cursed tree at the cracked, indescribably tiny mandible and loose baby teeth of an infant victim of genocide, and at a mass grave for children I've heard what I inhibit begging to be let loose. Even there, in that place, it's jealous it didn't get to participate, that I don't get to participate. Not because any part of me agrees with the idea of genocide or any of the ideas that have driven it, are driving it, and will drive it again soon, but just because it wants to participate. It yearns to participate. It has hungered to participate in violence, any and every imaginable kind of violence, for as long as I can remember. And again, not an abstraction. When I put my body in front of what a shotgun at point-blank range does to a human chest, I protected my ex-wife from witnessing horror, but also from witnessing me salivating at the smell of charred human meat. The hunger for violence inside my walls dwarfs the hunger for food inside my belly. I've known what I inhibit since the first time I noticed that I scan for weapons whenever I enter any room, even a room I've been in before, even a room I know I'm alone in. I know because I've heard how much the thing I inhibit yearns to use those weapons, to use all the weapons, to be the weapon. I've also known, since I was 5, that children's bodies can be sexualized. Since I was 15, that teenage bodies can find pleasure in sadistic sexual violence. And since the day I turned 16, that I'm a psychopath with no moral compass, no empathy, and a possibly unreachable limit for pain. If I don't constrain and inhibit what I have always constrained and inhibited, if I don't do my job, people will die, or worse. Children will die, or worse. Societies will die, or worse. Inside of me is something that understands why you slam airplanes full of people into buildings full of other people. It wants to tear down nations, to be the apocalypse. What little of what you'd call me remains. The thing that chose the name Michael exists to make sure it doesn't ever get to be. What I am talking about here isn't my psychopath. No, that's what I hide behind the mask. This isn't something I hide. This has always been visible. If you had any clue what you were looking for and listened with actually open ears, I constrain it, meaning I set its limits. I inhibit it, meaning I keep it from running past those limits. But I don't and I can't contain it. You can't contain it. You can only harness and throttle it, or you can be destroyed by it, or you can watch it and you destroy someone else. Think of the mask as the armor, the psychopath as the structure that armor sits on. This is the engine, what drives you forward, what pushes you to whatever extremes you will ever reach. It is power. Well, when you want to launch a deep space probe, that engine is going to have an explosive amount of power. I have never, not once, been trying to keep myself safe from the rest of you. I've been trying to keep the rest of you safe from the thing that pushes me and myself to all the extremes. My real self, my butcher, my carnivore, my cannibal, my beast. The thing that grew up inside the shell of what remained of me because it loathes the mask that murdered Mike to keep Michael alive. The thing that started hating everything that remained of me because one automatic part of me had compromised and survived by doing something another automatic part of me believes is shameful and shameworthy, by doing something it believes it's better to die than compromise on. The thing that started hating anyone and anything else it learned was just as or more compromised. The thing that wants to fight and never fawn. The thing that knew, automatically knew, that if it looked anything like me, then it was just as compromised as me. That if it had the shape of first a boy, then a man, then it was capable of doing what a man had done. And then the moment it got wounded by the other half of humanity, the thing that started hating those things too. The thing that despises anything that stands on 2 feet, has 2 hands, looks out from behind animal eyes, and contains the arrogance to pretend it's thinking when what it's really doing is addressing its needs and its desires. How I kept you safe, kept your children safe. How I keep you safe and keep your children safe. How I endure being around a species I desperately want to love and trust, but no, I absolutely can't, because I am a member of that species, is I choose to never let my beast feed. I did that by walling it off, caging it behind and within the layers upon layers upon layers of what became my shame. Shame I am still using. Shame that because I was never trained or prepared to do this, but just figured it out by happenstance and bloody violence and a lot of sheer blind luck, I was forced to use in a dirty, undirected, amateur, and once more self-harming manner. I had to build the extremely negative beliefs C-PTSD drags with it, to commit to them. I was touched by something infected and corrupt, and over my thoughts and impulses gave me more than just a hint that I was infected and corrupt too. Well, when I simply wasn't allowed to vomit out that corruption and purge myself of it, I had to engage my very human propensity for cognitive bias. I'd stop myself from infecting anyone else by taking every single impulse and thought as proof of my infection. I made myself sick with shame to keep myself from doing something sick with my shame, a toxic means of stopping a toxic fire from consuming us all. That is how and why each and every time violence visits my life again, and my beast stirs and wakes and tries to get loose, and I feel the mass of its cage rattling and creaking, I have to spend even more of what dwindling time I have left building that cage back up, better and stronger and heavier than it was when I left it, before shoving my beast back where it needs to remain, with that inside of that, and with that which remains inside my shame. Maybe that gives you the tiniest hint of why just let it go is such incredibly bad and stupid advice. My persistent negative views of myself, which eventually became persistent and negative views of my species, and all the rage and anger bound up within them, they might all be my confirmation bias. They might be utterly false. But I've been listening for a long time, very intently. I've got lots of evidence to back them up. If it's you or your children or your grandchildren within my reach, just how committed are you to your thought-terminating cliches? I don't trust me, and I have a lifetime of proof that I can hold back what the thoughtless and stupid thoughtlessly and stupidly call evil. Would you really rather I trust you and what you only think you know of me? As a child, I swallowed poison. Somehow I survived it because, again, somehow, shame absorbed it. It walled it off. But it wasn't an antidote. It wasn't a cure. It's just a place that poison sits. I can't dismantle my shame, and I can't express my anger, just in case the poison I swallowed is still there. Sadly, I've no idea why pushing thwarted anger into toxic shame is such a common, often crippling expression of unaddressed trauma. Why, precisely, the alternative pathways that are PTSD, and especially C-PTSD, seem so biased towards manifesting it so intensely. I wish I did understand that. But the why is really something for future psychologists, or more likely neurologists, to figure out. I didn't get to choose the mechanism. I wish I could say that I did. That selecting shame was an act of intention and volition, because if it had been a considered decision, I should, or at least could, feel pride for the results. But all I did was find the shame already there, ready and waiting. My guess is the seed of shame at the core of me started really early. In fact, it's almost certainly born into all of us. Shame is probably something all the social primates feel, a kind of negative feedback mechanism to inhibit actions an individual might benefit from, but that would harm the family, or the troop, or the tribe, or the species. Maybe shame is the first political emotion, though I'd guess it's more political thoughts and political meaning shared using the much cruder, simpler emotions we inherited from that titmouse. My first sensation and awareness of what shame is for and how it operates was probably before I was even out of diapers. Maybe when my well-meaning parents responded with more disgust and frustration than laughter and tickles because of what I'd filled those diapers with, or perhaps when one of them spanked me a little too hard because they'd scared themselves by letting me crawl too close to the road. Maybe it starts as a convenient way to teach our children to stop shitting their pants or crawling into traffic. Maybe there's some evolutionary advantage to being prone to feeling an appropriate amount of shame as a way of quickly learning what lines to not cross. It doesn't really matter where or when it starts. The point is that tiny grain of irritating sand encased in an initial skin of shame was already there, ready to be added on top of. That day I went to school and received an education. I don't believe that it was the particular act that caused that shame to grow as explosively or exponentially as it did. When a fully grown adult human male undid his comically large belt buckle and pulled out something that I'd never seen and had no words for, then proceeded to get me to do with it something I also had no words for and could not know to do, I must have said or done something that displeased him or scared him, irritated him. I don't know. I can only guess he was in a very agitated state, heart thumping, brain, if he had one, overwhelmed by heat and pressure, probably shame. But it was his shame, not mine. And because I lacked the words, I think I probably lacked shame at what the words represented too. Maybe I showed disgust. There were smells I still don't like, or maybe I giggled or laughed. Nervousness and fear can do that, and who doesn't know that thing in his hand wasn't both ludicrously funny looking, but also kind of grotesquely horrifying. In hindsight, I wish my beast had been there then, telling me to bite, telling me to fight, baying at me to kill, even if it meant being killed. But that me hadn't been born yet. That me was still on its way. Instead, one way or another, something I did or didn't do, I'll never know, but I default to assuming it was something I did, caused his fingers to close round my neck, to squeeze. I'll also never know what happened to make those fingers open up again. Not precisely. It'll never play out in my mind like a picture show, but I know my mask did something, said something, acquiesced somehow, participated, compromised, because I know I woke again. I died, I know, or more accurately, I know I was dying. The world went dark around the edges, and the colors drained away from the grout around the one cracked tile I'll never forget, the tile that will never, ever leave me, till the world goes dark around the edges and the colors drain away again for the last time. But before what I knew as Mike died, my inner psychopath's mask rose up, breaching like a leviathan out of my cold and darkness, and it did whatever it did to compromise Mike's soul in order to keep Michael's body alive. Even there, though, I tend to think the shame hadn't grown. Not yet. Not while that horrible moment was a secret between him and me. No, my body's somatic memories and my mind's episodic ones, they agree on that one point. The shame started to grow in the classroom after the fact, in the moment when the teacher and all the children laughed, where I'd become the punchline of a joke I hadn't heard and couldn't know. If you want to wound a child, laugh at them when they've hurt themselves. If you want to kill that child, laugh at them when they've just been raped. If you want to turn that child into a predator, laugh at them after they've just been raped, and then get a lot of other children to laugh at them with you. Give them a social death right after they've survived their first physical one. After a predator has isolated them from the herd and mauled them, ostracize them, alienate them, don't allow them to rejoin the safety of the herd. It wasn't their fault, of course, not the teacher and not the students. They'd done nothing wrong. But what they had done was giving me my first taste of something horrifying that wouldn't come full circle until my 16th birthday. They'd shown me, reflected in their grotesquely twisted smiles, a glimpse of what had risen in me, what had yielded and compromised and survived by killing me. They'd shown me just a flash of my budding psychopath. I wouldn't know the word for many years, much less be able to consider it in depth, but their utter lack of empathy for me made it, for the briefest of moments, shockingly and distressingly clear that I also didn't and couldn't have even the slightest hint of empathy for them. In fact, I loathed them, I hated them, I wanted to hurt them, just for the crime of laughing. What eventually became my beast was born there. From that moment, myself and my species were traveling on different vectors, and they'd never do anything but grow further and further apart. I was still in shock, and I was standing in an extremely dangerous place. That classroom was just yards away from the most dangerous and bewildering event I had just discovered was even within the scope of imagining. And I already knew that tomorrow I'd be made to return, forced to return, that for at least the next 12 years I was going to be returning to either this place or another just like it. To this day, I can't enter a school of any sort without feeling terror. Worse, my body was going to force me to return and return and return, even if my society didn't. I can avoid schools as an adult, but I was never going to be able to avoid urinals and toilets forever. Trying to empathize, struggling to empathize at 45 years distance with what that child's body must have been feeling with discovering in real time what the human acute stress response actually feels like to something so young, so naive. To have instantly learned just how deeply your mind can suddenly need to avoid triggers your body will force you to revisit every day for the rest of your foreseeable life. Thinking on that intense disconnect between that mind and body, it disassociates me now deeply. And I've had the perverse advantage of all this time and all this distance inside that body to help guide me back along the way. If you dare to think you can empathize with that, if you think whatever you feel right now comes even close to empathy with that, you are blinded by a pride that child and this adult will never, ever get to know. How that body navigated my way through learning the idiot words of the Pledge of Allegiance by rote, words I still can't forget because of how fundamentally bitter they are in my adult mouth, I'll never know. How it navigated the rest of the day, and especially getting back on the bus, possibly with the same driver, while as disassociated and tunnel visioned as I now know I'd be today, how it made it home with the remnants of me alive at all is mystery. When I did get home, when I got to where my mom had made a cake to celebrate my first day of school, and I saw that cake and the uncrossable gulf between what it was meant to celebrate in the imagined timeline that didn't happen and what it actually celebrated in the real one that just had, that's when the floodgates released. And the wail I let out was so sharp, so strong, so monstrously loud. A tidal wave that overwhelmed both my parents before they had a hope of responding appropriately. So they replied with their own acute stress responses as I've described and started to twist the anger and grief and pain and horror and terror implicit in that wail inward towards my seat of shame. By first not hearing and then silencing and then disciplining my attempts to express my sudden and shocking anger, which any trained and prepared adult could have and should have known was the heightened arousal and reactivity of post-traumatic stress. They taught me that my wail of rage was something unacceptable, something that would only ever be met with negative feedback, with punishment. Well, a child can only respond to punishment in one of two ways, either with shame if they think the punishment might be just, or anger if it isn't. Can anyone who isn't a programmer see the recursion bug they just let loose on me? My righteous anger at a bus driver was met with unjust shame. My just anger at unjust shame was met with more shame and would never be met with anything else. Righteous, just, justified, it didn't matter. My parents had accidentally engineered a loop that could only teach me that escalating shame was the only appropriate, adult-approved, socially acceptable response to escalating anger. By the time my father first rejected my body and my mother started to cut off its food, the feedback loop was complete. It was sealed. From that moment onwards, any attempt to voice my rage at the unfairness of it all outwards would instantaneously turn that rage amplified inwards, a perpetual, growing, agonizing dissonance that would never, could never be allowed to find anywhere to escape. All I could do was shove it inwards using the two different forms of violence and discipline they demonstrated to build a rough cage. And the harder it beat against the walls I'd caged it within, the harder those walls became. While any time it threatened to be exposed, I'd add more shame and hammer in from the outside as well, struggling in vain to keep it contained. I wrapped it in more shame, then more shame, then more shame again. Then eventually, I wrapped it in food, and then fat, and then those added to the density of it all, and that density started to warp reality itself to the point I can't ever know exactly what myself looks like. At the same time, I know far, far too well what myself is capable of. One of the hard absurdities of physics is that you only ever get to see and measure and understand a black hole by the light that isn't there, by what it isn't telling you. The place, a darkness so incredibly heavy and dense that it distorts the face of reality itself, sits inside a corona of burning, screaming, wailing, superheated mass, Galaxies will spin around that place. First light and then space and time itself will bend and twist to avoid passing through it. On my first day of school, I saw my darkness by the light of my rage for the first time, and I recoiled so hard, I hid it from myself, behind my psychopath, inside my shame. On my 16th birthday, I saw it again, and I recoiled so hard that I hid it from my species, compressing that shame into something so dense and hot it started to feed off the rage, pulling so hard I could never fully escape its gravity, while pushing so hard I couldn't do anything but fling out to the extremes and pick up speed. And on that fatal orbit, every time I've met it again, I've decided to keep it secret once more, to try and keep it locked away, even as I knew I'd end up returning and returning and returning. And then I got kicked in the head in Peterborough just as I'd shed all that insulating mass one more time. Every time I've come close to the thing that isn't within, I've retreated. And with each swing, I've come close again, then retreated again, over and over and over. Each time I gather speed, each time I lose distance, stuck on just another kind of phugoid's curves, in and out, up and down, apogee and perigee. The weight has always only ever been a means of insulating the rest of you from my secret, of keeping my rage constrained, of keeping my psychopath and my walled-off shame and the endless void it exists to keep me from seeing myself, from being seen by anyone but myself. It's been the most violently controllable measure of an uncontrolled and violent life, and now I've lost it. And before I run out of my reserves completely and risk gaining it back again, I've got to finally expose what always should have been known. I've got to take this moment when I'm not in control of anything whatsoever except my weight, to take control of the real phugoid I've been within the whole time. Hi, I'm Michael, and I'm a monster. And I know it. I know my monster. I know the gargantuan, terribly naked, terribly vulnerable, terribly monstrous thing coiled unseen and usually unseeable at the dead center of me. I know what it's capable of, what it hungers for, what it will consume. I know it's dangerous, incredibly dangerous, unbelievably dangerous. And again, I use those words precisely. Part of you does not find that danger credible. It sees me appearing vulnerable, and it wants to disbelieve me. But again, this isn't my testimony, it's just the facts. And the fact is, you will never find yourself wanting to see my monster or how dangerous it really is. I'm not exaggerating, I'm not attention-seeking, and I'm not lying. This isn't me being figurative, and I'm not using a metaphor. I am not just aware of something monstrous, I am something monstrous. I have met my monster many times. I have observed it, learned it, known it, and I want you to know my monster now, precisely because I know my monster, which means I know yours. And make no mistake, you're a monster too. You might not know yet that you're that which remains. You might not get to meet your psychopath or its mask. It may not be familiar yet. If you're lucky, it may never be familiar, but it's there, waiting for you, should you ever need it. And beneath it, your beast, that which survives, that which will survive, that which is the will to survive, but also that which kills and wills to as well. The thing that wants power and that for some reason finds power over others much easier and more attractive than power over self. And again, it may not be familiar yet. If you're lucky, you'll never know the rage that annihilates, that revels in killing, that wants to rampage and rape, the maker that yearns to destroy, not anything in particular, but everything all at once. But again, it's there, waiting for you, should you ever get forced where you don't want to go. And maybe, if that rage gets hot enough, if you stare at it long enough, you'll see the vacuum too, the unquenchable void, the hunger that never ends, the aching, insatiable emptiness that cannot ever be filled, your yawning dark, the hole in the universe that underlies us all, the drain every living thing, everything that lives, fights to fill so that it might avoid falling in, right up until the moment it can't, and it doesn't. Seeing your monster is hard. Nothing in you wants to look at it. Nothing in you wants to see. It sits in the place where your eyes are looking out, where your thoughts develop and percolate before they're given a voice. Get a glimpse of it, and your mind and your body will want to recoil, and they will not want to look again. And for all the many ways the rest of you will fight to never really see your monster, that is nothing compared to how hard it will fight to never admit your monster exists, to never let anyone else know. The secret you don't want to know is at the core of you. Actually meet your monster face to face. That's when you really get to discover if you're going to die culpable, liable, responsible, or some combination of the three. When you find out if you are predator, prey, or both. The horrifying thing, the truly horrifying thing, is that it's also when you discover that you don't get a choice in the matter. No choice at all. You don't get to predict the outcome. You don't get to see the dice until you find out how they rolled. You don't get to know you're trustworthy until you find out if you never were. All you can do is hope and pray to something you can only hope and pray is listening and cares, and almost certainly isn't, and almost certainly doesn't. Knowing your monster is even harder. You can only do that if you keep meeting it over and over by learning to speak to something primitive, alien, hot, seething, and then talking to it over and over, slowly, methodically, carefully probing over and over and over at something that just might want to kill you as much or more than it wants to kill everyone and possibly everything else. Maybe, perversely, the only reason I can see and know my monster is because I was forcibly exposed to someone else's so perversely early. Maybe that impact left me twisted so far around that by the time I was exposed to another, it left me looking where nothing wants to look and seeing what nothing wants to see. Well, if that's true, it's been 45 years since I got twisted around and 34 years since I recognized what I saw there. But even right now, as I've been reading this, everything that is wrapped around that monster and is desperately clinging to survival as a member of this species has just as desperately been fighting to keep me from admitting and saying out loud what it doesn't want you to know is at the core of me. Even now, even though I've kept my monster caged long enough that I trust the bars and I have made myself a zoo for you to learn from, my mask still is terrified of being out of a job. My monster is all the things I've learned late in my life to love about myself, and all the things I learned early in that life to hate and despise. It's the racism and sexism my culture pushed into me from before I was even born, and the fact I've grown enough to start letting that go. It's the gender I get assumed to have because of how a body I only inhabit just happened to be shaped, and the fact that shape and gender at least did me the favor of helping me get paid enough to be able to afford to spend so much of my time thinking. It's the sexual identity I never got asked about, never consented to, and so will never and can never determine unmolested for myself. And the way that weird superposition that it left me in makes it so much easier for me to accept others than it often does for them to accept themselves. It's the negatives and the positives and the false negatives and the false positives. It's all the things I do and do not like, whether I don't like them because I genuinely don't like them or because I genuinely do like them but don't want anyone else to know that I do. My monster isn't what's been hidden behind my mask, or the mask itself. It isn't my shame or the beast it holds back, or any of my experiences or any of my secrets. It certainly isn't, and never was, my weight. All of that is just what circles my dark, but my monster isn't the dark either. No. My monster is my night and my light. It's the void and everything trying in vain to fill it. And in the end, when I've run out of time and light and it hasn't been filled, even after I'm gone, my monster will be the void that remains. My monster isn't bad or good, it's not right or wrong, it's just present in its absence, and it's present and absent in all of us, It takes clarity to see that, and clarity comes when you bring a little light into the dark. And as I've just described and revealed, in all that I've described and revealed, I'm that space probe, and I've spent a lot of time looking on your behalf at the dark. Find that clarity, and it breaks you. That's when you look up at the sky and see that it isn't blue at all, that it never was blue, that it never could have been blue. If the sky was blue in the night, as you dream it is when your nearest star happens to be shining on it in the day, then you could never have seen the other stars at all. An entire species, if asked, sees a transparent sky that was never blue as blue because of what is literally just a trick of the light. Clarity means seeing what's actually there as well as what isn't actually there. Not just what appears to be there but may not be. Almost every member of that species that only thinks they know me, if asked, sees a nice man with a good heart and decent motives. Clarity is knowing that what any of us shows any other is just a trick of the light. I want you to know my monster, actually know, with clarity. A nice man doesn't show you the monstrosity within. That's one of the thought-terminating cliches underlying the weird social contract we all call humanity. Monsters don't announce themselves. You don't know them just because they've knocked at the door. They reveal themselves by doing something wrong. I've broken that unwritten rule by doing something not wrong, but uncanny. I've opened up my chest and showed you my heart and pointed out that it isn't good, it isn't bad. It's just a beating, pulsating, twitching lump of meat that's slowly, second by second and thump by thump, pushing my body towards the moment it runs out of both seconds and thumps. My motives are those of an admitted psychopath. I've done all this because I don't have a moral compass, can't empathize with you, and have always been deceiving your senses and your emotions and your thoughts just as a function of surviving just so long as that heart keeps beating. I am trying to give you a taste of true clarity by breaking all the tricks of the light. And I've had to take the long way to doing that because I know incredibly intimately all the many, many monstrous ways our bodies can and will deceive and confound and confuse our minds. I live in a body that can barely see. The rods and the cones in the back of my eye respond, to the degree they respond, to 3 tiny wavelength peaks in a nearly infinite spectrum of light. Everything I can ever see will come from those sparse, tiny, minuscule peaks, and if they arrive outside an extremely narrow amplitude band, if those waves are even a tiny bit too weak or too strong compared to what those eyes are used to from that not blue sky, I'll either be blind in the dark and freezing in the cold, or I'll have been blinded by the light and burning in the heat. In either case, I cannot see. I live in a body that can barely feel. If that light falls on another body that doesn't look or behave pretty much identical to my own, I won't know to love it or hate it, and I certainly won't empathize with it. If I don't already know what I'm looking at, I'll feel fear. If I do, then I can pass from my worst kind of love to my worst kind of hate just because its smile reminds me of a sneer. Just like our physical senses, our emotions exist to make extremely sparse information passing through an extremely narrow window feel like an entire world when it isn't. And again, feel too little or feel too much, and you will feel pain briefly before not feeling anything more at all. The most primitive parts of our brains amplify and explode and distort these weak, crude signals along the way, striving so hard to pick out what is meaningful to the beast and the mask that they'll deceive our bodies into feeling emotions we shouldn't have because our mind has imagined bodies and faces that were never there. That combination, the physical senses and the nerves that propagate their signals, and the emotional senses and the glands and bloodstream that propagate those, and most of the central nervous system, and all of the sympathetic nervous system and the endocrine system. All of this machinery exists in all of us. We have it all in common. It's our feeler. We share something similar with pretty much every mammal, and something a little more or less removed with every other animal. If it's got a body, if it's got senses 2 cents width, then it feels. The only questions are how much and for how long. There's nothing monstrous about that which feels. Feeling is, in a very real sense, the only thing all life has in common. Well, if you think about it, the very first thing that felt anything at all felt pain. Because whatever it felt was 100% of what it could compare against. It was all the signal and all the noise it was capable of enduring or bearing all at once. The very first thing that felt anything at all suffered. And so do we, the first time we feel anything at all. All life, literally all that lives, has ever lived, will ever live, while it lives, is suffering. Again, the only questions are how much and for how long. The feeler feels, but it cannot think, it cannot reason, it cannot plan, it cannot know. All it can do is try to feed the void, to fill the hole that cannot be filled, to placate its need. And that need is unspeakable. Actually unspeakable. The feeler has no words, no language. It can only take meaning from what it feels and give meaning by what it makes other feelers feel. It can laugh and grunt and scream, but it cannot speak. There's nothing monstrous about the feeler that feels. The monstrous begins when the feeler tries to become a thinker that thinks. The thinker, to the degree any of us should be sure we even have one, thinks but cannot feel, and unless we work to develop it and distance it from the feeler, that thinker will think monstrous things, and if it's not mastered, it will act on them too. At first, because it doesn't think they're monstrous, and then because monstrous things don't feel monstrous just because you've just done them and think they should. You and me, we've got all these animal programs prodding us down ancient paths, trying to take our minds where our bodies want to go. Familiar places, comfortable places, dark places, savage places. Places, if you actually think about it, you know you wouldn't think to go. That becoming thinker, that is monstrous, because it only thinks it thinks. It thinks it reasons. It thinks it plans. It thinks it knows, but it does not know. When it thinks enough of what it does not know, the thinker speaks. The thinker pokes and prods the feeler, forcing it to laugh and grunt and scream in little tiny, repetitive, structured ways. And so the thinker uses the feeler's savage tools to provoke other feelers to tell would-be thinkers what they only think they think. Everything we think to call society is built atop that foundation of ignorance and confusion. Billions of us feeling our feelings, some smaller number thinking our thoughts, and none of us yet able to speak with anything but that flapping slab of meat we call a tongue. All of us sharing nothing except what we only think others think and feel others feel. Using words we only think are shared, we speak so much we never actually hear and recognize what we do not and cannot actually know. To actually think, to actually know, to not just pretend at thinking and feeling, and so pretend at both empathy and knowledge, the thinker has to set aside its childish thoughts. It has to lever itself up out of the mud and the muck and stop feeling what it feels. Stop thinking about what it feels. Stop thinking and feeling that its thinking about feeling matters at all. It needs to create a meta-thinker, that which thinks about thinking, that which stares deeply at every single thought and feeling it has ever had and knows it is wrong. Not wrong as in bad, but wrong as in insufficient, incorrect, false, suspect, untested, and unrefined. Not necessarily a mistruth, but a missed truth, a fuzzy, poorly understood, primitive picture of reality snapped through a badly focused lens by a distracted tourist with no earthly idea how their camera works. It needs critical tools for critical work, and to forge those from the savage ones either nature or nature's gods have saddled it with, that would-be thinker needs to abandon all its thought-terminating cliches, which includes abandoning both the concepts of natures and gods to start with. It needs to develop from zero, from a blank page, a complete formal epistemology. A word I'm not even going to try to define here, except to say that if you can't teach someone else in detail and starting from utter ignorance what that word means, actually means, then you haven't yet taught it to yourself well enough to know you have one, which means you don't. Anything that wants to do more than pretend at thinking needs to recognize that words it only built up out of sounds its primitive voice box could make and its primitive ears could hear might not be sufficient to understand, much less describe, much less define, the universe. The would-be meta-thinker starts to build eyes it does not have, to see what it cannot see. It starts to build ears it does not have, to hear voices singing in octaves made of ancient, invisible light. Once it's done that, it sets aside both gods and religions until it has a chance to meet the former face to face and debate the contradictions and merits of the latter with them. Maybe, if it thinks about thinking long enough and hard enough, it starts to design and engineer and assemble the kind of language it would need to have that debate. Words for saying what can't be said, for communicating what can't be communicated, for speaking the unspeakable, but transmitting meaning anyway. Setting aside the merely monstrous, that takes time we haven't had yet, and effort we haven't made yet. The very best amongst us, which I in no way claim to be, is still a very deeply, insidiously monstrous being. We really haven't been looking for all that long, but for all we know, we might very well be the first and only things that have ever had enough arrogance to even just pretend at thinking. We haven't been listening all that long either, but for all we know, we might also be the first and only things that have ever pretended at speaking and writing at symbolic language. We might also well be the last of both. Less than 100 years ago, a species that less than 100 centuries ago was still beating two cold rocks together to make a knife, figured out just enough physics to beat two hot rocks together to make a nuclear bomb. If we don't learn how to do more than merely think we think, if we don't figure out how to speak in words that carry their definitions within them and can't be misinterpreted, then it's only a matter of time before we learn what happens when a monstrous species that doesn't know itself puts a thermonuclear gun in the hands of a monstrous man who only thinks he knows himself and who then decides to shoot himself in the foot he's put in the mouth of the head he shoved up his ass. If it thinks at all, it doesn't put a weapon in anyone else's hands. It makes the weapon safe, then it puts the weapon down. Long, long ago, a possum far, far wiser than most said something very, very true. We have met the enemy, and he is us. Cognitive bias, parasocial relationships, thought-terminating cliches, religious dogma, propaganda. Your feeler barely feels, but it feels that what it feels is its own feelings. Your thinker barely thinks, but it thinks that what it thinks is its own thinking, and they both work to reinforce each other. But in the light of those concepts I just mentioned, you should already know that they're both fundamentally wrong. If you hadn't been cheated out of what should actually represent a minimal education, you would recognize at a glance just how wrong they are. But because you'll sit in front of a mirror and feel and think that you see something unique and worthy and deserving of happiness looking back at you because you desperately want to believe it is there, the odds are that at some point today, you'll buy something that fulfills no actual purpose whatsoever except to validate that thought from someone who knows you better than you only think you do, and you'll transfer a small bit of the time of your life onto someone else's balance sheet. If you think your worst enemy is someone else, you haven't been looking in that mirror with sharp enough eyes. Look harder, look sharper. Don't get distracted by whether the glass is half full or half empty. Know what's in the fucking glass. And then, and only then, choose if you consume it. I know exactly what this glass contains. I know myself. Uncomfortable as it is, I have worked to become comfortable with that discomfort. I know both who and what I am. If I look into the face of my nemesis, that face is mine, has always been mine, and only ever will be mine. I'm the kid that choked down incandescent rage, but I'm also the man that did the choking. I'm the one that got kicked in the head, but I'm also the one that did the kicking. I know that I'm a monster. That's freeing because it means I'm nothing special. I'm not unique. I'm not even unusual. I'm not a Superman or a supervillain. I wasn't empowered by some freak mutation or freakish accident. I'm just a monster, just like you. And along with you, I'm just one of the infinite failure states possible within a human being, just one infinitesimal point on the line between rising ape and falling angel. And if we're being at all honest, that is a very long line, and not one of us has ever made it very far from that ape. And I'm not one of the madmen or charlatans claiming to be one of the angels. I'm not your guide. I'm not your God. I'm certainly not your Messiah. I may be named for an archangel, but I'm about the furthest thing from one. I'm just as close to that ape as you, maybe even closer. Far away as my perspective might be from yours, my fingertips are reaching for the same rung up the same ladder. I just know it's the bottom rung, that humanity and everything that succeeds it is above us, that we're at the beginning looking forward, at the bottom looking up. But I also know that there's nothing there above us, just the void waiting to be filled. There's no intelligent life out there, if there isn't yet down here. There's no good, there's no bad, there certainly is no evil. Those are old, simplistic myths, trivial, thought-terminating cliches that never worked and that we should have long ago discarded. But we still want to carry the relics of their corpses around with us because we feel that they keep us a little insulated from the cold when they don't. They died hard, but just like us, they die, and those ones died long before either you or I were born, even if you're desperately trying to cling to them today. There are no mythical heroes. There are no heroes at all, nor are there any villains. There are no great men, and there never were. No protagonists or antagonists. No leaders who aren't following someone. No prophets with a direct line to the Almighty, or a backdoor key into heaven. There is no heaven, no hell, no afterlife that isn't just what keeps happening when you're no longer here. There are no stories or even myths. They're just imaginary ghosts of uncompleted dreams that we imagine we carry inside of our heads. There are no titans. There are no frost giants. There is not, and never has been, a celestial cow. The thing below you wasn't rolled up by a planet-sized dung beetle and isn't the disc on the back of 4 elephants held up by a sky turtle. While whatever you think you believe in might feel less ridiculous than those examples, there is someone downstream from you who knows it is. There are no pantheons. There are no gods. There are no plans. If it planned to crush a 3-year-old girl before these eyes, it is too monstrous to exist. There is no final judge and no final judgment, no weighing of souls, no balancing of the scales. There is no justice. There is just us until there isn't. While we're here, you and I, right now, we're it. We're the current limit. There are no higher powers. There never have been any higher powers, and there likely, very likely, will not be any higher powers except for the ones we either make ourselves or make of ourselves. To do that, to fulfill that promise, to reach for those stars that will never reach for us, we have to understand and know and embody just how far we are from the mark and to reject the notion of allowing ourselves to be anything less. I am dangerous beyond words precisely because I learned how we can do all this violence to ourselves, so much more violence than could ever be done by any one of us to any of the others. I am capable of exceptional, even superhuman, violence, but I will not allow myself pride until I don't act on that, until I don't just think, but I actually know that my thinker has mastered my feeler. While I live, I'm the most dangerous member of the most dangerous species to ever live, and I've made myself safe by continuing the work of killing myself, by never allowing myself the comfort and refuge of feeling, much less thinking, much less knowing that I'm the protagonist in my story when I am definitionally the character who cannot know how that story ends. I have hurt to set aside my very human desire to inflict hurt on others. I have ached and forged myself with much pain and effort into a sword, a very, very sharp sword, and I have sheathed that sword inside myself precisely because I know that I'm not a good sword, I'm not a bad sword, I'm not a hero's sword, and I'm not a villain's. I am merely a weapon that exists, but should never, ever be used. That is why, when it ends, when the pain stops and my battle is finally finished, my exhausted corpse will be facing my exhausted enemy. We will be facing each other. We will be looking within, my monster and me, taming each other, keeping us safe for you. That's what I want for you. That's what I hope I've transmitted to you. A little bit of a glimpse into the places I've seen that you may have not seen. By the light of my bridges burning, I hope you can get some clarity in your darkness. I hope you've got a hint of your monster within. If you have, try not to waste it. Try to look where your eyes don't want to go. Know your monster. Tame your monster. Control your monster. Don't ever let it do unto others what your monster would have done unto you until you are absolutely certain your monster isn't a masochist. Recognize the bugs in your thought-terminating cliches. If you can do better than me, embrace your monster. Love your monster. If you can do even better than that, love the other monsters too. Greater love hath no being than this, that it lays down its life for all its nemesis, for its worst enemies, never just its friends. Seriously, recognize the bugs in your thought-terminating cliches. And if you can't do that yet, then at least stop shaming your children. Stop fucking your children. Not just in the most literal, horrible sense. Stop fucking them up. Stop fucking them over. Stop fucking their futures. Stop voting for anyone who is so fucking stupid that they think the future should look like the past. Stop turning little monsters into big ones you can only hope will tame themselves. Stop turning the ones who don't tame themselves into machines for making more of the same. Stop silencing kids when they're distressed. Start figuring out why they're distressed. Don't allow a world in which 20 years or 30 years or 40 years from today, 1 in 6 of today's boys or 1 in 4 of today's girls is just about to start trying to get meaningful help for the first time. Stop allowing a healthcare system to be so fundamentally broken and underfunded that it cannot provide that help where and when it is required. Start putting money and time and effort into meaningfully understanding and researching and addressing and treating trauma, especially amongst the young, but also amongst the old, and including the ones who have already harmed others with their harm. Just because a monster has become a monster doesn't mean that monster doesn't need and deserve care. Don't fail to provide it. If not for their safety, then for your own. Hi, I'm Michael, and now you know my secret. I really am a monster, a hideously beautiful monster. If you think you're nothing like me, just wait and see. If you think you are like me, I'm sorry. Terribly sorry. Because I know just how much it hurts. But because I know how much it hurts, congratulations. It's nice to know you're out there. It's nice to meet you. I love you more than you can probably ever know. Welcome to the inside. Feel what you feel and think what you think, because there's no one here, no one in here to judge but you. You've got the power to stay here in this deeply uncomfortable, painful, agonizing place. You've got the strength to suffer the world. You and me and others like us, we can learn to unmake this world and forge a better one. A world where maybe someday future children can grow up to say the important thoughts that change the courses of even more future lives. A world where the monsters live and play and love each other and their enemies. Where they don't just suffer in the light, but where they suffer beautifully in the dark. I'm done.